After the World Ends, Rage, Book 5. Written and narrated by New York Times and USA Today best-selling author Jamie Thornton. Chapter 1. 3 months later. Odessa Safe seriously needed this day to be over. Storing the fresh potatoes in a barrel of sand was taking forever, but she couldn't just leave it for later. Coordinator Grove would chew her out for incompetence, again. But if she didn't finish soon, she would miss today's best chance of seeing Ivan. Her little brother might still be in a coma, but Ms. Winter swore there was progress. Carving a hollow with one hand, while placing the potato in with her other. The grains of sand flowed through her fingers. Dessa's khaki jumpsuit crinkled at the waist from having been recently cleaned and dried by real sunlight. Yesterday was laundry day above ground. The rough texture of the potato skin actually made her mouth water as she imagined it being peeled, chopped, and cooked to make fries or mashed potatoes. Moving the sand to cover the potato, she returned to the sack for another one. There, Dessa said to the underground warehouse around her. While she worked, her mind traveled several levels down to lab level. In a spotless white room slept 6 comatose children, including her little brother. They were the only remaining survivors of Project Polus, Ms. Winter's special science project that would someday save the world from the zombie-like Lissa virus ravaging the surface. Sanctuary was still the best chance her brother had to wake up someday from his coma and be a regular kid again. But time was slipping through Dessa's fingers like sand. Maybe she should ditch the potatoes. Except, Sanctuary was feeding, housing, and protecting them all. They had to keep making this work. They had to keep Sanctuary happy. Sanctuary forced the combo cured, her friends, to live separately from everyone else above ground and forbid uninfected from mixing with them. That was the rule. Dessa considered herself a rule follower, but only when the rules made sense. This no fraternizing thing was beyond stupid, and she intended to break it again today. But that meant she needed to hurry up. The next potato went in the barrel, and then the next. The sooner she finished, the sooner she could sneak down to see her brother, search for Tig, and then steal a visit with Amos before anyone knew different. She saw the bottom of the sack. Almost done. She was going to make it down to her brother in time after all. Soft, yet somehow still irritating footsteps signaled that E.B. Pleasant approached. Crap, Dessa said, looking at the few remaining potatoes and definitely not thinking about all the things she had stolen from Supply earlier today, currently burning a hole in her pockets. She sighed and waited for E.B. Pleasant to turn the corner. His name contained a special kind of irony since he didn't seem to even try to be pleasant. Ever. He stalked over, already shaking his finger. Wearing a khaki jumpsuit like her, the uniform marked him in Sanctuary's strict hierarchy as support. But unlike her, his position put him just under Coordinator Grove. There were 3 categories of people allowed inside Sanctuary: scientist, security, and support. Coordinator Grove was in charge of all support, which numbered in the hundreds of people. You couldn't stay at Sanctuary unless you had one of those 3 jobs, or, it seemed, loved the letter S. For more than 3 months now, over almost all the winter season, Dessa, Cole, and Riley had worked as support inside Sanctuary's walls on its supply level, confronted with S-words everywhere they turned. Sanctuary's designers must have been some special kind of super nerd. E.B. Pleasant liked the power he had over the staff assigned to support, and loved to remind the 3 teens they were on the lowest rung of that power structure. A stubborn shadow seemed permanently fixed to his face, even though regulations required support to be clean-shaven. He was tall with gaunt cheeks that made him look like a chain smoker at some point in his life, though not anymore. Cigarettes were severely rationed and saved for security. He wore his hair just long enough for it to peek out from underneath the worn, dark blue baseball cap he wore, even while underground like this. The color blue was reserved for security, eggshell blue, so his dark blue hat wasn't technically against regulations. More than once, Dessa and Cole had speculated the hat must hide some grotesque wound, or an embarrassing bald spot, or maybe a second head. E.B. Pleasant looked from her to the barrel, to the sack of potatoes, and back again. "You're supposed to be checking the rat traps." The government had poured lots of money into Sanctuary, but the rats had found a way in. It had become part of her job to keep the rats out of the food. She'd become pretty good at it. Pretty good until last week. Last week, something had changed, though she didn't yet know what. The rats had already destroyed several months' worth of cereal, contaminated 50 pounds of dehydrated protein, left blood and fur around like they'd been fighting, and fouled an entire pallet of coffee beans. That last one had felt particularly catastrophic. Not that she'd been allowed coffee these last 3 months. Coffee was only reserved for scientists and security. "Sure, yeah." Dessa forced her voice to stay pleasant and made sure to keep the barrel in between E.B. Pleasant's view of her pockets. It was important to keep her head down, follow the rules, and just get by. They had to earn their place with Sanctuary and win over as many people as possible to all be allowed to stay. "I already checked the traps. First thing this morning, like always. I'm just finishing up with these last few potatoes and then my shift is over." Dessa noticed she was stuck in an eerily similar situation now compared to before the Lissa virus showed up, turned people into Vs and wrecked the world. Working with groceries, trying to get her brother back from the government that had sucked him into their system. Unfortunately, just because the universe enjoyed playing this particular joke on her again, didn't mean she could change anything about it. A sneer appeared on E.B. Pleasant's face. It did nothing to improve his features. "Your shift is over when I say it's over. You need to check those rat traps again. We can't afford any more losses. Aren't there supposed to be 2 other teenagers on shift with you? I'll have to write this up and report your friends to the coordinator's dereliction of duty is—" 2 minutes. Dessa motioned to the potatoes even as she winced, realizing she had interrupted E.B. Pleasant. He would make her pay for that, in some surprisingly petty way. Any chance of getting him off her back was fast fading. "I just need 2 minutes to make sure all the potatoes are packed, I swear. I will check the rat traps again after I'm done." And after she went down to check on her brother, she just needed E.B. Pleasant to leave. "Cole and Riley are doing some other work on supply level today. Check with Coordinator Grove, she's the one who made the changes." The way his lips twisted into a condescending half-smile made her want to punch him. "You can believe I will be checking," E.B. Pleasant said, not moving an inch. In fact, he leaned against one of the barrels like he was planning to stay a while. Dessa kept her head down and picked up the pace of her work. "I can finish up." "Riding in here on the great Dr. Winter's coattails doesn't mean you get a free pass to mouth off, tell lies, and lay about," E.B. Pleasant interrupted. "Can you even imagine what it's like for us? Watching you walk around here like it's nothing, after none of us were allowed to bring our families inside." Dessa flinched. Sanctuary staff regularly found ways to remind her, Cole, and Riley of this horrific truth. When the Lissa virus had destroyed the world, Sanctuary's 3 coordinators forbid the staff from going outside the fences for any reason. Sanctuary's mission was nothing less than to save the world from the zombies and needed all hands on deck. There was no room for the burden families would place on supplies and research, on finding a solution to the Lissa virus plague. The grief and anger many of the staff felt often spilled over onto Dessa, Cole, and Riley by way of bad looks, outright insults, and just overall poor treatment. Why had the teens been treated differently? Why had they been allowed to stay when spouses and children had been refused? It was all because of Ms. Winters. "So let me make myself clear," E.B. Pleasant said. "I don't care if you already checked the traps this morning. You need to check them now, unless you want me to write you up for insubordination. I think that would be the 10th one in 3 months. Coordinator Grove might not be keeping count, but I assure you, everyone else is." He waited. Dessa stared and realized he probably knew she had been planning to zip down to lab to see her brother. He was stalling her on purpose, just to be cruel. She had her brother and her friends, and he had no one. Something inside Dessa hardened. She wasn't going to let him win at this game. Comatose or not, She had made a promise to her brother and planned to keep it. Chapter 2. Dessa closed her eyes for one brief moment and conjured up Amos's face. When her group had arrived at Sanctuary, the teens had enjoyed hot showers and a room full of food. But then the blue suits descended and dragged Amos, Tiana, Egg, and Delmar away by force. The 4 teens had the combo cure that prevented the Lyssa from turning them into raging zombies. Sanctuary considered the combo cure a type of contamination of the blood that could not be allowed near their lab work. That first day, Ms. Winters believed she had failed to convince the coordinators to accept the combo cured. She couldn't bear to watch and had abandoned the teens to their supposed fate. Dessa's friends had been tranquilized and taken without an explanation until much later. Dessa's imagination had pictured cages or lab experiments or worse. She had raged at Cole for holding her back. All the uneaten food had scattered off the tables and was crushed underfoot. Only once she had worked for support for a few weeks had she realized the food in that room represented a great deal of wealth and power. Dessa suspected it was Ms. Winters' way of apologizing. It wasn't enough, but it wasn't nothing either. Later, Dessa learned Sanctuary's 3 coordinators had planned to take all the combo cured outside the fences. Only an almost mutiny among a small group of Sanctuary staff, who basically worshipped Ms. Winters, had prevented it. A compromise had been reached to avoid a staff uprising. The combo cured were allowed to stay inside the fences, above ground, working on farm, and were never allowed to enter Sanctuary's underground levels or get close to an uninfected person. Amos had taken to the situation with a stoic acceptance and coached her to do the same. This is still way better than it was out there. Lie low, Dessa. Amos was right, of course. Sanctuary was far better than what they would have faced outside its fences. She blinked open her eyes and pulled her arms out of the barrel, the sand grain slipping away. "Well," E.B. Pleasant said. "Of course, E.B. Pleasant, sir. Of course, I will drop everything and check the rat traps again at this very moment. I am so grateful to everyone here at Sanctuary for taking me in." "Good," E.B. Pleasant said. Though the sarcasm in her voice was thick enough to drip on the floor, he wasn't savvy like Coordinator Grove. Her words actually mollified him. How dumb was he to believe she actually meant this whole falling over herself act? "I'll finish the potatoes later," Dessa said, voice still compliant. "It's no trouble." "Of course it's no trouble," E.B. Pleasant said. "Who would find storing potatoes in a barrel troublesome, except for someone who doesn't deserve to be here in the first place?" Heading for the bait station, Dessa held her hands casually at her sides, blocking the bulge in her pockets. She moved out of sight without any further trouble and told herself there was still time to get it all done. Dessa could save her search for Tig and sneak a visit to Amos for later. What mattered was to check the traps until E.B. Pleasant got bored and found a new target. Supply was the most bare, most industrial-looking level out of all she had yet seen. Not that she had actually, or ever would be, allowed to see all of Sanctuary. Cool-colored lights glowed in such a way as to suggest a not-quite-real feeling of sunlight. They cast long shadows across the cavernous space. Cement floors and cement walls were everywhere. Sanctuary was basically a bunker, built with plenty of government money. Dessa pictured it like a flipped skyscraper. All of its levels, except for 3, were built underground. The 3 above-ground levels were built super-industrial and bare, giving no hint of the vast bunker-like facilities underneath. On supply level, shelves of everything from cooking oil to garden tools to titanium dust for 3D printers were neatly stacked, arranged, and labeled with impeccable attention to detail, according to Coordinator Grove's exacting standards. Not even Dessa could find fault with it. Grabbing the pouch of bait from a cabinet, she hooked it around her waist. A ladder leaned against the shelves. She climbed up the ladder against stacked pallets of supplies until she was on top and could reach for the first grate in the ventilation system. Sanctuary didn't allow the use of poison bait in the ductwork. No one wanted dead rats in their air. Rather, the scientists had concocted a bait that controlled reproduction. It was supposed to sterilize both male and female rats. Painless, and it didn't harm any other animals. That part was important to Dessa, because she had seen signs of Tig recently. She had purposely let the cat escape upon their arrival, fearing what Sanctuary might do to him, but that had been down several levels at engineering. Since then, she had kept an eye out for him, hoping. Just last week, she had seen hints of his existence. He had basically been hand-raised by a bunch of kids, so if she could just find him, she knew he would leap into her arms, expecting the royal treatment of food and scratches to which he had become accustomed. "Come on, Tig, give me a win today," Dessa said, pulling out the binoculars she had scored from a salvage weeks ago. Scanning the warehouse from her vantage point, she took a quick look around. The tops of the shelves stretched out long, almost vanishing from view. There were khaki jumpsuits flitting in and out of faraway aisles of shrink-wrap supplies, and E.B. Pleasant just standing there at the elevators, like he was waiting to catch her. Great. Cole and Riley worked somewhere deep in supply today, but she couldn't find any sign of them. They were just 2 more khaki jumpsuits from this distance, even with the help of the binoculars. Lots of activity, but no sign of a cat. She sighed, tucked the binoculars away, and lifted herself into the ductwork. Crawling on hands and knees across the buckling metal, Dessa held back a sneeze. A small breeze ruffled her hair and cooled her bare skin, signaling that the ventilation was still working like it should. At the first juncture, several boxes that displayed large hazard signs were strapped to the inside of the ductwork. A green light on the side blinked in a lazy beat. These boxes were scattered throughout the system. Dessa knew they had nothing to do with the rat traps because she had asked Coordinator Grove about them and gotten thoroughly chewed out for the question. Passing by the hazard symbol boxes, she reached the first trap, which was not much bigger than a shoebox. Opening the container, she found the bait. A mixture of fat and sugar to make the chemicals irresistible was almost gone. Little teeth marks in the remaining bait told her rats had definitely been here. That was good. Maybe that meant the new rat problem would soon be under control. She reached into the pouch, reset the bait, closed up the shoebox, and headed for the next box. The ventilation connected all levels in Sanctuary, except Lab, which had an isolated system that served the actual experiment rooms. Keeping track of the different turns in her head, she eventually came to the end of the trap line. Exiting through the grate, she dropped down from the ventilation tunnel and onto a pallet of canned tomatoes before climbing down the ladder positioned for just this purpose. You wouldn't know it by looking around, but she had traveled almost the full length of supply. Shelving stuffed with pallets of shrink-wrapped goods loomed overhead, creating a strange tunnel effect through the aisles. But she had made a decent mental map over the last few months. They kept potato barrels near the people elevators. Canned tomatoes meant she was on the opposite side from the elevators. Heading to another bait station, she added a second pouch to her waist and a heavy-duty garbage bag. The new pouch was stuffed with simple spring-loaded traps. Sanctuary didn't want dead rats in the ventilation, but didn't care otherwise. The traps broke the rat's neck and were reusable. She'd gotten used to disposing of the dead rats. Compared to what she had been through outside Sanctuary, this was all a walk in the park. Heading back, but now along the aisles instead of above them, Dessa checked and reset the spring-loaded traps. It wasn't until winding her way through the garden tools section that she actually found a sprung trap with a dead rat. Crouching, Dessa used her utility knife to help examine the rat's pitifully small body. Something had chewed its head off. Dessa was pretty sure that was evidence of Tig. Looking around, Dessa thought a small tuft of fur might have come from his gray striped body. Excitement rose. How thrilled would the kids be when they woke up from their comas if she could hand over Tig? "Tig! Here, kitty kitty!" She waited, listening for any sign of response, as her voice echoed and then faded. Wiping the knife on her jumpsuit pants, she put it away and retrieved the can of tuna she had stolen yesterday for just this kind of situation. If Tig had been here once, maybe he would come back. Opening the can, she waited again, hoping the sound would bring a bounding Tig into view. The pungent odor of fish made her nose wrinkle. After no further sign of Tig, she set the can under one of the shelves to keep it out of sight. Pulling out the binoculars again, she scanned the nearby aisles for movement. Nothing. Disappointed, she put away the binoculars, snapped on latex gloves, disposed of the dead rat in the garbage bag, sprayed everything with some diluted bleach, and reset the trap. Working her way further down the line, she listened for any hint of a meow. A sharp squeal and snap sounded some distance away, making her flinch. It didn't sound anything like a cat, but Dessa's pulse picked up, imagining a rat tripping the trap and not dying right away. She hurried around the corner of an aisle stacked high with vacuum-packed rice. Rats couldn't be allowed to mess with their food supply, but that didn't mean she wanted them to suffer. Reaching around the binoculars, some pilfered snacks, a page ripped from a magazine, and a dozen other odds and ends, Dessa searched for the knife again, cursing her deep pockets and all the things she felt compelled to stuff in them. Sanctuary wouldn't allow her a backpack, so she had to make do, but in an urgent situation like this, full pockets caused her trouble. Finally, she felt the familiar shape, pulled out the utility knife and clicked a new blade into place. She steeled herself to put the animal out of its misery as quickly as possible. Instead, she turned the corner and stopped in her tracks. Her mind automatically cataloged the seemingly infinite numbers of bins that lined the aisle on both sides and rose into the shadows overhead. The bins were labeled by size and material: brooms, buckets, mops, rakes, rags. On the cement floor, the trap had caught a rat that was still very much alive. 5 other rats surrounded the trap, facing outward, as if ready to protect their rodent friend against the rest of the world. Another rat stood off some distance, stalking the circle. These were the biggest rats she had yet seen, and something about them looked very wrong. Chapter 3. The rats were grotesquely muscular, the kind of overdevelopment you would see on human bodybuilders. Their fur had split in multiple places, exposing bulbous, oozing sores. The animal at a short distance from the others wasn't a rat at all. In fact, it was gray-striped. Tig? His back was arched and his fur raised. He hissed and took a tense step toward the rats even as they chittered and bared their teeth in return. His sleek lines and bright eyes were in stark contrast to the monstrously sick-looking rats. Lashing his tail back and forth, the kitten in him was gone, replaced by teenage cat angst. "Tig! Get away from them!" Tig's gaze never left the closest rat, now creeping closer and looking strangely unafraid. Tig knew exactly what he wanted. All those rats, dead. The rat's red, beady eyes stared back at Tig with an unsettling ferociousness that sent chills down Dessa's spine. As a kid, she had liked rats. One of her friends had a rat as a pet. Its name had been Ralph, and he was the cutest, most intelligent, cleanest animal she had ever met. But ever since surviving the hellish flooded tunnels of underground Sacramento, and now dealing with rats for Sanctuary, she couldn't see them as cute anymore. Plus, these rats were different, even compared to the ones the traps had been catching. Her eyes caught on the broom handles again. She slowly reached for one, never letting her attention leave the rats. Tig might be able to take care of himself against a normal rat, but not these beasts. As she grabbed a broom handle off the top, the pile shifted and began to tumble off the shelf. The lead rat jumped into the air straight for Tig. The other 4 rats followed its lead and jumped for Tig too, arms outstretched, teeth bared, chittering loud and angry. Dessa raced for the closest rat and speared it through the gut. Resistance gave way to the blunt end of the stick with a sort of pop, squish, and then crunch. Dark blood bloomed across the cement floor as the rat convulsed, and then stilled. Tig howled and launched into the air to meet a rat midway. It was all snarls and flying fur. Feeling a scratch on her ankle, Dessa brought the broom handle around to swipe a rat off her boot. Egg thought the Sanctuary-issued standard work boots were the ugliest he had ever seen, but right now, Dessa was glad they were so heavy-duty. She brought her left boot down hard enough to crush the next rat with an ugly crunch. Tig took out a 4th rat, leaving one in the trap, and a final rat who looked like it had realized it was outnumbered. As Dessa killed the rat in the trap, the final rat dashed away. Tig howled and raced after it. Dessa dropped the bloody broom handle and it clattered to the cement floor. "No, Tig, come back!" But Tig was gone, lost in the maze of supplies. There was the sound of pounding boots, and then Cole rushed into view, a thermos held in his right hand like he was trying not to spill it. His dark hair was long enough to sweep behind his ears now. He wore his familiar scowl of worry. "What's going on?" She swept her gaze across the bloody massacre at her feet. Taking it all in, Cole drew in a sharp breath. "I wasn't even gone that long. How is it that you're alone for like a minute and there's blood and guts everywhere? It sounded like you were killing a baby." "Or 5 brats," Dessa said. The toe of her boot kicked the edge of the rat trap. "Almost 6. Also, it's been way more than a minute since you stuck me with the potatoes. It's been hours. Maybe you need a watch. I heard Coordinator Schofield has a nice one." Cole snorted. "I saw Tig, though." "You saw Tig? Where's he at?" Cole said, excited. Dessa shook her head. "He's not here. He's chasing down the last rat." Cole's expression slumped. "I think that's a little optimistic. I doubt that's the last one. But maybe Tig will be back once he gets tired. Maybe this will give us a bit of breather from rat catching, a couple days off." "Now who's being optimistic? You know there's no days off here." Talking like this with Cole helped settle her breathing. She knew that's why he was doing it. Her adrenaline rush eased, and she noticed the thermos in his hand again. "Is that?" "Yep," Cole said. His cheek twitched into a smile. When she reached for the thermos, he held it away from her. "You may want to clean up first." She looked down and noticed her hands were bleeding, not from the rats but rather from calluses that had ripped open against the broom handle. Her khakis below the knee looked a little spattered with blood, too. Plus, there was all the blood on the cement and the guts and the rat bodies. "Right. Good idea." Dessa set to work. Cole bent to one knee and examined the rat in the trap. "Why do they look like this?" "I have no idea," Dessa said. Cole just stood there with thermos in hand, watching as she found a cleaning station and brought back a mop and bucket with more diluted bleach. "You going to help me with this?" Dessa said. Cole waved the thermos at her. "No, I think you got this." Her mouth salivated at her guess of what was inside, and then she rolled her eyes. "Fine. I don't want any rat blood or bleach in my coffee anyway." "See," Cole said. "I knew you were smarter than you looked. I'll keep this hot, black coffee nice and safe until you're done." It only took a few minutes to clean everything up. The trash bag of dead rats was tied off and hung from her waist. Returning the supplies to one of the wash stations, they headed for the service elevator that would take the garbage bag of dead rats up to ground and to the incinerator. This garbage elevator was tucked away behind 2 doors, a simple metal grate and a sturdier access door that could be latched from inside the platform itself if needed, and was located on the opposite side of supply level from the nicer people elevators. You could poke your head out and see the cabling and gears that moved the whole thing through the cement shaft. The garbage elevator always carried just the slightest odor of spoiled food, no matter how many times support staff bleached the thing. Dessa worked the mechanicals and opened up the cage. Just as she set down the garbage bag of dead rats, she noticed the scowl on Cole's face had returned. "What?" Cole stared at the lumpy bag. "You know, Coordinator Grove might want to take a look at them. Maybe even send them down to lab and figure out what disease they have." "You mentioned this now that we walked all the way over here?" Dessa said. "I didn't think of it until just now," Cole said. Dessa sighed. Cole was right. She was surprised she hadn't thought of it herself, and figured that meant E.B. Pleasant had upset her more than she'd been willing to admit. Reluctantly retrieving the trash bag from the elevator platform, she retied it to her waist. The lumps bumped against her leg in a decidedly gruesome motion. "Ugh." "Well," Cole said, trying to smile. He hadn't been sleeping well, and there were dark shadows under his eyes. They were safe inside Sanctuary, but that didn't mean anything in their dreams. "Let's just hope whatever is wrong with these rats can't jump into us." One can only hope, Dessa said. Cole placed a hand over the pocket where Dessa knew he kept a picture of his father. When Dessa had first met Cole, he had come across as just another one of Delmar's arrogant sidekicks. Then she had learned Cole was taking care of his father, who had gotten sick with Borrelia hallucinari. In the presence of the Lissa virus, the Borrelia hallucinari bacteria acted as a sort of antidote. They called it the combo cure. But without the Lissa virus present, the bacteria created a slow zombie-like state. His father had suffered like that as a faint for months, with Cole desperately caring for him, until finally passing away. Cole's dark hair and dark eyes burned with the same fiery intensity they always had, but he kept himself under strict control inside Sanctuary. He was insanely friendly with E.B. Pleasant, overly respectful to Coordinator Grove, and always ready to take on a new job with a smile on his face, no matter who assigned it. Tiana continually lamented the fact that she wasn't allowed inside Sanctuary to witness Mr. Doom and Gloom's transformation, and instead had to settle for Dessa's stories about it. Dessa took off her gloves and tossed them onto the platform, then held out her hand for the thermos. Cole passed it over and waited. Opening the lip of the thermos, Dessa took a careful sip so as not to burn her tongue. The wonderful bitterness was just hot enough to make her dream of a sunny breakfast table while sitting next to Amos as they looked out over a garden filled with sunflowers. A far cry from their present circumstances, sure, but a girl could dream. "Anything today?" Cole said in a comically boyish wistfulness. "Of course." Dessa reached into her jumpsuit pocket and pulled out a fruit roll-up, blueberry-flavored. "Who do you think I am?" "An excellent thief. Procurer of luxury goods, as always." Cole took the fruit candy as his eyes lit up. "And what other contraband did you liberate today?" She turned out her pockets to show him the collection of fruit snacks, pretzel packages, a protein electrolyte powder, a torn page from a magazine, a set of binoculars, and even a pack of cigarettes she'd stolen from one of the supposed rat-contaminated shelves. Just because not all the food on that shelf had actually been messed with by the rats didn't mean it couldn't be written off. It was pretty much crap that no one on the farm got to share in the bounty contained on supply. It was basically criminal that no one but scientists and security were allowed coffee. Taking the coffee and other little goodies when the opportunity presented itself was a way to right a wrong, a chance for justice to be served, along with a little payback for how they were treated. Or at least, that's what Cole and Dessa told themselves. It also helped them both feel less guilty for being allowed to stay underground when their friends were forced to stay outside. She took any chance she could to make it up to them and make staying at Sanctuary a little easier. Cole unfurled the blueberry roll-up and ripped off a piece. "Oh, that's quite the score this time." His expression filled with the pleasure only a hit of flavored sugar could create. After restucking her pockets, Cole helped her check the last of the rat traps. When they were almost done, a low buzzing bell announced shift change. Dessa deflated as the bell echoed in the cavernous space of supply and then fell silent. "Crap," Dessa said. "That means Officer Ross will be on duty down at Lab now." "Yeah," Cole said, non-committal. "That's all I get?" Dessa said. "You know how annoying he is." "Yeah," Cole said. She swore he was purposely baiting her now. Rolling her eyes, she gave him the finger. He laughed and they moved on. E.B. Pleasant had gotten his way after all, but that wasn't going to stop Dessa from trying her luck. Sometimes Officer Ross would look the other way for some cigarettes. She patted her pockets, having anticipated him as an obstacle eventually. The smell of bleach faded as they moved deeper into the maze of supplies. This was bigger than any grocery warehouse Dessa had ever worked in. It comforted her. All this power and wealth in one place meant lots of security, too. It meant a real chance that they were going to solve this whole zombie Lissa virus thing once and for all. As they walked back, Cole and Dessa chatted about nothing at all. It had become their way, a way to cope with the last 3 months of strange, prison-like safety. Cole had promised Amos he would look out for her, like the two boys were actually friends or something. 2 against 1. Something about that was both cute and extremely irritating, but she didn't really have a say in it either way. Supply truly was a maze. It took a solid 10 minutes to get from one side to another. The luxury of impenetrable walls and trained security hadn't yet gotten old. She just wanted the scientists to hurry up and figure things out so they could get back to normal, whatever that normal might look like now. Hopefully it included her brother and the other kids waking up. Hopefully it meant doing away with this stupid division between uninfected and combo cured, because she could really use a makeout session with Amos. Cole and Dessa finished without seeing any more signs of Tig or the strange rats. When they reached the bath towels, Dessa stopped and dropped to her knees, pulling another tuna can from her pocket. Opening the can, the tin screeching loud, she scooted the tuna underneath the shelf and out of sight. She could get in big trouble using supplies like this, but made a point to be really careful. Plus, the risk was worth it. A female voice rang out loud behind them. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Chapter 4. Slowly, Dessa stood up from her crouch on the ground and stepped back from the open can of tuna. "What do you want, Riley?" Dessa said in her best impression of a stern yet bored voice. "Answer my question first. Is that coffee?" There was disbelief in Riley's voice. Dessa followed Riley's gaze to the thermos and winced. Coffee was considered serious contraband. The smell of tuna filled the air, and Cole still had the fruit roll-up paper in his hand. They'd broken, all the rules. But they were teenagers, and it was about food. What did people expect to happen? Riley wore the same khaki jumpsuit that marked her as support. Usually the three of them worked together, since a lot of the support staff wanted nothing to do with the teens. Today had been a welcome break, even though Dessa had ended up in trouble with E.B. Pleasant without Cole there to play interference and do his Mr. Responsible act. "You know you're not supposed to have any of that," Riley said. "Yes," Cole said mildly, taking another bite of his fruit roll-up like he was so cool, except for the whole fruit roll-up part. "We do know that." "I went to finish the potatoes for you." "Are you going to rat us out?" Dessa interrupted. Next to her, Cole winced. "Really? Did you say it like that on purpose?" It took Dessa a second to understand. "You already forgot about those?" Cole motioned to the trash bag at her waist. "No," Dessa said. "I mean, yeah." Riley tossed her hair to get their attention back. She didn't like being excluded, not from anything, even when it was involving people she supposedly couldn't care less about. "I could go marching to Coordinator Grove right now. What do you think she would do once I told her exactly what I'm seeing here?" Dessa sighed and looked at Cole and then back at Riley. "Okay. You got us. What do you want? What's going to keep you quiet?" For a brief moment, Riley wilted. Maybe she was expecting more of a fight. Maybe she wanted more of a fight. After all, they were living daily under the stress of an apocalyptic, zombie-filled world. Sanctuary was the last bastion in that entire world as far as they knew, still standing with people looking to save what was left and find a real cure for the Lissa virus. After 3 months working alongside Riley pretty much every day, Dessa would put her money on her making them steal some silly thing like nail polish, maybe some makeup or fancy lotion or... "Show me what's in your pockets." Riley put her hands on her hips. "I want to know what my choices are." With a dramatic sigh, Dessa emptied out the fruit snacks, pretzel bags, cigarettes, binoculars, tissue, and knife. She took care to make sure the packet of protein powder stayed behind. She always got a "thanks, babe" from Amos when she managed to bring him something like that. Riley could shove it before Dessa would lose out on that chance. "I want all the pretzels for my dad," Riley said quickly. Surprise filled Dessa. She hadn't been expecting a request so thoughtful and for someone else. "All of them?" Cole said, frowning. "That's a little selfish. We got them to share among..." "Your friends," Riley said. "And that's it, right? You weren't going to share any of this with my dad or anyone else at farm." Cole and Dessa didn't respond because, well, she was right. That had been the plan. Riley actually tossed her blonde hair around one more time for good measure. I know there was a whole section ruined by the rats last week, and I know that you always skim a little extra off when that happens. So whatever pretzels you have, I want them. My dad loves them, and he needs the salt. He's got low blood pressure. Cole looked at Dessa, prompting her. Letting the standoff last one more second just because she could, Dessa finally broke it by shoving the pretzel bags over. Here, this is all we got. The fruit snacks are for our friends. Your dad doesn't get to have any of that. Riley narrowed her eyes, but took the bags of pretzels and stuffed them in her jumpsuit pockets. That's fine. He doesn't like stupid fruit snacks anyway. Cole snorted again. Dessa turned to leave, that trash bag of dead rats swinging at her waist. Ugh, so gross. Cole fell in line with her. Hey, where are you going? Riley called after them, rushing to follow. To deliver the snacks, Cole said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Dessa took a last bitter sip of coffee from the thermos, draining it down to its dregs. They headed for the elevator bay. It was this industrial thing, open-caged on this level but otherwise super high-tech, electronically powered except for a mechanical gear system that could be used in an emergency. 3 elevators where one would have worked also spoke to Sanctuary's emphasis on having backups. They were deep underground, without a single window or natural light source. If the power went out, everything would be pitch black, and she didn't think that she'd even be able to find her way to the elevator, let alone manually power it up to the surface. Cole walked next to Dessa, the fruit roll-up finished, its trash still in hand. Riley followed them, finally quiet. Dessa had been shopping with her parents in a food warehouse once. Her parents hadn't liked it, rather preferring the Middle Eastern market that sold familiar foods, smells, and sounds. Supply felt like a dozen of those warehouses put together, just huge and overwhelming and larger than life. Once inside, you lost all sense of space and time. It could be bright daylight on the outside, but down here it was perpetual twilight, which sometimes messed with your head. Still, there wasn't a single V in sight, and there had been no attacks on Sanctuary's fences. They were as safe as they could get against those infected with the Lissa virus. Sanctuary had given Dessa and her friends room to breathe, room to sleep and heal and think. As they approached the aisle that brought the elevators in sight, a familiar plump figure stood near the intercom. Crap, Dessa said as her steps hiccuped. That's Coordinator Grove. The thermos felt like it burned in her hand. Cole crumpled the fruit roll-up trash and looked around wildly for a place to stash it. They could not allow themselves to get caught with all this. Tucking the empty thermos behind a sack of rice, Dessa reached for her pockets, hoping to stash the snacks for retrieval later. Who's there? Coordinator Grove's voice rang out. Oh, Dessa? Cole? Come over here, I need to speak with you. Dessa's palms began to sweat. She looked down the aisle and saw the ponderous form of Coordinator Grove heading over. There was no way Dessa could hide everything in her pockets before Grove's eagle eyes saw. Be right there, Cole called out. I gotta fix this bag up. He reached for the bag of rice, moving it slightly, and just let the piece of roll-up trash flutter away somewhere toward the back. Panic dawned on Riley's face as she realized the pretzels now tucked away in her jumpsuit pockets made her just as guilty as them. Act cool, Cole whispered. She doesn't have X-ray vision. Yeah, right, Dessa said. Are you sure about that? Chapter 5. Cole strode forward to meet Coordinator Grove halfway down the aisle and far away from the thermos and fruit roll-up trash. Dessa followed, telling herself to pretend nothing was in her pockets. There was no time to do anything but try to fake their way through this. Then she realized she was rather obviously holding her hands away from her pockets, which didn't look natural either. Finally, because she couldn't think of anything else, she grabbed the trash bag, feeling grateful for the distraction of the dead rats inside. Dessa respected Coordinator Grove, a portly woman with a whip-smart brain. She was pretty much the whole reason support did their job so successfully. She was thorough and had an instinctual sense of how to handle people to keep a huge enterprise like Sanctuary running as smoothly as could be expected. Dessa felt the contraband like heavy weights in her pockets. She glanced back at Riley, whose eyes were wide and her steps jittery. She already looked guilty. "Act cool, Riley," Dessa whispered. "We are supposed to be down here." Riley threw a harsh glance at Dessa. "I know that. I'll be fine." Cole stopped a polite distance away. "Good morning, Coordinator Grove. How are you today?" Cole's respectful tone, pulled out for just such occasions, always made Dessa want to roll her eyes into the back of her head. With a conscious effort, she didn't do it this time. Coordinator Grove looked over the three of them, one after the other. For the briefest moment, Dessa swore she stared at their jumpsuit pockets like her eyes did have X-ray vision. But Coordinator Grove said nothing about turning out their pockets, and instead brought her gaze up to their faces. "We need to make today's transfer. That means all of you go topside with me now." Dessa went to stand next to Cole, while definitely not thinking about what was in her pockets. She held out the tied-off trash bag. "Coordinator Grove, we'll get right on that, but there's something you should take a look at." "More rats?" Coordinator Grove said, her lip curled in disgust. "Those go in the incinerator. You know that." "Of course, Coordinator Grove," Cole said. "But the rats." Coordinator Grove motioned at the floor. "Set that aside and come with me. We'll deal with it once we're done at the farm." Dessa elbowed Cole in the ribs before he could further protest. Sure, these weren't just any dead rats, but Dessa realized if they continued to speak up, they'd probably lose the chance to go topside today with permission. That meant losing out on seeing Tiana, Egg, and Amos. Since shift change had already happened, it wouldn't matter if she had to deal with getting past Officer Ross now or in a few hours. "Of course, Coordinator Grove," Dessa said, echoing Cole's words and tone exactly in a satisfyingly teasing way. Cole rolled his eyes, and Dessa considered keeping count today to see if he would break a record. Coordinator Grove headed for the elevator bay, and they followed. Cole went to push the buttons that would call one of the three elevators to their level. There was a great grinding of gears, and then a yellow light blinked. "Keypad is freaking out again," Riley said. Cole grunted and slapped the buttons. Sometimes that fixed the issue, and sometimes it didn't do anything, and they would have to use the mechanical backup. Rumors among support said Sanctuary's designers had built and hidden a backup staircase to all the levels, but Dessa had never seen it, or found anyone who actually knew where it was. Sanctuary's designers loved its keypad security system. It seemed like every door had one. Maybe the technology had made sense before, when they actually worked, but some bugs in the electrical system that engineering hadn't yet been able to track down meant the keypads had become unreliable, and they had to resort more often to the backup systems. Cole raised his hand, ready to slap the buttons one more time, when the yellow light blinked for a few more seconds, and then the middle elevator swished open. "It's something new every day," Coordinator Grove said, disgruntled, as she stepped inside. "Lab says they need the parts, but what happens when the elevators fail? They'll regret neglecting the rest of her then." "Her?" Dessa exchanged a look with Cole. It wasn't new to hear Coordinator Grove talk about Sanctuary like it was a person, but even after 3 months it seemed odd. Dessa untied the garbage bag and set it out of the way to pick up again later. Stepping from concrete to metal made Dessa feel suspended in midair for a moment, which technically she was. The concrete felt solid and grounded, but the metal box seemed sharp and unsubstantial. Buttons on the inside gave them 7 choices. With what Dessa and Cole had been able to figure, the deepest level of all was machinery. Next came engineering. Above that was science lab, with the scientists' living quarters on the same level. Everyone just called it lab because even the staff had gotten tired of all the S words. Then next up was security headquarters, then their current level, supply. Above supply were 2 more levels of personal living quarters for support and security personnel. If those really were all of Sanctuary's levels, it meant 7 levels below ground and 3 above. Several hundred support existed to keep everything running for security and scientists. As far as Dessa could tell, Sanctuary only had about a dozen scientists and their assistants working on lab level. Security was more numerous, clocking in somewhere closer to 50 staff. Amos, being the history buff, had pointed out Sanctuary's rather feudal-like setup, from the scientist nobles down to the numerous serfs, otherwise known as the combo-cured working the farm. When Coordinator Grove and the 3 teens reached topside, the elevator opened, revealing bare concrete, as if the designers were preparing for nuclear Armageddon. Windows let in sunlight in long slants across the floor. There was this indescribable feeling that somehow told Dessa that real air from the sky, and not stuff that was endlessly recycled, was nearby. Ground. 3 months spent mostly underground, with rare moments outside like this, was enough to make her go a little crazy. She hadn't known missing sunlight and blue sky was a thing until now. She only got sent outside or was able to steal away, maybe once a week at most. Coordinator Grove led Dessa, Cole, and Riley across the expanse of concrete. One section on the far end had been blocked off with a sturdy wall and doors that marked the incinerator. They passed by a large desk that used to greet visitors when this had been a welcome center for the local dump. Concrete stairs with industrial metal railings were built against 2 walls on opposite sides of each other. The stairs led to the upper stories, where more scientists supposedly conducted experiments that needed to happen above ground. She'd never been allowed up there. Everything was pretty run down compared to what lay underneath ground level. It was the kind of place you'd expect to see sorting a bunch of recycling, not hiding a government testing facility. A number of support and security were already working at various tasks on ground level, breaking up the gray cement with dots of khaki and eggshell blue. Coordinator Grove raised a hand that got the attention of one of the blue suits. Security Officer Mondo. Dessa inwardly groaned. She rolled her eyes at Cole, but he just shrugged. There was nothing they could do. Mondo was second in command of security. Above him was Coordinator Kraus. But other than suspecting security's coordinator had been one of the people who had met them upon arrival in one of the masked eggshell blue hazard suits, Dessa had never seen Coordinator Kraus. Rumor was he policed Sanctuary with an iron fist from the depths of the camera room that resided somewhere on security level. You could spot the cameras sometimes in corners and over entryways, but were never sure if they actually worked or not. Security Officer Mondo sauntered over. His eggshell blue pants were tucked into thick combat boots. A taser, a handgun, and handcuffs hung from a belt on his waist. He was physically fit and somewhere in his 30s. He liked to keep a smart-looking beard growing short on his face. His hair was thick and dark, though speckled with gray. Riley's eyes grew wide as he approached, a big smile splitting his face and showing straight white teeth. Mondo could have played a security officer in a movie. He was that stunningly handsome. That was what Riley had said more than once. It didn't matter to her that he was almost twice her age. Not that he gave her the time of day. "Good morning, Coordinator Grove," Security Officer Mondo said, all bright smiles and easy looks. His happy demeanor didn't just annoy Dessa, it made her suspicious. Cole stiffened because Dessa knew he felt the same. Security Officer Mondo was too nice, too friendly, too eager to please. In Dessa's experience, that meant he was covering up something. Dessa didn't know what that something was, but did know she didn't trust anything he said. "Yep," Coordinator Grove said, her voice matching his easygoing tone. "It's time to collect today's food allotment from the farm. Should be quick." "Excellent, excellent." Security Officer Mondo hooked his thumbs on his belt. He surveyed the 3 teens, not really seeing them, which Dessa was sure disappointed Riley. "And you 3 are settling in well? No problems we need to be made aware of?" "No, sir," Cole said, trying hard to keep a scowl off his face. "Everything is fine." "Just peachy," Dessa said, unable to resist poking fun at Cole. "Everything is just peachy." Cole looked at her, frowning, but she looked back, all innocent. There was a brief pause, as if Security Officer Mondo was actually considering whether Dessa meant what she said or not. The thing was, she did mean it. They were fed and safe, and the scientists were working to wake up her brother. This was like heaven compared to what life had been like before Sanctuary. "We want to thank you for taking such good care of us," Riley said, stepping forward. "Excellent. Glad to hear it," Security Officer Mondo said, almost absent-minded now, not even looking at Riley. He glanced at Coordinator Grove. and his demeanor changed for just an instant into something serious and cunning. Dessa thought her mind must have imagined it. The look was gone so fast. "Everything still—" "Yes, of course," Coordinator Grove said, "though this is neither the time nor the place to discuss operational matters." "Yes, of course," Security Officer Mondo said, breaking out another big smile. This time he looked at each of the teens and really saw them, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'll leave it to you, then." With relief, Dessa followed Coordinator Grove outside to the wheelbarrows loaded with empty 5-gallon buckets. The job meant bringing the empty containers out to the farm to be filled again with fresh produce. Coordinator Grove was both severe and compassionate. She always tried to track down Dessa, Cole, and Riley to help her with this job, because she knew the teens looked forward to seeing their combo-cured friends and family. 5 adults, all dressed in khaki jumpsuits that marked them as support, waited by the wheelbarrows. The 2 men and 3 women looked startled at seeing the teens, and then their expressions soured. "I don't know what's worse," Dessa whispered to Cole as they each headed for a different wheelbarrow. "Officer Mondo's fake smile, or support staff not even trying to hide how much they hate us." Cole's expression twisted. "Mondo all the way, no question. At least we know where we stand with everyone else." "Mondo's smile isn't fake," Riley said, coming up between them. Dessa snorted but didn't respond. Her mind was already focused on what would come next. Seeing her friends. Seeing Amos. Chapter 6. The breeze was stronger today than the last time Dessa had been above ground. It flung dust in her eyes, making them water. The skin on her hands felt dried out, but she had such few chances to be outside, she didn't care. The rolling hills that surrounded Sanctuary had been grazed by cattle for decades, but now were just empty. Off in the distance there were hints of oak trees and wildflowers. Coordinator Grove led their wheelbarrow train on the gravel path that brought them down the slope from Sanctuary. Looking back, the 3-story building stuck out of the hill like a land-based iceberg. You would never know there was far more underground than above. That was probably the point. Dessa's wheelbarrow bumped over the gravel. The inflated rubber tires probably could have used a few more pumps of air, but it was too late for that now. Holding on to keep the wheelbarrow from bucking, she trailed after Cole. Riley walked behind them. Supposedly Sanctuary had used gas vehicles for this job at first, but then decided at some point that fuel was too precious when manpower would do instead. They rounded the hill, the 3-story tall chain-link fences shimmering in the distance. The landfill spread like a maze off to their left, punctuated by 2 large machines, a crane with a humongous hook, and a wrecking ball for demolition projects, both too noisy to dare use now. Sanctuary vanished from sight behind the hill, and soon a small depression formed in the low point between the hills. Tightly planted rows of crops were fenced to keep out both deer and zombie. It all spread relatively flat and geometric, showing the human hands that had shaped it. A number of outbuildings, rough wooden structures that looked like little more than sheds, marked farm housing. The buildings were insulated well enough, but there was no electricity. The only fuel allowed was whatever it took to make sure the plants were watered. But even that was mostly powered by gravity from the little stream that cut through the center of the farm crops and was diverted down the rows with hand-turned gates. The winter had been short and filled with canned vegetables and fruit. Dessa wasn't against those things, but today's transfer would help add a little fresh food to all the cans. It wasn't just Pierce and the several dozen New Sacramento survivors who worked the crops. At least another dozen people with the combo cure lived on the farm inside Sanctuary's fences, brought in by Pierce on salvage runs. It felt weird to have had hot showers, electricity, and fresh food, and arrive with empty buckets to take more. Farm did get supplies in return from Sanctuary, but every transfer had to be scrutinized by Coordinator Grove. She was efficient and severe with her approvals. As they walked the wheelbarrows to the first gate, Dessa searched for signs of her friends. Instead, what she got was Pierce. He stood waiting, his hair a bit longer than before, streaked with gray, and showing a hint of a curl around the ears, but otherwise somehow still maintaining the look of a politician. He wore jeans and a plaid shirt, conjuring up a hint of modern-day cowboy. There were plenty of dirt streaks to show he had been working with the soil just like everyone else that day. The combo cure sat easily on his skin. The layer of ash lightened his skin tone and made him look maybe 10 years older, somehow more grizzled and refined at the same time. "Do you think he's still going to be mad about the blankets?" Dessa said, just loud enough for Cole to hear her. Cole glanced over his shoulder at Dessa. "Yeah." "You seriously need to learn another word," Dessa said. "Expand your vocabulary, change things up." There was a long pause from Cole. Then he said, "Sure." "Oh my God," Dessa said, and it took everything in her to bite back a laugh. She sort of deserved Cole's sarcastic response anyway. It had been a stupid question. Pierce had made it very clear that he carried a large stone of resentment over Sanctuary treating him and all the combo cured as second-class citizens. At least Dessa and her friends had gotten showers and food. Pierce and the other combo cured had been banished to farm that first day. Security had threatened to force the combo cured beyond the fences before the almost mutiny among enough of the staff had stopped them. Pierce leaned an arm on the top rail of the fence and waved when he caught sight of his daughter. Riley ditched her wheelbarrow and raced up. "Dad!" She wrapped her arms around his neck. Pierce gave his daughter a big hug over the fence. "Hey, honey, how are you?" The two women behind Dessa drew in a sharp breath and expressed displeasure. One of the men said, "Coordinator Grove." Cole looked back at Dessa with a knowing expression. Sanctuary staff had started talking about the combo cured on the farm as a burden instead of as the people growing fresh food for the scientists. Plenty of people were gossiping about the farm often enough for Dessa to know they considered Pierce the leader of the combo cured. She didn't know how he managed to do it, stepping into a new space and after about 5 minutes deciding he was going to start making a bunch of decisions for other people. "Riley," Coordinator Grove said finally, her voice stern, "let go of your father and step away. You know the rules. No touching." Reluctantly, Riley let go. The pleasure at seeing her father still shined on her face in spite of the reprimand. Dessa reminded herself of her promise to be nicer to Riley. She was more alone than Dessa and had Pierce as a father after all. And some of Sanctuary's rules were very, very stupid. Coordinator Grove led them to the gate. Riley went back for her wheelbarrow and joined them. Pierce pushed off the railing and stood, unlatching the lock and throwing the gate wide. Coordinator Grove didn't bother to look at Pierce as she wheeled over the threshold, the bump making the buckets clack together. Her form was just one big lump inside the khaki jumpsuit. Before Coordinator Grove could get much further, Pierce stepped in the way. "Let us pass, Pierce," Coordinator Grove said, her tone all business now. "We have jobs to do, and so do you. I understand you're unhappy with some of my decisions. If I could have offered you the blankets, I would have. But I cannot in good conscience jeopardize Sanctuary's future resilience by handing out supplies it may someday need. If you get in my way, I'll need to have a talk with Mondo." Pierce raised his hands in mock innocence. "This isn't about the blankets, though I sure would like to know what kind of inventory system requires you to keep people cold, especially people who are growing your food." Pierce flicked his gaze over both Dessa and Cole, and then passed them to survey the other 5 adults. Dessa knew the kind of inventory Sanctuary carried. There had been plenty of blankets to share. She had told Cole, who had passed the information on to Pierce. Coordinator Grove had still denied the request, claiming supposed low inventory. Pierce had offered to take over all of the salvage trips from security to help increase that inventory. All he had demanded in return was a cut of whatever was being salvaged. There had been a long debate over it amongst the 3 coordinators. Dessa knew because that was all the support staff could gossip about in their dormitory-style living quarters for days. It all seemed pointless to Dessa. Pierce could salvage and decide not to give Sanctuary any of it if he really wanted. "I'm trying to tell you we've got a problem with people going missing," Pierce said, but he stepped out of the way and let Coordinator Grove and her wheelbarrow train continue on. "Maybe you should get Mondo out here to actually do something for once." Dessa scanned the area, searching for her friends, searching for Amos, but she caught sight of none of them today. Sure, there were plenty of people working amongst the food rows, A few stood back and watched as the line of khaki jumpsuits and wheelbarrows came up to the platform piled high with produce harvested that day. "Harrison was supposed to meet us today," Coordinator Grove said finally when they had finished loading the buckets. "Where is he?" Pierce gave her a lazy, yet calculated look. "I told you, he's gone missing." "I'll need to report this," Coordinator Grove said, giving Pierce a severe look. "This doesn't look good." "You going to send security out here like you did last time to rifle through our shacks? See if we've hidden away in the floorboards or something?" Pierce said. "I am the one who reported him missing. In your world, that means you think I'm hiding him somewhere?" "If you are organizing something," Coordinator Grove said, her voice thick with accusation, but then stopped. She flexed her hands on the wheelbarrow handles and then continued. "This facility is using its resources to take care of you. Your very existence compromises their work. You should be grateful." "You should be sending out a search party to go look for Harrison," Pierce said, his voice rising. "And Anshin, don't forget Kimley or Matthew either. That's a lot of us gone missing and you won't do anything about it. Except accuse me of forming an army." "Well, are you?" Coordinator Grove said, a challenge in her voice. "No," Pierce said, his voice like steel. "Not yet." Coordinator Grove and Pierce engaged in a staring contest for several seconds. Dessa held her breath waiting to see who would break away first. Grove chopped the air with her hand. "We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure the new transfer is ready." "Of course," Pierce said. Grove broke eye contact and ordered them all to take the wheelbarrows back inside Sanctuary. Chapter 7. The elevator ride down to Supply was silent. Smells of soil and lettuce filled the air as Dessa discreetly examined Coordinator Grove. People had been going missing, but no one knew why. Or at least, no one agreed on why. The fences were always monitored. The Vs, people infected with the Lissa virus, which turned them into raging zombies, were definitely in the area, but nowhere near the fences. They seemed to be congregating in the valley. As long as Sanctuary didn't draw attention to itself, the Vs stayed away. "My dad isn't building an army," Riley said, breaking the thick silence in the elevator. There were only the 3 teens with Coordinator Grove and the wheelbarrows in this elevator. The other support had split themselves between the remaining 2 elevators, pointedly avoiding the teens. Coordinator Grove glanced at Riley and began humming. Riley looked miserable. Dessa guessed she knew her dad wasn't well liked by Sanctuary, which put him in danger. Cole stood against the elevator wall, looking like he wanted to disappear into it. He released a breath and stared at the floor, holding on to the wheelbarrow for support. He had been in Pierce's inner circle before. Probably still was. Not that it mattered to Dessa. Actually, it helped a lot that Pierce still trusted Cole. But it put him in a tough spot at moments like this when he was trying to act like the loyal follower to everyone, including those in opposition to each other. When the elevator slowed and opened to Supply, there was a collective sigh of relief. Riley pushed her full wheelbarrow out first. Coordinator Grove went next, and then Cole. Even though most of the fragile produce would actually travel back up to Security and Supply's cafeteria-style food areas, it would all get sorted down here first, some of it canned, and then the rest of it delivered. Dessa went last, feeling the ache in her arms from the weight of the full buckets. All of that work, and she hadn't even caught a hint of her friends. Where were they? Her eye caught on the garbage bag of dead rats, and her nose wrinkled. Right. Coordinator Grove, Dessa said, leaving aside her wheelbarrow and heading for the trash bag. You really do need to take a look at this. There's something weird here. Coordinator Grove held a clipboard and pen as she waited for the other 2 elevators to arrive. She paused, looking irritated at the interruption. Pulling out a fresh pair of gloves, Dessa snapped them on and untied the trash bag. Ms. Winters had coached them well in the months before their arrival at Sanctuary for how to deal with unknown and possibly pathogenic fluids. "What's this?" Coordinator Grove said, her clipboard and pen dropping to her side. The rats? Dessa said. We collected them earlier and we weren't sure if we should put them in the incinerator or not. Pulling gloves from her own jumpsuit pocket, Coordinator Grove snapped them on, but held back from touching the trash bag. Show me what you've got in there. Dessa held the bag out for a look. Cole hovered nearby, his eyes on the coordinator's face, probably to read her instant reaction. And there was an instant reaction, a gut instinct to pull away. The contents already smelled foul, and the bleach didn't do nearly enough to cover up the stench. Coordinator Grove leaned over to take another peek. Tilt it to the light so I can get a better view. Dessa followed instructions and watched Coordinator Grove's face change expression several times. First, disgust, then confusion, and then a decision. This time, Coordinator Grove did take a step back from the trash bag. She took off the gloves inside out, even though she hadn't touched anything, tossed them into the bag with the rats, and motioned for Dessa to close everything up. What do you want me to do with them? Dessa asked. You were right to show them to me instead of putting them in the incinerator, Coordinator Grove said, looking thoughtful. Lab will want to see this. You three take the bag down immediately. I expect everyone back to work as soon as it's delivered. Dessa couldn't believe her ears. Official permission to visit Lab? All right, we'll go right now. What do you think is wrong with them? Cole said. Coordinator Grove shook her head. I don't know. That is definitely above my pay grade. There was worry in her face, but something else Dessa couldn't fully name, like she was seeing confirmation of something she had only suspected. Do you think it's something we can catch? Riley said, her voice taking on a thin, almost panicked note. I'm sure that is not the case, Coordinator Grove said. Dessa frowned. It wasn't like whatever the rats might be sick with she hadn't already been exposed to. They were safely stowed away in the trash bag. Either handling them with her gloves had been safe or not. Why do I have to go? Riley said. Coordinator Grove looked down her nose at Riley, or rather up her nose, since Riley was taller, though Coordinator Grove was far more intimidating. Deliver the specimens to Lab, and you may continue on your way. They'll need to check for rabies, of course, Coordinator Grove said, as if that explained everything. For the briefest moment, she looked directly at Riley's pocket. Riley blushed as if caught red-handed. Dessa's pocket suddenly felt very heavy with fruit snacks and other contraband. But they must be imagining things. No way Coordinator Grove could know what they had. Dessa tied up the trash bag and attached it to her waist again. She was really getting tired of the gross lumps hitting her shins. Coordinator Grove punched some buttons, and this time the middle elevator opened without a problem. Dessa, Riley, and Cole entered just as the other two elevators arrived and disgorged the rest of the produce wheelbarrows. Dessa held the doors to keep them from closing, expecting Coordinator Grove to join them. Instead, she stayed back. I have business on this level. Proceed without me, Coordinator Grove said, stationing herself at the intercom system. She waved the 5 support staff over to the side. I will make the call and deliver permission from here. But as the doors closed, Dessa overheard Coordinator Grove make a call to Security Officer Mondo. Did you hear that? Dessa said. Yeah, Cole said. Dessa looked at him sharply to see if he was making another joke, but his face was serious. What's special about hearing they stuck us with another crap job? Riley said, sighing and leaning against the elevator wall. Dessa, did you tie up that bag? I swear I can smell them from here. Why is she calling Mondo if we're going down to Lab? Dessa said, ignoring Riley. Good question, Cole said as he pressed the appropriate buttons and the elevator lurched down. He doesn't have anything to do with Lab. I just can't freaking believe that I'm stuck delivering dead rats to Lab level with you guys, Riley said, humming nervously as she looked around the 4 walls. Did you hear her say rabies? That's like super painful shots. Everything about Lab level is freaky. You're not even holding the bag, Cole said. Chill out. Dessa waited for Riley to fling her hair around. She still tried to flirt with Cole, though she had at least stopped doing it in front of Egg. Riley wanted nothing to do with the combo cure, and that meant Egg was out of luck. Since Cole was pretty much the only boy their age in all of Sanctuary who was uninfected, It meant he constantly got Riley's full flirt instead. "I'm pretty sure Officer Ross is on guard right now," Dessa said. "Shift changed not too long ago." Officer Ross was in his late 20s and uninfected, so that meant fair game for Riley's attentions too. He could also sometimes be bribed with extra cigarettes, hence the pack in her pocket. Not that she needed a bribe to get in this time, since Coordinator Grove had ordered them down. Still, she would have felt a lot better if they had stowed away their contraband somewhere. The fruit snacks and protein powder were burning holes in her pockets again. Hopefully the trash bag full of dead rats would continue to be a sufficient distraction. "I still don't think we should go down there," but there was no conviction in Riley's voice. A chance to see Officer Ross would be a highlight of her day. The elevator barely made any noise. Oiled wheels and cables were whisper-soft. When they reached lab level, the elevator dinged and opened to a closed, slightly smaller than the elevator, access door. Dessa leaned over and looked through the several-inch gap where the elevator did not quite meet lab level. Darkness and a hint of cold air brushed her face. Lab didn't just open to anyone. They had to request special access, but the keypad was broken, so they used a speaker to the right of the access door. Dessa wasn't sure when it had malfunctioned, because it had happened before her group's arrival. Instead of fixing the keypad, the 3 coordinators had posted a human guard to manually control access to lab. Dessa reached across the gap of air to knock on the access door, but something made her hesitate. A bad feeling came over her, and she couldn't figure out why. "What's wrong?" Cole said. She shook her head and took a self-inventory. The latex gloves were making her hands sweat, and the bag of dead rats hung heavy at her waist. She had just gotten official permission to visit her brother. "It's nothing," Dessa said, trying to shake the feeling. Cole raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't look like nothing." "Maybe someone walked over your grave," Riley said, releasing a laugh. "Right. That must be it," Dessa said. Even still, as she forced her knuckles to knock hard enough on the metal door to make it echo, she couldn't help but feel something was about to change for the worse. The mechanical whine of movement drew attention to a glass eye attached near the top of the access door. Dessa waved and put 2 fingers close to her mouth to simulate a smoke. It wouldn't hurt to butter up Officer Ross, since she was still planning to take a side trip to see her brother. Cole waited next to her with his arms folded. Riley shifted her weight from one leg to another. There was a swishing sound as the pneumatic pistons opened the door several inches. Officer Ross's face loomed into view. He pressed his crystal blue eyes against the gap. His eggshell blue shirt covered up the lower half. Coordinator Krause, head of security, would not like the 5 o'clock shadow on Ross's face, but Mondo was allowed to wear a full beard, and it seemed the chronic stress was getting to everyone. Rules and regulations were not enforced with the same vigilance of even 3 months ago. "Hey, Dessa, you got something for me?" Ross said through the gap. Cole raised an eyebrow but said nothing. "Sure," Dessa said. "But actually we're here on Coordinator Grove's orders." Ross pulled away and looked over his shoulder. In the pause, Dessa thought she heard some sort of commotion behind him. Loud voices, something slamming closed. Ross returned to the gap. "All right, let me check on that." He left, closing the steel doors. Dessa imagined him at his small guard desk at a similar intercom system as Coordinator Grove. In less than a minute, the doors opened wide. They stepped into a blindingly white foyer. Officer Ross blocked their way, holding out his hand. Dessa rolled her eyes but complied. This whole stealing thing was a bad habit that would really get her in trouble someday, but currently, it was pretty useful. She pulled the cigarettes out of her pocket and slapped the pack into his hand. "Next time I want inside to see my brother, you gotta let me through without any trouble." "I'll try, but I'm not gonna promise anything. You don't know what it's like down here," Officer Ross said. "But get Coordinator Grove to approve it again, and you won't see any fight from me." The blindingly white linoleum floors, glossy painted white walls, and bright overhead lights revealed an entryway large enough to fit a few chairs and a guard desk. It all turned into a hallway that ended at a large set of double doors with glass windows set into the upper half. It reminded Dessa a little too much of a hospital. "So what's my excuse today?" Dessa said. "Besides whatever package you're delivering?" Ross nodded at Dessa's trash bag. Coordinator Grove must not have filled him in on the contents of said trash bag because he didn't look at all grossed out. Trash needs to be emptied from 3 nearby offices. Ross tore open the cigarette pack and looked longingly at its contents, though not even he would dare a smoke on this level. Coordinator Schofield, the person in charge of the scientist section, would have his head for it. I'm going to stay back here and keep Officer Ross company, Riley said with a big smile. Dessa headed for the double doors. A shadow moved across the windows on the other side, going fast. It made Dessa flinch, even though she knew it was just one of the dozen or so scientists that practically lived on this level, probably on their way to save some weird experiment from doing whatever experiments normally do. But that kind of speed seemed forever imprinted on her brain to now generate a fear response. V's moved fast, and it was hard to forget all the time she'd almost died because of that. Taking a deep breath, Dessa pushed open the doors and headed for the first office, taking the long way so that she could pass by the room where Ivan and the other kids in Project Polus were kept. She didn't get more than 2 steps when someone began screaming. Chapter 8. Dessa turned from left to right, scanning the hallways as Cole peered through the double-door windows. Each hallway had a series of doors, all closed, that ended at a glass-walled laboratory. From the previous time she had managed to get down here, she knew this level was a labyrinth of lab rooms, offices, patient rooms, a huge 3D printer space, and unknown sections she had never managed to get into. Which way had the scream come from? It was muffled and full of terror. The scream cut short before Dessa could locate it, but her heart kept hammering inside her chest. Sanctuary was supposed to be safe. Sanctuary was supposed to be better than life outside the fences. I don't see anything, Cole said, his breathing harsh. Her body refused to stay in place any longer. What if the children were in trouble? She ran for where they normally kept Ivan and the others, using her gloved hands to slam through the double doors as the trash bag bounced around. Dessa, wait! Entering another hallway, wider than the first, this had higher ceilings and more doors. It wasn't her first time here, so she immediately turned right, the weight of the trash bag bouncing against her thigh. Cole paced her as they followed the curve until it led them by the additive manufacturing room, where the industrial-sized 3D printers were stored. With them, Sanctuary made its own lab equipment and custom parts to spec. Not that support was allowed access, or so Dessa had heard staff grumble more than once when something broke, and Coordinator Grove called for it to be repaired or to do without it. Once, Dessa had helped haul one of the buckets of titanium dust down to lab for the 3D printers, and was told that just one bucket had cost more than $50,000, before everything had fallen apart and money had stopped being important. There was more money in that one bucket than Dessa had made over her entire working life at the grocery store. Turning another corner, they followed the hallway to a large room walled in by glass, this one full of medical equipment and beds. There should have been at least an assistant or 2 around, maybe even one of the blue suits patrolling. Where is everyone? Cole said, looking around. But all Dessa cared about was that whoever, or whatever, had caused that scream wasn't anywhere near the kids, and it wasn't one of the kids who had screamed either. She could see all that by the almost supernaturally calm stillness that greeted her through the glass. If this had been a real hospital, this room would have been used for something more like a nursery. She would be standing outside the window looking in at all the newborns in hospital cradles, searching for the tag that signified her brother. She'd been old enough to go with her father and wait all the hours it took for Ivan to be born. She remembered standing in front of a window like this, her father holding her hand, and with his other hand pointing at their baby. Ivan, he had told her, and explained they would be taking him home just as soon as Mother was well enough to leave. Dessa had stared at that squalling, red-faced, brown-skinned baby and said he didn't look right, all wrinkly like that, not like she had expected. Her father had laughed and said that was always how newborns looked, and if you just gave him a few weeks to plump up, he'd turn into something pretty cute. Her father had been right. As Dessa stared through the window of what was definitely not a newborn viewing gallery, she swelled up with love again. And it wasn't just Ivan anymore. She scanned all the children in Project Polus she had helped to keep alive. Angela and Angelina, the identical twins. Claire, Zachary, Rotha. All their chests rose and fell in a steady, comforting rhythm. They hadn't woken up yet. Not even once, not for the 3 months they had lived under Sanctuary's protection. But Dessa had to believe there was still a chance. The kids in Project Polus were special. They had all been bitten and infected with the Lissa virus. But Ms. Winters had somehow forced the virus into a kind of hibernation before it could overtake their systems. As long as the virus wasn't allowed to further replicate, the kids would remain themselves. The children were all hooked up to breathing masks and IV lines. Their beds were evenly spaced in one row across the large room. The 3 non-glass walls were lined with other equipment ready to be put in use as needed. They slumbered, peaceful. They had nothing to do with the scream. They were safe, more safe than Dessa could have ever managed on her own. Dessa could breathe again. The burden of that responsibility, keeping the children alive for so long outside Sanctuary, amongst the raging zombies, had been far greater than Dessa realized. It was only when that burden had been lifted from her shoulders that she understood how close she had been to giving up. But they had done it. Dessa and the others had brought the children to safety. Sanctuary was their home now, and it was also their best chance at surviving whatever came next. Another scream broke through her thoughts. "That's back the way we came," Cole said. Dessa's ears tracked the scream better this time, now that she knew the kids weren't in danger. "It sounds muffled like it's behind glass." Glancing at Cole, she saw he looked pale and was sweating. "You okay?" "Lab gives me the creeps," Cole said, wiping his forehead on his jumpsuit sleeve. "Do you think it's one of their experiments?" Dessa thought hard about it and decided that must be what it was. There were no alarms and nothing to interrupt the sterile whiteness. "Yeah, maybe an animal experiment?" "Right," Cole said, but didn't look convinced. "An animal, yeah, probably." But something had changed, and Dessa could feel it in the air even if she couldn't name it yet. Cole shifted from foot to foot. "I'll stay here as long as you want, but—" Right. She did want to stay and make sure her brother remained safe, but this was as close as she was going to get without Ms. Winters as an escort. Cole was about to freak out, and she still had to deliver the rats. Now that she'd confirmed her brother was still alive, Dessa let the creep factor of Lab drift in. This was Sanctuary's most important level. This was where all the miracles were supposed to happen. But all the blinding, sterile white seemed like it was trying overly hard to cover up freaky experiments. Just because her brother happened to be included in those freaky experiments didn't change the creep factor, especially when one of the experiments started to scream. The hint of steps told them an assistant or scientist was on their way. It would not help to get caught outside the Project Polus viewing room, even though it was her brother inside there. "Let's deliver these rats and get out of here," Dessa said. "I could not agree more," Cole said. They headed back through the double doors and into the other hallway. Riley's khaki jumpsuit and Ross's security uniform stood out in stark contrast to the bright white walls and floors. Dessa wondered if that was why only the scientists got to wear white. Riley was still flirting with Ross, neither of them concerned about the screams. To Dessa's right, down the long hallway that ended at a large glass wall, people in white lab coats were clearly scrambling around on the other side. They weren't frantic or panicked, just intense. That helped settle her nerves. Looks like whatever's going on, they're getting it under control. Maybe someone's in the fevers? "Yeah," Cole said, not sounding at all sure. "But I didn't think they allowed any sort of infected inside Sanctuary." "They're not supposed to," Dessa said, "but maybe they're trying a new treatment." "If that's what I'm hearing, I don't think the combo cured will want it." Her stomach twisted, and she headed for the glass wall, knowing she had to hand off this trash bag to someone. Amos, Tiana, and Egg had experienced fevers plenty of times, one of the unhappy side effects of the combo cure. Screaming during the fevers was, unfortunately, also common. "It's not the fault of anyone here if someone's infection drops them into a hallucination," Dessa said, trying to convince herself that everything was still going to be okay. Halfway down the hallway, her eyes on that glass and all the activity on the other side, She identified equipment and trays tipped over, tools scattered, scientists scrambling to collect it all. A few other scientists huddled around something on the floor. One of the office doors opened and Ms. Winters rushed out. She looked both ways before spotting Dessa, her eyes enlarging until they seemed to fill the large lenses of her glasses. She was all scientist now, hair perfectly formed in a professional crown, lab coat crisp and freshly pressed, comfortable in pristine white sneakers. Dessa hated Ms. Winters a little bit. Maybe more than a little bit. But she was still their only hope. She had made promises to Dessa and her friends, promises filled with half-truths and no warning that Sanctuary would discriminate against the combo-cured. But she was also the reason why the combo-cured were safe and fed, and had 3-story tall fences between them and the rest of the zombie-filled world. It wasn't the first time Dessa had experienced the sort of dreadful, power-wielding bureaucracy that could smash your life apart. Changing schools on a moment's notice, discovering a wrong form set back your guardianship application by 6 months, sleeping securely in one foster placement to wake up and find you were being moved to another. No explanation other than maybe a shrug of the shoulders. That's the system, what can you do? That's Sanctuary. Would you rather deal with zombies? Dessa didn't know how to reconcile it all, so mostly she tried not to think about it. We're lucky to be here. We're lucky to have the fences. We're the lucky ones. But the words rung a little too hollow for comfort. Dessa, what are you doing here? Ms. Winters said. I heard a scream, Dessa said. Ms. Winters stepped further into the hallway, blocking the view. Was that intentional? Once upon a time, Dessa would have talked herself into believing it was by accident. Now she knew better. Ms. Winters never did anything by accident. You know you can't be here, Ms. Winters said. I wanted to see my brother, Dessa said. You know I try to see him every day. Ms. Winters shook her head. This is not a good time. Why? Dessa said, needing to know her brother would stay safe. Because of the screaming? Ms. Winters drew herself up, standing tall. That is an unfortunate lab accident. Nothing to concern yourself with. Lab accident? Dessa said, wanting to believe. Of course, Ms. Winters said, blinking several times. So the children are safe here? Dessa said. Of course, Ms. Winters said, this time with a hint of proud disgust. I would never allow otherwise. Dessa's knot of panic eased. The thing was, she could trust Ms. Winters on that count. If there was anything Ms. Winters wouldn't lie about, it was protecting Project Polus. The brilliant scientist had proved time and again that she was willing to do anything to keep the children, and the experiment that lived inside their blood, alive. Cole nudged Dessa, making the trash bag swing. Are you forgetting the real reason we're here right now? Right. Coordinator Grove wanted us to bring this down to you. Coordinator Grove wanted us to bring this down to you, Dessa said. Ms. Winters frowned and looked over the rim of her glasses. This is an extremely delicate situation. Because of the screaming? Ms. Winters blinked rapidly. No, the delicate nature of the equipment, and even the very air that we are breathing on this level means that only the utmost care must be taken when... Frustrated, Dessa cut Ms. Winters off because she was launching into one of her scientific lectures again, which meant that she had decided to cover up whatever was really going on, and Dessa just didn't care. We killed a bunch of rats 2 levels up. She thrust the trash bag at Ms. Winters, the lumps at the bottom getting a good swing in that lightly hit Ms. Winters on the shins. They look weird, and Coordinator Grove said you should have them. Dessa tried to hide her satisfaction at the way Ms. Winters turned pale. Sure, Coordinator Grove had said bring the rats to lab level, not specifically to Ms. Winters, but Dessa was done with all this. She desperately needed to get topside and feel some real sunshine and fresh air on her face again. Tracking down Amos, Tiana, and Egg would help too. More office doors opened. Scientists in lab coats streamed out, looked at each other, and burst into intense, whispered conversations. Like birds, they fluttered down the hallway and vanished around the corner of the glass lab room. Ms. Winters composed herself. What did you just say is in the bag? She said there's a bunch of dead rats in there, Cole said. his polite and compliant expression beginning to strain. "What's wrong with them?" Out of nowhere, a hand clamped on Dessa's shoulder and she freaked out, jumping feet into the air. Her heart shot into her throat and she stopped breathing. Everything blacked out except for the picture in her mind of a V clamping its teeth into her shoulder to rip out her flesh. She felt herself fall, and then suddenly she was on the floor. Slowly, the room came back into focus. Blinking furiously and trying not to panic further, she could finally see and breathe again. She noticed her legs splayed out in front of her. Looking up, she saw Ms. Winters, and next to her was Coordinator Schofield. The leader of the scientists loomed. It was only Ms. Winters' prestige with the others inside Sanctuary that had convinced them to allow Dessa's group to stay. If Coordinator Schofield had his way, they would have been sent outside Sanctuary's fences and left to fend for themselves. As Dessa's nerves settled, and her body believed she really wasn't being attacked by V's after all, she noticed something else. The fall had emptied her pockets. Brightly colored fruit snack packages and the flavored protein powder were scattered across the white tile. "This is unacceptable," Coordinator Schofield said in a nasally tone. He wore square glasses that looked small next to Ms. Winters' large lenses. A bright gold wristwatch gleamed just outside the cuffs of his lab coat. His dark loafers shined, and everywhere he went there seemed to go with him an air of authority. He was in charge, not just of the scientists, but of the 3 coordinators that ran all of Sanctuary. And he was glowering at Dessa. "There will be consequences for this insubordination." Crap. Chapter 9. Dessa tried to keep herself from shaking as she remembered how close they had all come to being kicked out of Sanctuary minutes after they arrived. Because of Coordinator Schofield, he was the one, suited up in eggshell blue, surrounded by security, who had met them in the food room on the day of their arrival and given the order to take away all the combo-cured teens. Cole was sure he was also the one who had named everything possible in Sanctuary to begin with the letter S, some sort of strange homage to his own last name. Coordinator Schofield was a disturbing mix of genius and petty power. "It is one thing, Dr. Winters, to have allowed these outsiders into our facility," Coordinator Schofield said, casually adjusting the gold watch on his wrist. "But now they are stealing from us? This is absolutely unacceptable. We have given them a 3-month trial run, yet every time I hear of some ruckus it involves one of the people you convince the others should be allowed to stay." There was nowhere for Dessa's people to go. Not that Dessa would ever let them send her away from her brother. But if they got kicked out of Sanctuary, they were back in the wilderness of the zombie-filled world. "Dr. Schofield," Ms. Winters said, raising an eyebrow, unperturbed. "I believe we have more important matters to deal with at the moment." "Do not change the subject, Dr. Winters," Coordinator Schofield said. "She's clearly stolen these items from supply. All of these are marked for exclusive use by the scientists." "I just wanted to see my brother," Dessa said, feeling her fingers and toes go numb from stress. "And I was asked to empty the trash in several of the offices, and we were asked to bring down—" He whirled on her like she was a rat skittering into sight. "I was not speaking to you. Do not open your mouth again. You are not the support assigned to clean this level. I made sure of that, and it does nothing to explain your thievery." Even if Dessa wanted to, she couldn't talk. He blazed with a ferociousness she didn't understand. She had never done anything to him except exist. He looked like it would thrill him to kick her, except he was far too cultured and educated to ever admit to such violent feelings. The sounds of footsteps arrived. She looked over her shoulder and saw Riley and Officer Ross approach. Standing up, Dessa brushed imaginary dust off her jumpsuit and avoided looking at the contraband scattered across the white floor. It was kind of hard not to, since the packages were bright red, yellow, and orange against a white floor. "Everything all right, sir?" Officer Ross said, his voice hesitant. He took in Dessa and the scattered contraband. "And there are more intruders," Coordinator Schofield said with disdain, motioning to Riley, who had the good sense to pale. "This is against all regulations. This entire hallway has been contaminated. We'll have to restart." Ms. Winters pushed her glasses up her nose. I was the one who asked for this delivery. What? Coordinator Schofield said. Dessa held her breath and looked at Cole. But Cole was definitely, absolutely not looking back at Dessa. He had that pleasant expression plastered over his face again that made it look like all he was there to do was serve. But she knew he was thinking furiously about what to do next. I said I was the one who asked for this special delivery. Ms. Winters spoke more slowly this time, as if Coordinator Schofield was hard of hearing. I had a craving for some fruit snacks. It would be funny if it weren't Dessa's very existence hanging in the balance. Ms. Winters could barely form the words with a straight face. A craving, Dr. Schofield said, disbelief thick in his voice. Please tell me you did not forget the procedure for requesting fulfillment of such a craving. Such requests are logged with the guard at the elevator, and then a message is sent down, and then... Yes, I know, Dr. Schofield, Ms. Winters said, irritated. I understand the process that it takes to get a snack delivered to this level. Much like you have chosen not to follow basic common-sense regulations by continuing to wear your watch in the laboratory. I chose not to follow the snack rules. I find them rather bureaucratic and unnecessary. Dessa thought her jaw might drop to the floor. Dr. Schofield actually blushed, and then the blush deepened into anger, but only if you looked close. Otherwise, he was the picture of control. Yet the hand with the watch had the slightest tremor in it now. We were just leaving, Coordinator Schofield, Cole said, practically bowing from the waist. He tugged on Dessa's arm. Now that we've delivered what Ms. Winters wanted, we can go and there's no harm done. The tug wasn't hard, but Dessa wasn't looking where to step either, and her boot landed on the trash bag with a squish. I do not find this at all satisfying, Dr. Schofield said. Which offices have you been inside? Where is that trash from? Undermining my authority like this undermines the entire foundation that allows Sanctuary to exist. That trash isn't from this level, Dessa said, daring to speak up even though Coordinator Schofield had told her to be quiet. It didn't count because he had asked her a question, right? Where was her rebellious streak when she needed it? She had no problem stealing the stuff or coming down to this level when she knew she wasn't supposed to. But a face-to-face with Coordinator Schofield hadn't been in the plan. He was always in a lab somewhere or tucked away in an office. He hardly ever left lab level and never wandered the halls. Except for today. Except after the screaming. So now your claim is that you came specifically to this level to bring trash from somewhere else into our pristine lab environment. Coordinator Schofield threw up his hands. The whole thing is absurd. They're dead rats from supply, Cole said, his voice steady and respectful, even as the fire in his eyes blazed up, but only if you were looking for it. They're not right. Sick with something bad, and they're larger than they should be. Coordinator Grove thought you should have them. Please speak to her if you need confirmation. I promise we are telling the truth. A deep stillness entered the hallway. Coordinator Schofield and Ms. Winters gave each other a strange look. That was definitely not a good sign. Look, Riley said, interrupting. Just to be clear, I'm not with them at all. They dragged me down here and I didn't want to come. I don't know anything about the rats. After a long moment of silence, in a strangled voice, Coordinator Schofield asked, How many? Doors down the hallway flew open, and several scientists in white lab coats emerged. When they spotted Coordinator Schofield and Dr. Winters, they rushed over, their lab coats flapping, and dropped their voices to speak in urgent whispers. Ms. Winters responded with a sharp retort. Coordinator Schofield waved them off and repeated in a harsh voice, How many? How many rats are in that bag, Dessa? This was Ms. Winters, who asked far more kindly than Coordinator Schofield. This stopped the other lab coats. One of them said, Rats? But that's not possible, another said. Oh, we've been having rat problems for weeks, Cole said, eyeing the three scientists, his face slipping into a scowl no amount of self-control seemed able to prevent at that moment. We haven't seen anything like these 5 before. Your sanctuary isn't as tight of a ship as you thought." "Only 5, Coordinator Schofield said, zeroing in on the number. Dessa decided to leave Tig out of the conversation since that was another sore point with Coordinator Schofield. Tig shouldn't exist. An animal running wild inside sanctuary and not yet caught? It was a total breach of security, and it was her fault for having let it happen. "Well, there was a 6th one," Dessa said slowly, trying to feel her way through a conversation that had seriously gone off the rails. "But it ran off before we could kill it." There was a sharp intake of breath that Dessa immediately understood. Cole shook his head in such a way that told Dessa he wanted her to be quiet before she got them into deeper trouble, but "These rats escaped from lab, didn't they?" Dessa said, unable to stop herself. The 3 younger scientists froze and went close-lipped. Coordinator Schofield blinked. "Absolutely not. It is just another example of the dereliction of your duty that 5 of these rats were in supply at all. They could be rabid. Hand over the bag and we will determine whether or not you need to be vaccinated. I hope you know the rabies vaccine is very painful. You will have to receive multiple shots." "Dr. Schofield, please," Ms. Winters said. "Let's not engage in fanciful horror stories because we find it amusing to terrorize the teenagers." It was like the air in the hallway turned to ice. Dessa realized she was really, really out of her league. Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield had a long history, and whatever this was, Dessa was sure she did not want to be in the middle of it. She took Cole's lead and shut her mouth. Edging back a few steps in the hallway, she thought longingly of the elevator. Coordinator Schofield waved his hand. "Clearly you have no respect for my rules, or my ways of conducting science. I would like you to recognize that we have made far more progress than could have ever been expected, without your help. While you were off gallivanting in the wild somewhere pretending to be a fieldwork scientist, we've been conducting the real work here." Now it wasn't just Dessa who squirmed. The 3 scientists who had rushed up, all eager, had become wide-eyed and open-mouthed as they found themselves caught in between. Ms. Winters was someone special to a lot of people inside Sanctuary. Coordinator Schofield was brilliant in his own right, but somehow didn't shine as bright as Ms. Winters. He might be in charge, but the scientists fell over themselves with Ms. Winters, like she was a god in their eyes. And now the 2 science gods of Sanctuary were fighting with each other, out in the open, and the 3 scientist underlings looked about as scared as Dessa felt. "And yet, there is no harm in her visiting with her brother," Ms. Winters said, as if picking up an old argument between them. "There is no harm in proving to everyone inside and outside Sanctuary's walls that the work we do here is meant to protect them too. I previously gave my permission for them to remain within these walls and behind our fences, in spite of Sanctuary having required all other staff to abandon their families at the onset of this pandemic," Coordinator Schofield said, his tone controlled and biting. "My capitulation to your demands for their safety has cost Sanctuary's mission a great deal of goodwill with the staff, and I do not know what else you want now. Would you like another fruit snack?" He kicked one of the packages with his loafer, sending the bright colors spinning across the floor. Ms. Winters tracked the package and brought herself upright, spine stiff. "That is—" The blare of an alarm interrupted. Dessa had never felt so glad to hear that sound. The intercom clicked on and a mechanical voice spoke. "Salvage ETA, 5 minutes. All support report to the farm. Salvage ETA, 5 minutes. All hands on deck. 5 minutes." Chapter 10. The salvage alarm stopped. Schofield and Winters looked at each other and then away. "Do your job. We'll settle this later," Coordinator Schofield said as he swept around, pushing through the 3 scientists who almost fell over trying to get out of his way, and left down the hallway. The scientists followed, their lab coats flapping like wings. Ms. Winters looked at the snacks and then at each of them. "Pick all this up and get back to work." She pulled out gloves from her lab coat pocket, snapped them on, and took the trash bag away. Cole swept up the fruit snacks and protein packet with his arms. Dessa took the contraband from him and stuffed it all back in her pockets, on top of the binoculars, knife, tissue paper, and a bottle of water. With relief, she followed Officer Ross and Riley at almost a run back to the elevators, Cole at her heels. As long as whatever they were doing on lab level kept Ivan and the other kids safe, she told herself she didn't really care what was going on. If that meant weird rat experiments, so be it. Maybe that made her a bad person, but it didn't change the fact that she was willing to put up with a lot not to go back out into the world. "Come on, hurry up!" Riley waved them forward from inside the elevator. Officer Ross returned to his position at the guard's desk. He was too important to go topside and help. The scientists needed protection from the rest of Sanctuary. Maybe from people like Dessa. Maybe from the staff who had been forced to abandon their families outside the fences. Dessa and Cole scrambled inside, and the doors closed. Each level up, the elevator stopped, and more people filled it. Almost all of them wore the khaki jumpsuits that marked them as part of supply. She was sure the same thing was happening with the other two elevators. This wasn't their first salvage alarm. The winter had been mild, and though the V's had grown weaker, they were still around. Sometimes security sent teams outside the fences to search for supplies and news. Eventually, the scientists promised, those infected with the Lissa virus would die off, with or without help. But when that would happen was anyone's guess. V's had already survived for close to 6 months now. But even if it took another 6 months, they were all secure behind Sanctuary's fences. They could wait out the zombies in safety and pick up the pieces once it was over. Soon Dessa was pressed into the corner, the elevator trim digging into her back. Air turned hot and humid in the small space as more than 24 people crammed inside. There were excited conversations about what was arriving on the trucks this time. All support would be on deck for unloading what arrived as quickly as possible and getting it underground. Inevitably, the vehicles drew V's on their tail, and the faster they could vanish from topside, the better. Hence the salvage alarm and the crammed elevators. Once they reached ground, the elevator opened and people streamed out, releasing Dessa from the wall. As they joined the chaos, Cole looked at her and said, "Glad to be rid of that trash bag?" She gave him a wry smile. "I don't know. I kind of miss it now. I mean, it's kind of a unique perfume." Riley scoffed and stalked off to join the swarm of people gathering around the trucks. "Finally, I thought she would never leave," Dessa said. "I think my charismatic charm is a little too magnetic," Cole said, his eyes following after Riley with a strange look. "Did you just choose the biggest words you could think of and smash them all together in a single sentence?" Dessa said. Instead of taking her bait, Cole said, "Do you think we should tell Riley about—" "No," Dessa said quickly. "I really don't." "You can tell she's lonely," Cole said. "Then flirt with her and make her feel better," Dessa said. Cole tore his eyes away from Riley and scowled at Dessa. "Seriously?" "There it is," Dessa said, smiling triumphantly. "I was wondering how long you'd be able to hold back a scowl this time. Mr. Responsible wearing a little thin?" "I thought I was Mr. Doom and Gloom," Cole huffed. "People can have more than one nickname, you know," Dessa said. "At least Tiana's nickname for me gives a hint of mystique. Mr. Responsible just sounds boring." Cole somehow emphasized Tiana's name in a way that perked Dessa's ears. Was that a hint of longing in his voice? Cole had kept Tiana, Egg, and the other half of Project Polus alive on the mountain route to Sanctuary after the group had been forced to split. No one had ever talked specifics about what happened on the way except that they had arrived with their friendships transformed. Before, Tiana couldn't stand Cole, and the feeling was mutual. But now it was clear to Dessa that they had bonded over something. Except Tiana was ace, so it wasn't anything romantic, right? She opened her mouth to ask about it again, but as if reading her thoughts, Cole jumped in. "So those were literally lab rats, right?" Dessa gave it a beat, and then decided to let the whole Cole and Tiana thing go, but just for the moment. "No doubt," Dessa said. They must have been experimenting on those rats and they got loose. Cole shook his head. Broken keypads, missing people. Now experimental rats leaked from lab? This place is falling apart. Still better than what it would be like out there, Dessa said, but not as sure of that feeling as she had been yesterday. Cole sighed. He surveyed the trucks and the bustling crowd of workers. Nodding once, he said, "Right. Okay, so how many runs?" "I think last time we decided 2, Dessa said. "And then we meet up with everyone," Cole said. Dessa nodded. They used salvage, and all the chaos it created to skim a little more off the top and make sure it got funneled to their friends. After all, the combo-cured were taking a lot of risk living topside. Sure, tall fences offered great protection from Vs that wandered by, but it wasn't nearly as safe as compared to Sanctuary's bunkers. Though Dessa silently admitted that at least the farm didn't have experimental rats running around. It was also her chance to have a few moments alone with Amos, in semi-privacy without the guards glaring at them for breaking the rules over combo-cured and uninfected fraternizing. "Try not to get in trouble this time," Cole said. "I didn't get in trouble last time," Dessa said. "I'm pretty sure that's a lie," Cole said, raising an eyebrow. Dessa scoffed, and they separated. They wouldn't meet up again until the designated spot. Sanctuary really was built under a dump, and that had its usefulness. The dump itself was its own sort of maze of supplies, hiding places, and smells. It was late afternoon now, the sunlight harsh on the eyes. Every inch of open ground was green, and every inch of open sky was blue. 2 more trucks roared into view, supplies piled high and teetering on the beds. The tires kicked up dust clouds as the drivers braked to a stop less than 100 yards from the front doors. Dessa searched the sea of khaki for any other color. Just like supply, people on the farm were supposed to help with salvage. People of all ages stepped out of the trucks, except there were no children at Sanctuary, besides those in Project Polus. If anyone had gotten pregnant since the Lissa virus wiped everything out, it was dealt with and never talked about. Sanctuary was never meant to house people other than those who worked to keep its mission going. No families, no kids. Dessa couldn't imagine what it must have been like when the coordinators had ordered the fences closed. They had not allowed any of the staff to leave to go after their families. Some of the staff had left, anyway. Dessa would have. But their empty bunks in the dormitory were a stark reminder of the dangerous world outside the fences. Over a dozen had disobeyed orders to go after their families. At least one staff member had been shot dead by security for their escape attempt. Of those on staff who had escaped the fences, not one had since returned to Sanctuary. Men and women in khaki-colored uniforms, under the watchful eyes of the eggshell blue security, swarmed the open trucks, lifting boxes and bags and even some chairs and other random supplies off the beds, carrying them one by one into Sanctuary's ground level to organize, inventory, and put away. A flutter of panic entered Dessa's stomach because she still hadn't caught sight. There. Her breath caught in her throat. It was just the back of his head, and his hair had grown out long enough to almost curl. But she would recognize the cut of Amos's shoulders pretty much anywhere, especially when his faded red t-shirt stretched tight across his back like this. He stood out like a beacon amongst the khaki. Next to him was Tiana with her dark hair, making a strong contrast against a green long-sleeve shirt. Tallest of them all was Egg, especially when he stood tiptoe like this to see over the heads of others into the truck, probably trying to find a pair of sneakers. Next to him stood Delmar, but Delmar could suck it. She came up behind Amos in the midst of all these swarming people and lightly touched his back, his heat electrifying her. He turned with a smile on his face, as if knowing it would be her. He looked down and drank her in. Or maybe she was drinking him in. Brown eyes, a kind face, strong arms and shoulders. His skin displayed the combo cure just like Tiana, Egg, and Delmar, an ashy layer to otherwise brown skin, and a hint of wrinkles around the eyes that no 18-year-old would normally show. Though everyone around them scrambled, her world paused. It was only her and Amos inside a little bubble. Dessa felt a smile grow huge on her face. "Did you miss me?" Amos's laugh was a low rumble in his chest. Just a little. Tiana socked him in the arm. The combo cure on her skin turned her otherwise brown tones into something several shades lighter. They were the same age, 18 years old now, their birthdays happening over the winter. It made them full adults under the old rules of a society that didn't exist anymore. Tiana had said her aged skin better matched how old she felt inside. That was partly because the combo cure's other side effects included aching joints, muscle pains, and, of course, the hallucinations. Maybe now that he's seen you, he can stop moaning and groaning about missing the transfer earlier, and how long it's been since the last time he saw you, and how long it might be until he gets to see you again, Tiana said. He's like a broken record. Can you talk about anything else? Amos didn't take his eyes off Dessa. I just share what's on my mind. You guys, Egg said, craning his neck. I think I see shoeboxes. Way in the back there. This could be it. Yeah, time to get rid of these stupid black boots, Delmar said, jostling Egg in the shoulder. What do you think? Brand name? Generic? Egg moaned. Anything would be better than these monstrosities on my feet right now. Amos and Dessa broke their stare and looked down. Egg was wearing old-person sneakers with ergonomic soles, white shoelaces, white tread, canvas uppers. All of it now decidedly gray from his farm work. Give it another week, Amos said, turning back to Dessa and smiling. And I'm pretty sure he'll be walking around barefoot than wearing those things any longer. You know it, Egg said. That's not even funny, that's just truth. All right, you guys, Tiana said. She looked at Dessa. Let's break this up and get moving. 2 rounds? Yeah, Cole already knows, Dessa said. Don't take too much. We got caught with some fruit snacks I had snagged for you guys. Plus, there's some weird news we need to share. Both Egg and Delmar whipped their heads around. Fruit snacks? I didn't get enough for you, Delmar. He frowned at her. She rolled her eyes. I'm kidding. You get one, too. Turning back to Amos, she dug into her pocket and pulled out the protein powder. But this is for you. She held her breath as she waited for his reaction. He looked down at the little packet. She really didn't know what was so special about it, but it mattered to him, and that's what counted. His eyes widened slightly, and his smile grew. Thanks, babe. Dessa blushed. Even though she knew it was coming, even though she'd expected it, the way he said it just made tingles crawl down her spine. Come on, you guys, Tiana said, hooking her arm in Dessa's. You can do the whole puppy dog eyes at each other once we're at the hideout. Dessa allowed herself to be dragged away. Eventually, Tiana let go and they allowed the crowd to naturally separate them. With security watching, Dessa did her job, going up to the truck, pulling off some salvage, and then carrying it into Sanctuary. She couldn't tell what was in this box. It said rice, but rattled around like something else. Wading through the crowd and dodging people about to run into her, she set the box down and went for a second round. Being more strategic this time, she waited to approach the truck once something a little more interesting came into view, this time boxes of cereal. She headed back to Sanctuary with them in her arms. Though there was no way she could take all of them, she thought she might be able to stuff at least one inside her jumpsuit. If she found anything else interesting as she wove through the rest of the salvage already on display, all the better. Looking purposeful, like she was doing exactly what she had been ordered to do, she wove through the aisles of goods, set down the box, stuffed one of the packages in her jumpsuit while bending over. Then her eye caught on a can of dehydrated milk. Perfect. They'd be set up for a breakfast of champions. Not that any of this salvage they were skimming would be used now. They were collecting for their go bags, just in case. To Dessa's eye, Sanctuary had enough supplies to last them 10 years or more, but acted like they were already running out of supplies. That made her very nervous. Everything they could squirrel away gave her and her friends a little more insurance for themselves, in case things went bad. As she weaved her way through the last of the salvage, she searched for any sort of water treatment pills or filter. They had only snagged one so far. She would really, really like a backup. Unfortunately, nothing like that turned up. She crossed her arms to better hide the cereal lumps and milk can and decided that was enough risk for today. Walking along like nothing at all had happened, she made her way out a side door. She slipped out the back and headed for a fenced-in area of dirt that led to the entrance of the dump. Weaving through aisles of trash that towered overhead, she hurried to their spot. It was just a bit of carved-out space in the junk where no one could see them, not even security. Yet they'd made it deep enough into the dump that it was unlikely anyone would come across them by accident. All the teens used different zigzagging routes to make sure no one was followed. Suddenly, Dessa heard adult voices in a polite debate. She ducked behind a pile of trash as her heart beat loud in her chest. There wasn't supposed to be anyone out here. It took her long seconds to recognize the voices. Coordinator Schofield and Ms. Winters. But that didn't make sense. They never left Sanctuary's walls, especially to come topside. Plus, she had just left them practically shouting at each other down at lab level. She crouched against the crushed fender of half a truck and told herself to breathe. They didn't even know she was here, and she planned to keep it that way. Peeking around the fender to get her bearings and get out of there without being seen, Dessa noticed the two scientists standing dozens of yards away, next to a lime-green chemical pool. But they weren't alone. Two blue suits stood next to the scientists, carrying what looked like a body wrapped in a sheet. Chapter 11. It was hard to see details. From this distance, it was more a feeling that told Dessa they were carrying a human body. Diving back into her pockets for the binoculars, she crunched the cereal bag and fumbled around for the knife. A bad feeling came over her. She could walk away now, like she had done with the rats, and pretend nothing was wrong. She was alive. She could sleep through the night without worrying about a V attack. Her brother had all the medical help he could get. Her hand found the binoculars and pulled them out. As if with a will of their own, the binoculars came up to her eyes before she had consciously made the decision. Taking a deep breath, she focused the lenses, giving in to the need to know, the need to prepare, the need to understand, in spite of curiosity killing the cat and all that. That made her think of Tig, but he was still very much alive and hunting rats. Sick, overdeveloped rats that must have escaped from lab. As she looked through the binoculars, the image jumped and blurred until she braced her arms on the fender. Maybe she was worried over nothing, and her mind had conjured up human bodies that were actually something else. Please, let it be anything else. Dessa fiddled with the knobs until the blur transformed into sharp focus. Coordinator Schofield oversaw the blue suits pointing the way. His gold watch flashed in the sunlight, blinding Dessa for a brief second. Ms. Winters stood nearby, arms at her sides. The two blue suits were in their hazard gear, full face shields and bulbous plastic sleeving. Dessa hated those suits. They had surrounded her friends and taken them away, telling her, Cole, and Riley nothing for days, then bundling them off for support to deal with. She zeroed in on the wrapped sheet, and couldn't deny it looked exactly like a human body, but told herself it could be a bunch of trash, or a stained area rug, or... Two more blue suits came into view, carrying another wrapped object. Coordinator Schofield and Ms. Winters donned face masks and moved to stand well away from the suits. That's when Coordinator Krause made an appearance. Dessa knew it had to be him. No one else would hold themselves with such authority and arrogance. Tall and gaunt-looking, his form echoed E.B. Pleasant's, but that's where the similarity ended. Even in the hazard suit, Coordinator Krause looked toned and wiry. His face mask was off, and showed a full head of gray hair cut in military style. The binoculars showed deep wrinkles and hazel eyes. She guessed like he was somewhere in his 50s. He was the head of security, and almost never showed his face, letting Mondo do the people work. Now he moved to stand next to Schofield and Winters, his face a mask of neutrality as he kept his hand over the gun that hung from his belt, his eyes never leaving the rolled-up objects. Dessa cursed ever finding these binoculars. This was a whole lot of trouble she wanted to know nothing about. Sanctuary was all they had. 3 months had shown her that even with all their rules and hierarchy and separation of combo cured, at least they had food and water and safety, right? Under Coordinator Krause's directions, the blue suits walked up to a chemical pool lined with plastic that Dessa knew to stay well away from. Its acrid fumes were enough to make her skin feel like it was peeling. The yellow-green color of the pool was almost neon. Standing well back from the pool, Coordinator Kraus gestured with one hand, his other hand still over his gun. Dessa's own hands grew slippery on the binoculars, and her legs began to cramp, but she ignored all that. The first pair of blue suits slowly set the wrapped object down. They used what looked like broomsticks to push the wrapped object into the pool without a splash until it vanished. The ripples of yellow-green lapped at the edges of the lined pool. A loud voice inside her head told her to put down the binoculars and get out of there. The voice could have been Amos's or even Cole's. Heck, Tiana would have joined in too. Egg probably would have stayed and kept looking. So she channeled Egg and stayed. Actually, she moved around the fender and took careful steps closer with her heart lodged in her throat. Maybe she could hear. One of the blue suits stumbled, falling to a knee and dropping his end. The other blue suit fell to both knees, trying to keep his end up. The sheet came partway undone and fell away from... Dessa gasped, and her stomach plummeted. This really was a freaking body dump. Coordinator Kraus tensed and looked ready to pull his gun. "Take care, gentlemen," Ms. Winters said, her voice strained, and the rest of her sentence too garbled to understand. Why was Sanctuary using the chaos of the salvage run to hide dead bodies in the dump? She trained the lens on the uncovered part and tried to figure out who, but no matter how hard she tried to focus things, the face was too messed up. Blood and swelling made the features unrecognizable. It was like ruptured tumors covered the skin. She thought maybe the veins were extra dark and, well, veiny, which would have signaled a lysovirus infection, but it didn't look right. "Shall I inform Coordinator Grove?" This was Coordinator Kraus who spoke in a voice deadly calm, even as his hand hovered over the gun at his belt. "Absolutely not," Coordinator Schofield said, pushing his glasses up his nose, which made the sunlight flash on his watch again. "The staff, lest we forget!" He turned away, and no matter how Dessa strained her ears, she couldn't hear the rest. Whoever this was, and whatever they had died from, they were being dumped in a chemical pool. The scientists clearly didn't want anyone to know. More than that, they were keeping whatever was happening a secret from Coordinator Grove. A roar of sound rushed past Dessa's ears. Her mind stumbled as she tried to come up with anything reasonable that would explain what she was seeing. Maybe there had been an accident. Maybe this was a new illness and they didn't want to scare anyone. Maybe there had been a V attack and they... But where would the V have come from? Horror filled her as she remembered the screams on lab level. Sanctuary was supposed to be safe. This was supposed to be the place that was going to save the world. Did they have Vs down at lab for their experiments? A switch inside her flicked in the other direction. All her sense of security and comfort and safety were gone in a flash, like the light that hit Schofield's watch. With trembling hands, she focused her gaze on the blue suits who rewrapped the body and pushed it into the pool. The chemical pool rippled and then went so still, there was no sign anything had happened. Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield stood close together, heads bent toward each other. Masks covered their faces, but Dessa guessed they were discussing something as they headed back. The blue suits followed a good distance behind them. It took her a long second, far too long, to realize the group was headed in her direction. Chapter 12. Dessa searched for an exit and ducked behind a pile of washer drums stacked in a haphazard pyramid that was now disintegrating into orange-brown rust. Her heart pounded loud in her chest as she took several turns that brought her deeper into the dump. The sun shined bright in the blue sky. A mild breeze whistled through the scrap metal. Crushed glass and disintegrating pieces of rubber coated the dirt underneath her boots. Looking over her shoulder, satisfied they had not spotted her, she traced a route back to their hideout. It would be one thing to get caught. It would be altogether more horrifying if she got her friends caught, too. There had to be a reasonable, totally sensible, not evil, explanation for what she had seen. Just because she couldn't think of it didn't mean it didn't exist. Her friends would know. She would tell them everything she had seen, and they would laugh at her and explain it all in simple words so that she could understand. She welcomed being the butt of their jokes for weeks if they could just make her believe in Sanctuary again. Rounding another section of the dump where trash was piled high with big mounds of metal, wood, and plastic, Dessa ducked into the shadows of what looked like a small depression, but was actually the entrance to a carefully hollowed-out part of a mound. Pulling herself sideways through the tight space, she popped into a larger area big enough to fit 6 teenagers crouched knee to knee. If she tried to stand to her full height, her head would hit the roof of trash over them. Dozens of little cubby holes were filled with previously stashed items from other salvage runs. Egg, Tiana, Amos, Cole, even Delmar. Relief washed over Dessa to find them all here. Only Riley was missing, and that was because they hadn't told her about this place or their supply skimming. Dessa hadn't wanted to tell Delmar either, but Egg had decided different. Amos looked at her, alarmed. He held out a hand and motioned her over. "What's wrong?" She went to him and took the comfort he offered, leaning against his strength as she crouched and became part of the circle. The smell of plastic and old metal and rotting rubber combined with the farm smells her friends brought with them. For one brief moment, she thought about keeping what she had seen to herself. Once they knew, it could change everything. It wasn't like they could go anywhere either. All it would do was worry everyone. She had worked for years at school and pulling double shifts at the grocery store in the mistaken belief that she'd earn her brother back from his foster parents. That had been a pipe dream. She had known she was afraid of the truth then. She didn't want to be afraid of the truth now, but realized it had happened again. She had ignored and made excuses for so much of what was going on inside Sanctuary because it promised safety. It was only when you looked truth full in the face that you could actually prepare for the future you were going to get, not the future you wanted. Dessa told them everything she had seen. As she spoke, she stared at the ground and wondered if her friends would believe her. It sounded ridiculous. It sounded like they could all be in very big trouble. When she was finished, she sat back on her heels and waited. "It could have been an accident," Egg offered. "Someone could have gotten all mangled up like that in the machinery." Dessa jumped on the idea. An accident. Maybe this was all just a terrible accident. Okay, that could work." "It wasn't an accident," Tiana said. "You know it wasn't." Once upon a time, there was nothing Ms. Winters could do that Tiana couldn't explain away as somehow in their best interests. Tiana had learned the medical disease stuff the best of them all, even better than the twins, and had defended Ms. Winters' honor at every turn. Until Sanctuary. Still, Sanctuary was their best chance. There had to be a good reason. Amos shook his head. "An accident doesn't explain the body dump. If it were an accident, we would be holding a funeral." Dessa closed her eyes. Right. "Maybe a V got inside the fences and they wanted to hide it from everyone so people wouldn't get scared," Egg offered. "You know how Sanctuary people freak out. They haven't been through what we have, if even one—" "Made it inside," Tiana said, finishing where he trailed off. "Yeah, that could be it. Their defenses aren't as secure as they thought, and they're trying to cover it up." "Could explain the missing people from farm," Delmar said. That made them all pause. "All this time I actually thought people were running away," Tiana said. "It's not even that bad on farm, but when you're forced to stay. But we're talking a person a week." "You really think V's are coming in under the cover of night or something?" Cole said. "And what? Stealing people away without leaving behind a bloody mess?" Egg frowned and rubbed at the toe of his shoe. "No, I guess I don't." "I knew something was going on," Cole continued, all scowl and blazing eyes now that he wasn't inside Sanctuary and forced to play Mr. Responsible. "The place is falling apart, and people have been taking sides. Ms. Winters—" Dessa returned his scowl for one of her own. "Ms. Winters is the reason my brother—" Cole held up a hand in apology. "It's not because of Ms. Winters. It's from before that. I mean, think about it. The coordinators didn't let any of them go after their families. If it had been my father outside the fences, there's no way they could have held me back." Tiana rested a hand on Cole as he choked up and hunched his shoulders. He had taken care of his father against all odds, and Dessa had met the shell of the man that had remained after he had turned faint. It hadn't mattered to Cole at all that his father wasn't really his father anymore. The bacteria had basically turned him into a slow zombie, but all Dessa could remember was Cole lovingly tucking his father back into bed. Cole raised blazing eyes and looked at all of them. If Sanctuary could do that, what else do you think they could do? The screams, Dessa said. Maybe Avi didn't just get inside Sanctuary. Maybe they're experimenting on one and have to treat it like hazardous waste. But that wasn't right either, because V's didn't scream, even in rage. They groaned or moaned or growled. It doesn't explain why they dumped the bodies in the chemical pool, Amos said. Sanctuary's got a huge incinerator. Shouldn't hazardous waste go in there? Dessa and Cole looked at each other. They had both taken plenty of rotations at the incinerator. Whatever trash, and that included medical waste, Sanctuary produced, was loaded up on the garbage elevator and brought up to ground. She had shoveled plenty of material into its fires, and it was where all the hazardous stuff that could be burned was supposed to go. So if they used the chemical pool instead of the incinerator, Cole said, thinking out loud, then they were trying to hide what they were doing. Not just from the combo cured on the farm, but from the rest of Sanctuary, too. That's what you're saying. Yeah, Amos said. Yeah, that chemical pool is a ways into the dump. It's not supposed to be used for disposal of anything. They're trying to hide whatever it is they did. What about hallucinations? Egg said carefully. What do you mean? Tiana said. We've all been doing pretty good. All the exercise on the farm kinda helps, actually. Just don't tell Sanctuary I said that. What if people with the combo cure are going missing because the hallucinations we fall into sometimes are making them run away? What if Sanctuary knows and... Egg shook his head and looked down, probably remembering his own close call when he had been gripped so deeply by the memory of his missing little sister that he had run into the night barefoot. I don't know. It still doesn't explain why they would hide the bodies. Maybe they're extra contaminated or something. Delmar slapped Egg on the shoulder. You know, it always scares me when you start making sense. Egg gave Delmar a sardonic smile. Right? Don't worry, Egg. I bet most of them really did run away. Delmar jerked his head at Dessa. How do we know she really saw what she's saying anyway? It made Dessa feel better to hear Delmar say exactly what she thought he would. She might not like Delmar, but could always count on him to be absolutely who he always was. Do you believe me? Dessa asked, turning to Amos. He was lost deep in thought, his chin on his hand and his elbow resting on his knee. It took a long second before he glanced up, quizzical. Do I believe you? Yeah, of course I do. It's just I don't know what we're gonna do about it. Maybe we should leave, Tiana said, her voice fierce but quiet. There isn't anything we can do about it, Cole said, glancing at Tiana. We can't leave. We can't let them know she saw anything. They've got all the weapons, supplies, security, and the kids. Amos nodded. I wonder who exactly in Sanctuary they're trying to hide this from. You said Coordinator Grove wasn't at the pool, but the other two coordinators were? Dessa reached back into her memory to make sure. She wasn't there, and they didn't want her to know. Hey man, they don't even think of us as people anymore, Egg said. We're helping to grow them food, but they could all care less. Maybe that explains why they might not tell us, Amos said. But why keep it from Coordinator Grove? Whatever's happening down there, Delmar said, his face twisted into a snide expression. I can tell you 100% that it doesn't look good for us. We don't know if it's anyone from the farm, Dessa said. We really don't. It could still be V's from outside the fences. We can't rush. Says the one who gets to enjoy all the luxuries Sanctuary offers, Delmar interrupted. Somehow I'm not surprised. They're not dumping your body in a chemical pool. His words were a punch in the gut. Shut it, Delmar, Cole and Amos said almost in unison. Egg looked at Amos beseechingly. Don't, you guys, don't get into it with him now. Amos closed his eyes and released a breath. Then rein him in, Egg. She already felt plenty of guilt over being inside when they weren't allowed. Now this. Delmar was right. No one inside Sanctuary had gone missing, It had only been people from the farm. Amos sighed. It is what it is. We can't leave the kids. There's nowhere to go and no way to get there. Dessa caught a strange look passing between Cole and Tiana. We need Cole and Dessa inside. Amos motioned to the surrounding cubbyholes of supplies. We're lucky any of us are inside those walls. Delmar snorted. Whatever. And what about the kids? Dessa said, bringing the conversation back to the part that struck fear deep in her heart. They're all hooked up, Amos said, frowning down at his hands. They need the scientists and the equipment. Even if we could leave, where would we go that would have all that? Ms. Winters said, Dessa said. But she was there with Coordinator Schofield, Tiana interrupted hotly. That's what you said. She was standing right next to him after you had seen them practically get in a fight. But that doesn't mean that she's with him, Dessa said, tears springing unwillingly into her eyes. There had to be a way to fix this, to understand what was going on, to make Sanctuary safe again. Maybe she has nothing to do with the bodies, but she was there to collect evidence or... Right, Delmar said, rifling through the supplies. He took a bag of chips from one of the cubby holes, ripped it open and stuffed a handful into his mouth. Crunching down, he said, Just because you want to believe she's going to bring your brother and the other kids back from the dead doesn't mean it's ever going to happen. Delmar! Egg hissed. Cole's eyes blazed, ready to burn holes into Delmar. Tiana looked ready to rip him apart. But it was Amos who rose up on his knees and delivered a punch to Delmar's gut. Delmar hunched over and wheezed, chip bag still in hand. Everyone froze. Amos didn't lose control, ever. Not unless he was trapped in a hallucination. Dessa was so shocked it took long seconds for her to realize that Amos wasn't in a hallucination and hadn't lost control. He had purposely delivered a consequence to Delmar and now sat back on his heels again, relaxed. It was an unspoken rule that they never talked about the kids like that. Ever. The kids would wake up. Ms. Winters had promised. Delmar, put those chips away or pass the bag around, Amos said, his tone normal. Delmar took a deep breath and sat up, acting like nothing had happened except there was suddenly extra redness around his eyes, and took another chip. Flaunting the chip, he stuffed it in his mouth, but then passed the bag over. Egg made a big show out of eating his chip before passing the bag to Tiana, and made 5 terrible jokes in a row that had them all rolling their eyes, and more importantly, eased the tension so things could return to normal. Almost back to normal. They were stuck with no good options, and no matter how much Dessa wanted to deny everything Delmar had said as wrong, just dead wrong, everyone on the farm now had a target on their back. Chapter 13. All right, enough of that. There's nothing we can do except wait and see what develops, Amos said, rocking on his heels. He flexed his shoulders and pulled out a dark plastic pouch with an attached tube from underneath his shirt and set it in the middle. So let's see who wins salvage today. Egg's mouth twisted. A plastic bag, Amos? You're not even trying. A smile ghosted onto Amos's mouth. That's a solar shower, Egg? When Egg looked confused, Tiana jumped in. That means hot water. Wow! Now Egg's eyes widened as he stared at the plastic pouch. Whoa, that is a good find. All I could skim was a package of sporks. Officer Mondo was watching me like a hawk. He pulled the package out from his waistband and tossed it on the pile. Dessa caught Cole's eye. They had hot water inside Sanctuary, and even though they were supposed to keep showers short, no one really paid attention. Did Cole feel the guilt of being so much better off, too? But whatever he felt, it didn't show on Cole's face. Instead, he brought out from his pockets a half-dozen mechanical parts. Tiana exclaimed, "Oh my God, finally!" In spite of Cole's dark skin and the shadows that surrounded them, Dessa swore he was blushing. She filed that detail away to think about later and examined the salvage. What are they for? Dessa asked, not able to make any sense out of the levers, gears, and belts. Tiana looked up, her gaze skating first to Delmar and then back to Dessa. Nothing really. Just a little project I'm tinkering with when I get bored. Dessa looked to Cole for more answers, but he was like a statue. No chain drive? Tiana said, looking up. Cole's expression turned regretful. Couldn't get it without being caught. A wave of disappointment washed over Tiana's face. She pressed her lips together. Of course, don't worry about it. Tiana, I'll get it for you, Cole said, his voice weirdly gentle. I promise. Tiana dazzled him with a smile. Dessa looked at Amos and tilted her head at the pair. Do you see what I'm seeing? Amos shrugged and shook his head like he found the whole thing funny. From her jumpsuit pockets, Dessa pulled out the bag of cereal, the can of dehydrated milk, the utility knife, a box of tissue, her binoculars, and a few buttons. What else do you have in those pockets? Egg said, his expression alarmed. I swear you could fit an entire sink in there. She dug deeper and brought out the fruit snacks, tossing them onto everyone's laps instead of onto the pile. They broke open the bags, lighting up as the sugar treats hit their tongues. Egg began to sort through the pile of goods. It was meager compared to the mountain of supplies inside Sanctuary, but filled the little hideout. So I brought the sporks, Egg said, pushing them to the side as he called out each contribution. Cole brought, some random parts. Dessa brought a decent stash of food. Tiana tossed over a package of shrink-wrapped socks. Egg caught the package and added it to the pile. Right, that's a good find. Can't ever have enough dry socks. Then Amos got the solar shower and... Egg flicked his eyes to Delmar and then away. In a carefully casual tone, he said, Anything to add, Delmar? We all know it's hard to grab something in time. I only managed some sporks, right? Dessa raised an eyebrow as Delmar withdrew a small pill bottle from his shirt. He had waited until the end like this on purpose, always trying to show everyone up. Delmar tossed the bottle over. Egg held it up and read the label, his eyes widening in amazement. Whoa! Water treatment pills! Dessa's stomach lurched. Water had been an issue in the past, and she always liked lots of backup options. The treatment pills were a good find. A really good find. Begrudgingly, they all agreed Delmar had won Best Salvage. He smiled big, as if to show no hard feelings, except it felt like the opposite. We better get back, Cole said finally, and they hurried to tuck away their finds in various cubbyholes. The group broke apart and left one by one. They would scatter and weave their way through the dump's maze to make sure no one could trace a path back to the hideout. As the others left, Amos asked Dessa to hold back. She flushed with eagerness because this was the first moment they'd had alone in weeks. Inside the hideout, with the shadows wrapping around them, she looked up into Amos's brown eyes and wished she didn't have to ever leave. He looked down at her, his expression serious. It's going to be more important than ever that you keep your head down for a while. But Amos, Dessa said, disappointed that he was interested in talking instead of kissing. His t-shirt stretched across his chest and shoulders in a way that made her stomach flip. Did he even know how good he looked? I hope Delmar's wrong, but if he's right, and whatever really went down at the chemical pool involves the missing people from farm, what if whatever's going on happens next to you, or Tiana, or Egg? Amos still looked at her, but it felt like his gaze had gone miles away. I'd still rather take my chances here than go outside the fences with the V's again. Dessa knew he was right. There wasn't anything they could do, especially with the kids still lost in their comas. How have the episodes been? The three of us haven't had an episode in over a week. We're in a good spot right now. And Delmar? Dessa said. It's been weeks for him. He's annoyingly solid. Of course he is. You saw what you saw, Amos said, picking up her hand and holding it in both of his. But maybe there's some explanation for it that we don't completely understand yet. She wanted him to be right, and they were running out of time. She needed to get back to ground before being missed. Support would expect her to put in another several hours of work, especially now that all the salvage had arrived. Feeling like they never had enough time, Dessa reached into her pocket and searched all the way to the bottom until she found the picture she had torn out of an old landscaping magazine that had been left lying around Support's living quarters. Pressing the paper into his hand, she looked up at him and said, "How are you doing?" Amos had once said his favorite thing as a Boy Scout had been taking a canoe out on the pond with the other scouts. She had found a gloriously serene picture of a small wooden dock on a pond, surrounded by forest with a red canoe tied up, as if waiting. Usually he gave her something back, a drawing of some kind, but there was nothing today. Maybe there hadn't been time. "You said it's been over a week? Are you—" "It's better," Amos said. "I'm not hallucinating as much. It helps that I haven't had a fresh V-bite in months. I can go days now without seeing a ghost." "That's good." It was hard on him to lose control like that over his mind. The combo cure made him see things that weren't there. It trapped him in memories, sometimes good ones, but sometimes bad ones, forcing him to relive them like he was really there again. It was an awful kind of imprisonment that Dessa hoped never to experience. Maybe all of that fit with what she had seen after all. Sometimes the combo cure made you do crazy things. Maybe those crazy things had caught up with some people from farm and Sanctuary was helping, but that didn't explain why they were covering it up. "Just keep an eye on things," Amos said, reaching out to curl a length of her hair around his finger. "See if you can figure out whether the other coordinators really are hiding this from Coordinator Grove. Just don't do anything, don't say anything to get yourself caught. But now that you know what might be going on, watch and see if there's anything else to be seen." But Dessa was still stuck on the way the shadows carved deep circles underneath Amos's eyes. His skin looked stretched and stressed, conflicting with his promises that everything was fine. "Has Ms. Winters even said anything to you about helping with the side effects of the combo cure? Remember how she told us she was going to give you guys stuff to make things better?" "As far as I know, she hasn't come to ground. I haven't seen her since that epic snack buffet before they kicked me out to farm." Amos tugged gently on her hair. She shivered. He noticed her response, and a devilish smile appeared. The space between them shifted as the air somehow thickened. He looked at her with that light in his eyes, and she felt herself begin to drown. There was no security around to yell at them for touching. Amos leaned over as Dessa reached up to stand on her toes and meet him for a kiss. His masculine smell of soil and sunlight and something minty washed over her. The heat from his body made her melt. His arms came around and she was pressed up against him. Somehow his lips were both soft and strong. She drowned in the feelings that coursed through her veins and felt the bittersweet desire of wanting to live in this moment forever and knowing it would soon end. And then what? How long would it be until she could see him and touch him like this again? It wasn't fair. As if knowing her thoughts and determined to change them, Amos gathered her in his arms and lifted her off her feet, deepening the kiss, even as his hands moved, until she was drowning and lost all ability to think. She could only feel him, and it was delicious. Time and space lost all meaning, and she floated as if on a wave. It was Amos who finally broke the kiss. She was left panting, and saw with satisfaction that he looked short of breath, too. She smiled, and he returned her smile, the light in his dark eyes warming her, even as he let her go. "You better get back before we get you in trouble," Amos said, his voice rough. She shivered. "Maybe I don't care if I get in trouble." But Amos didn't need to say anything. They both knew that wasn't true. Even if she didn't much care whether Sanctuary wrote her up again for insubordination, she did very much care to make sure she didn't make any problems for him or anyone else. Reluctantly, she shimmied through the narrow tunnel that exited the hideout. There was no sign of anyone, which was why they had chosen this spot deep in the landfill's maze, so she stepped out, and the sunlight hit her, warming her, but not nearly as warm as Amos had been. Amos appeared, and she felt him step up behind her. His arms came around her waist, as he slipped something small into her right jumpsuit pocket. "Didn't want you thinking I had forgotten." He planted a gentle kiss on the bare skin where her neck met shoulder, his lips sending a zip of electricity down her spine before vanishing into the maze. She shivered and wished with everything inside of her for more time. Only when she had taken several turns through the maze away from the hideout did she allow herself to dive into her pocket and pull out the scrap of paper Amos had slipped her. They traded pictures like this whenever they could. She snagged pictures from magazines, but he liked to draw his with pencil on paper. A whole stack of his drawings was hidden in the pillowcase of her bunk. As she walked, she unfolded the paper. This one was just a little bigger than her palm. The pencil and charcoal sketch was of a small porch with a swing. Sunflowers grew along the base of the porch, and other kinds of flowers, too. He had made this for her. She loved it. She told herself there was no reason to cry, but a tear slipped out and tickled her cheek. It dropped to the dirt and vanished. She walked on, knowing she had to get back to Sanctuary, even though all she really wanted to do was go back to Amos. Chapter 14. After helping pack away all the salvage, Dessa escaped to Supply's dormitory level to go hide in her bunk bed. Entering through the common room, she ignored all the supply staff currently off duty and lounging on the couches, who were pointedly ignoring her. Hurrying by the tables and bookshelves, she entered the women's section, which was built exactly like the men's, with rows of bunk beds stacked 3 tall. Each had little more than a privacy curtain to section off their space, and a nearby locker for additional personal items. Low conversations and the hint of a jumpsuit leg or bare arm told Dessa that a few of the beds were currently occupied. Each bunk bed was personalized with trinkets, colorful ribbon, or family pictures with people Dessa assumed were now long dead. She went deep into the room, weaving between rows, until a big mess stopped her in her tracks. The privacy curtain to her bunk had been pushed aside. Her eyes skipped around, cataloging the damage. The sheets from her bed had been stripped. Pillow stuffing was scattered in fluffy piles across the mattress pad. All of Amos's drawings were scattered across the floor. Anxiety pressed like a claw around her heart. She hurried to pick them up, and was relieved to find only one had ripped. As she worked, a strange silence descended. Throwing a look over her shoulder, Dessa saw some of the curtains were pushed back, and a half-dozen women were just watching her. Their looks weren't particularly mean, so she didn't think they were necessarily the ones who had done this. Not that it would matter. For all she knew, they had all been in on it together and would deny everything. This wasn't the first time her stuff had been messed with, and it probably wouldn't be the last. "Do you need help with that?" Coordinator Grove said, her voice sharp. Dessa jumped. She scooted around on her knees, clutching the pictures while unsure where to put them to keep them safe. Coordinator Grove stood there, glowering, with hands on her hips. "No, it's fine." There was a disgruntled sigh from Coordinator Grove as she gave each of the women a scathing look. At least they had the decency to look away. Under Coordinator Grove's penetrating gaze, Dessa gathered up the drawings and put her bed and pillow back together. With nowhere else to put them, she returned the drawings to the pillowcase, even if it wasn't fair. Even though she had nothing to do with what had happened to their families, she tried not to hold it against the support staff for taking out some of their grief on her. "Odessa Safe is a valued member of the staff, like many of you," Coordinator Grove said. The women in their bunks refused to look at Coordinator Grove. Stepping closer, Coordinator Grove let her arms fall to her sides. "We need to respect each other's personal space and personal grief. None of this is an ideal situation for any of us. We have all lost people we love. We have all made sacrifices. Some more than others," said a pale-skinned woman in her late 30s, who now looked up, her blue eyes fierce. "My children and husband, for example." A deep grief seemed to buckle Coordinator Grove. Dessa wondered who the coordinator had been forced to abandon, and whether her defense would make things better or worse for Dessa. When the Lyssa-virus swept the world away, Coordinator Grove must have helped make the decision with the other 2 coordinators that forced Sanctuary staff to remain behind its fences and abandon their loved ones to the zombie apocalypse. Coordinator Grove stood straight and threw the woman a severe look. That is the past, and there is nothing we can do to bring it back. Choices were made, and they cannot be undone. We can only make sure we choose differently in the future. When? An older woman said. Her dark hair and freckled skin were in contrast to the surrounding white sheets. She braced herself against the bunk bed as if holding on. All the women seemed to perk up, making Dessa think there was a whole other conversation happening that she had just picked up on. Coordinator Grove shook her head. I expect you to respect each other and do what needs to be done. No exceptions. We have jobs to do, all of us. We are all necessary, and we must recognize that we rely on each other for our very survival down here. We must stand together and make sure the right choices are made in the future. When? The woman said again, a note of challenge now in her voice. Coordinator Grove let the word hang in the air for a long, agonizing moment, and then left. Another week passed before Dessa got a chance to see her friends again. A full week stuck underground with fake light, checking the rat traps with Cole, avoiding E.B. Pleasant, searching for signs of Tig, enduring Riley's chatter, and an intense, unbearable longing to see Amos that felt like someone was carving her out with a dull knife. She watched and worked and waited, just like Amos had asked her to do, but could add nothing to the story of what had happened by the chemical pool, not even whether Coordinator Grove knew about it or not. Finally, on a morning a full week after the last salvage, Coordinator Grove handed out assignments and paired together Dessa and Riley to go up to ground, while sending Cole to check the rat traps on supply. Excited for a chance to see Amos and her friends, Dessa headed for the elevator, but a tug on her sleeve made her turn around. Cole dropped his hand to his side and said, "Can you tell Tiana for me?" "Good morning, you gorgeous goddess," Dessa said, unable to help herself. She was going up to ground. That meant she had a good chance of seeing Amos today. She laughed as Cole's expression imploded with so many emotions so fast, Dessa couldn't even name half of them. "I do not understand why you have to be—" Cole waved his hand in the air. "So lovable?" Dessa finished for him, her smile growing until her cheeks hurt. "So extremely irritating," Cole said, enunciating each word with force. "One of the most irritating people who might have ever existed on this planet." "I always liked winning awards," Dessa said. "I got awards at school, too." Cole closed his eyes for one long second, and when he blinked them open, he was back under control, except for a disturbing light in his eyes that made Dessa uneasy. "Just wait and see how long it takes before you get some hot coffee again." Dessa's mouth dropped open in mock shock. She was pretty sure he was bluffing, but decided he'd probably had enough of her teasing anyway. "Cole, you can't mean that. That's cruel and unusual punishment." "I might mean that," Cole said, arching an eyebrow. "Anyway, tell Tiana whatever you want. She's too smart to fall for your dumb moods. But also, tell her I got the part she's been looking for." He pressed something heavy and metal into Dessa's hand. "Put that in your pocket. Try not to get caught with it, please." "Oh, a love token," Dessa said, slipping what looked like an oversized bike chain discreetly into her pocket. "It would be my honor to deliver this greasy, slightly rusty metal to Tiana as a sign of your affection." Cole rolled his eyes, and Dessa finally felt her job was done. He stalked off, and she joined Riley and other support in the elevator. "Did you hear someone else from the farm went missing yesterday?" Riley said. "They probably ran off," a man in support's khaki uniform said from behind them, his tone snide. "You know how unstable the Kalmbuk here makes people. They can't control themselves." The high of getting to go up to ground dampened. Dessa told herself to ignore him, but it was hard to understand how people could be flat-out mean for no reason. Teasing a friend like she had just done to Cole was something different. That was fun, even if Cole might disagree. "Yeah, it's weird," Dessa said, replying to Riley. Riley didn't know about the hideout or about what Dessa had seen at the chemical pool. It was weird to think of Delmar as part of the inner circle. Weird and wrong, but she wasn't going to add to the wrongs by letting Riley in. It was Dessa and Riley's job to wait for a delivery from the farm and bring it down to supply level. No wheelbarrow line today. Dessa told herself not to get her hopes up, but she was feeling lucky. Amos, Egg, or Tiana might be there. She exited the elevator, the support guy heading off to work at the incinerator on ground level for the day. It was a sweaty, smelly job that Dessa had rotated through more than once. The incinerator made her think of the chemical pool. Why had they used that, instead of the incinerator, for the body dump? Who inside Sanctuary were they trying to hide it all from? What were they hiding? Riley caught up to Dessa, glanced at the front entrance, and sighed. Great. Egg is going to pester me again. Dessa followed Riley's gaze. It was her lucky day. Egg carried a crate of oranges, and behind him came Amos, carrying 2 buckets overflowing with spring potatoes, the weight of the buckets showing off his trim form. Tiana came next with a bucket filled with lettuce heads. I'm pretty sure you like Egg's pestering, Dessa said. I don't hear anyone else make you laugh like he can. Next to Amos, Tiana chatted about something or other. They were too far away for Dessa to catch anything except their easygoing expressions. A lightning bolt of jealousy struck her, not because she worried about anything romantic between them, but because she was trapped underground, with all these scientists, security, and support staff that didn't want anything to do with her. She had Cole, and that helped a lot, but it wasn't the same as them all being together. That's not true, Riley said hotly. Dessa tore her eyes away from Amos and arched an eyebrow at Riley. Really? Riley actually blushed. Most of the time his jokes are so dumb I feel bad for him and laugh to make him feel better. You can tell yourself whatever you want, Dessa said, offering no sympathy. But that's not what your laugh sounds like to me. Egg had a big crush on Riley, and everyone knew it because he acted all stiff and polite and formal with his words, which was beyond annoying, but he wasn't being a pest, or at least not any more a pest than usual. Egg would be cute if he wasn't, well, you know, Riley said. You don't care that your dad is combo cured, Dessa said. Why do you care if Egg is? Riley drew in a sharp breath. That's different. Dessa shrugged. It really didn't matter to her if Riley was or wasn't into Egg, but couldn't help herself. Sounds like you have a crush on him and you're in denial. Riley frowned. Please, not even. Just don't make him feel like crap because you can, Dessa said. He doesn't do anything to deserve that. Riley shook her head and looked at her shoes. I'm not. I didn't mean. Dessa walked faster to put some space between her and Riley. Of course Egg was dumb sometimes. That was part of his charm. He was too good for how stuck-up Riley still was anyway. Amos set down his 2 buckets and wrapped Dessa in a hug. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief in his arms. He smelled like soil and sunshine and boy, and she yearned to be out on the farm with them. Hey, babe, Amos said, whispering hot words against her ear. I was hoping I would see you. You know I always try to get this job, Dessa said, relishing his touch. Just in case. From yards away, blue suits yelled at them to separate. Amos stepped back, releasing her. No fraternizing of any kind was allowed between combo-cured and uninfected. The scientists had said the combo-cure couldn't be transferred by touch. It had to be transferred through the blood. But that fact didn't change the policy. It seemed Sanctuary wasn't always using science to make the rules. Riley and Tiana went through the food stuff and filled out Coordinator Grove's paperwork. Egg stood back, trying really hard not to look at Riley, and failing. But Dessa caught Riley peeking back at Egg, too. Total denial. There were only 3 guards stationed inside, but Dessa and her friends were the main attraction, so that made the chance of going back in for a hug, let alone a kiss, basically 0. The whole thing was so stupid. A part of her knew she was losing it because there were only a few minutes left before they would have to part. She hadn't even gotten outside to feel real sunshine on her face. Her brother was still in a coma. Who even knew how many members of Sanctuary staff were involved in a mysterious cover-up? But mostly she wanted never to go back down to that dormitory and just wanted to stay with Amos. She guessed her feelings must have shown on her face because Amos looked concerned. "Hey, it's okay," Amos said, his voice gentle, like he was tending to a wounded animal. "I miss you guys so much," Dessa said, feeling stupid. She was the one with hot water and bunker walls, and it was dumb that she was desperate for him to comfort her. "I know. I miss you too. We miss you too," Amos said, nodding at Tiana and Egg. "But we're still safer like this than we would be out there. Dessa, I'm proud of what you're doing. This is hard. Your brother? Yeah, I know." Dessa swallowed the lump that rose in her throat. She nodded and encouraged the anger to drain away because if it didn't, it would keep eating at her. She told herself to suck it up. It had been a full week since she had last seen any of them, and they only had a few more minutes together, and she wasn't going to waste it crying. Wiping her eyes on her sleeve, she looked up at Amos. "All right," Dessa said, forcing a lightness into her words and a teasing smile on her face. She hovered a hand over the pocket of her jumpsuit. "Let's talk about something more fun, like what I managed to skim for you all today." "You know you really shouldn't be taking things from Sanctuary," Amos said, returning her teasing smile with his own. "It's supposed to be against the rules or something. At least I think that's what I've heard." "Oh, what'd you get this time?" Tiana said, leaving Riley and Egg together while they pretended to talk about lettuce. "Just some honey sticks," Dessa said, apologetic. "And Cole found that thing you were looking for. They were watching a lot more carefully this time. I'll try to get more next time." Tiana's eyes brightened. "He did?" "Don't get yourself caught," Amos said, glancing at the blue suits watching them from the walls. "It's not worth it." "Sugar? No, that's totally worth it," Tiana said, her dark eyes shining. "Don't listen to him. You keep stealing away. And tell Cole thanks for me." Dessa kind of waved her hand. "Block me from security or whatever while I pretend to trip." Tiana gave her a mock salute. "Yes, Commander. Anything it takes to transfer those honey sticks into our possession while under security's nose." Tiana called on Egg to bring the crate of oranges. With a sheepish smile on his face, Egg walked over. Dessa pretended to grab the oranges from him, but then slipped and stumbled, reaching into her pocket at the same moment to jam the honey sticks and chain into Egg's waistband. He yelped from surprise, but then Tiana hissed, and he got it together again. As some of the blue suits approached, rifle at their sides, Dessa held up both hands. "Sorry, I tripped. There wasn't anything I could do." Security stepped back but didn't take their eyes off Dessa. That was fine, since it was Tiana who helped Egg set the crate down and made sure his shirt fully covered his waistline. "Egg, just leave them for her to pick up," Tiana said really loudly, making sure security could hear. "You know how they are." Egg scratched his head with one hand and moved his other hand as if to pat the honey sticks, but froze in midair, realizing. In another smooth motion, Tiana grabbed his hand in hers and tugged him to a sitting position on the concrete. "Sit down, Egg. Maybe you're about to have another fever dream." At her words, security stepped back as if bitten. Tiana gave Dessa a chef's kiss, her version of a thank you for the honey sticks, and pretended to minister over Egg as he lay down on the ground with his hand over his face. "You know," Amos said, his voice low so that only Dessa could hear, "someday I really hope they get that comedy show they seem to keep auditioning for." Riley headed for the elevator, the supply wagon loaded with everything except for the oranges. The crate was on the ground between Dessa and Amos. The space between them felt like an ocean. She couldn't dare touch him, but she fell into his eyes, drowning in the care and concern she saw. "I better go," Amos said finally, but he didn't move. These were the moments that allowed her to survive each day. Everything else was doom and gloom and fake light. "Hey, Dessa," Riley called out, holding up the receiver at the intercom station. "They want you and me down at lab again." The moment broke like a wave, washing away the light. Amos picked up the crate and handed the oranges over to Dessa. For just the briefest moment, their fingers brushed, sending an electric charge to her heart. She felt the weight of those oranges and all the sunshine and soil and sky they represented. Her friends had probably filled the crate together, laughing and joking. She was missing all of it. Amos's half-smile made her skip a beat. "This isn't forever," Amos said. "We'll figure this out, there's something tucked in between the lettuce heads for you. I hope it didn't get too crushed." "Dessa!" Riley said. "It sounded urgent." Reluctantly, Dessa turned around, carrying the crate of oranges and wondering what she'd find stuffed among the lettuce heads. But Riley didn't call the elevator up. Instead, she blocked the way, hands on her hips. "What are you doing? And don't think I didn't notice you handing off those honey sticks to your friends. I told you when you steal something like that to get something for my dad, too. This whole favoritism thing isn't cool. My dad deserves—" "Okay," Dessa said, as she began picking through the lettuce bucket. Amos and Tiana were still tending to egg on the floor. "I know that. I gave them extra. They know they're supposed to pass stuff on to Pierce." A hint of something bright yellow caught her eye. Her fingers tingled as she moved a lettuce head aside and saw yellow construction paper. Where he had tracked down the yellow paper, she couldn't guess. Her breath caught in her throat as she recognized he had cut it into the shape of a sunflower with pencil strokes to fill in the details. On the back it said, "To replace the one that was lost. Real ones soon." "Cute," Riley said, all sarcastic again. "Your boyfriend got you a paper sunflower. Wow, this might be the greatest love story the world has ever seen. I don't know what I'll do with myself, I'm so jealous." "Oh, shut up," Dessa said, but there was no heat in her voice. "Can I just enjoy this moment for a minute?" To Riley's credit, she did stay quiet, but then the elevator doors opened. Ms. Winters rushed out, 2 younger scientists trailing on her heels. She never came to ground, the body dump notwithstanding. As far as Dessa knew, Ms. Winters never left lab level, not even to eat and sleep. "I called for you," Ms. Winters said, her voice sounding strangled. "It's about your brother." Chapter 15. Egg miraculously improved and sat up. Everyone, including security staff, stared at Ms. Winters. "What's wrong?" Dessa said, panic squeezing her stomach. "They're awake," Ms. Winters said, her voice catching again. She squinted behind her glasses, as if the sunlight through the windows was a bit too much. "They are sitting up and asking for you, all of you." The room began to spin. Awake? Talking? Making sense? Egg jumped to his feet and punched the air in victory. Tiana laughed and grabbed Egg around the arm. A big smile broke across Amos's face, and he looked down, as if overwhelmed by emotion. After all this time, no matter how many other promises Ms. Winters had broken, had she really just come through on the one that mattered most? "Can we see them?" Dessa said, her voice choking with emotion. She looked down and saw her hands were actually shaking. Ms. Winters raised her hands in frustration. Yes, that is why I was calling for you." "Then let's go," Egg said, as he looked at Tiana and Amos. He patted the spot at his waistband. "Too bad we don't have anything sweet to bring them. Do you know how much they would freak out?" Amos laughed. "You know it." "That would be epic," Tiana said. "Just epic." The 2 lab coats exchanged frantic looks. One of them actually tugged on Ms. Winters' lab coat. She squinted and looked over her shoulder at them. "Yes, of course. Please remember yourselves. It is completely unprofessional to touch my clothing." The young scientist looked ready to melt into the floor. Unfortunately, the floor did not oblige, so he settled for looking completely miserable. Turning back to the teens, Ms. Winters hesitated, and then said, "I am sorry. I thought only Riley and Dessa were up here. I cannot let anyone else down to lab." She didn't say it, but everyone knew she meant anyone with the combo cure. Dessa's joy deflated as she watched the light dim in her friends' faces. "You will have to trust that they are getting better," Ms. Winters said. "Cole is already down at lab level, waiting. I am here to escort you down. I'm sure there will be plenty of time later to fill Tiana, Amos, and Egg in on how the kids are doing. We only have a small window for the visit. Come along." Before Dessa could even take an apologetic step into the elevator, a commotion at the entrance drew their attention. The doors flew open to reveal Pierce striding in like he owned the place. "I demand to speak with the coordinators," Pierce said, his voice booming. His words slapped the walls and echoed back. A dozen combo-cured people from farm followed after him, forming a semicircle around Pierce. The colors of their work clothes were in stark contrast to the cement gray, khaki jumpsuits, and eggshell blue that otherwise decorated Sanctuary. No one held weapons, not even farm tools, but they still formed an intimidating presence. Pierce walked to the center of the space, under the eyes and rifles of security. 2 blue suits went on high alert, pointing their guns at the group while yelling at them to stay back. A 3rd blue suit was on his radio, calling for backup. "I'm not going anywhere near you," Pierce frowned and held his arms in the air, turning his hands so they could see he was unarmed. "I am requesting an audience with the coordinators." Dessa glanced at Ms. Winters and the waiting elevator, cursing Pierce's entrance. If he had been 1 minute later, they would have avoided whatever drama he was about to create. Ivan, her brother, was down at lab. Awake, not a V. He wanted to see her, and she desperately needed to see him. Officer Mondo emerged from the incinerator room. He wore a congenial smile on his face that said, "Trust him and chill out." "Good morning, Pierce. I hear you have some concerns. All the coordinators are currently busy with an urgent matter down level." The sunlight washed Mondo's blue shirt into an even paler color than usual. He held his rifle, not exactly pointed down, but neither pointed directly at Pierce. Not that it mattered, since the other 2 guards had their rifles up. Inside the incinerator room, Dessa thought she caught a flash of khaki in the plump shape of Coordinator Grove, but then the door closed and Dessa couldn't be sure. "That is unacceptable," Pierce said, hands still in the air, as he turned to Officer Mondo. "We have missing people to find. Harrison hasn't returned. Now Sapolsky is gone. She's been missing as of this morning. We demand for something to be done. Our people are out there every day and night without the protection of these walls, or your guns, with only the fences to hold back the deranged. Those Lissa-infected monsters your very scientists living under my feet likely helped create. We are helping to feed you. We are helping to keep this place alive. We are the first line of protection. We risk our own lives out there. Something is hunting us." "There's a fence," Officer Mondo said, that easy smile still on his face. "Let's not pretend you're unprotected. I work closely with Coordinator Krause, and you can rest assured security protects everyone within the fences. We ensure you have shelter, medical care." "My people are going missing," Pierce said. "That means 1 less farmer for you. 1 less person on the front lines if any trouble were to come Sanctuary's way. The very least you could do is have Coordinator Krause speak with me. We need guns." Officer Mondo actually laughed, and there was an edge to it that was anything but casual. Amos scanned the room, cataloging positions, like he was scouting for some sort of mission of his own. Egg looked dumbfounded, his mouth half open. Tiana was scowling, staring down at her feet with her hair covering her face like she wanted to disappear into the ground. Riley was a rigid statue of fear. This was her father, after all, with guns pointed at him, making demands that even Riley knew were unreasonable. Sanctuary had the people power and weapons. Her father was seriously putting his safety at risk. The lab coats, notwithstanding Ms. Winter's scathing judgment on the matter, grabbed her arms and tried tugging her back to the elevator, but she held her ground. 2 of the elevators hummed and opened, dumping out more than a dozen blue suits. Their black boots stomped the cement as they surrounded Pierce and everyone from farm who had come in with him. 2 blue suits detached and headed back to Ms. Winters, telling her Coordinator Schofield was ordering her back down to lab for her safety. "Then I will bring my support staff with me," Ms. Winters said, as she turned to Dessa and Riley. "Come with me now." Riley didn't move. That was her father in the middle of all this, after all. "No," Riley said. "No, I'm not going to." Riley, Pierce said, his voice controlled and weirdly calm. Go with Ms. Winters. There isn't going to be any trouble. Everyone knows we're unarmed and only want to talk. Riley still wouldn't move. Riley, please, Pierce said, but he looked at Dessa. Dessa understood the assignment and took Riley by the shoulders, coaxing her step by step over to Ms. Winters. Riley's khaki jumpsuit was rough cotton like all support, and her shoulders shook under the fabric as Dessa led her away. It'll be okay, Dessa whispered, realizing with a shock once again how deeply Riley loved her father. Of course she did, but sometimes Riley acted so stuck up it was hard to remember there was anything else to her. But in this moment, all Dessa could see was a little girl scared for her father. He's going to be okay. Ms. Winters glanced at the blue suits and then at Tiana, Egg, and Amos. And you three must return to the farm, right now. Officer Mondo took a few lazy steps forward. He still wore that smile on his face, but it looked more than a little strained and didn't reach his eyes. I don't think that's a good idea. Ms. Winters gifted Officer Mondo with a scathing look. You can take it up with Coordinator Kraus later. You may be second in command of security, but since none of the coordinators are currently present, I am considered the ranking scientist on this floor. Therefore, I will wait until these 3 teens have left the building. They were only here to deliver some of the food you will be likely enjoying tonight. Her presence loomed large in spite of her small stature and her blinking owl-like eyes. The 2 lab coats made agreeable noises. One of them even made a shooing motion. Of course, let the teens go. This is all fine. We're going downstairs just as soon as the 3 of you leave, so get going now. Tension was thick in the air as everyone watched to see what Officer Mondo would do. Finally, he raised a hand and motioned them out. Sure. No one's looking for a fight here anyway. Officer Mondo glanced at Pierce. Right? Ever the politician, Pierce smoothly replied. As I have already explained, young man, I am here to talk and be heard. You can see we have come without weapons. Except for the weapon in your blood, a blue suit shouted from the wall. The smile from Officer Mondo's face vanished like it had never existed. His dark eyebrows drew together in a fierce scowl as he searched the wall for the offending blue suit. This is not the time, officers! Pasting the smile back onto his face, Officer Mondo turned to the teens. Well, are you leaving or not? The lettuce had tipped over, spilling green heads across the floor. The crate of oranges sat untouched alongside the buckets of potatoes. Amos grabbed Tiana and Egg by the arms and guided them around the food. Let's go. Though the coordinators may not be here, Officer Mondo said, I'm happy to further hear your concerns and consider how they may be effectively addressed. Pierce narrowed his eyes but nodded. Officer Mondo took a few cautious steps closer. The blue suits turned their attention back to the other farm workers. As Egg brushed by Dessa, she felt something slip into the pocket of her jumpsuit. Make sure these get to the kids, Egg said. It was the honey sticks. He was giving them back. I promise, Dessa said, nodding once. Egg's lips formed a grim smile. Okay, good. Amos looked back once and stared hard at Dessa. Get underground and stay with Ms. Winters. Chapter 16. Dessa watched her friends leave through Sanctuary's front doors. As soon as they vanished from sight on the gravel path that would wind them around the green hill and down to farm, Ms. Winters said, All right, gentlemen, if this is going to be a conversation, then I expect it to happen with weapons lowered. The air crackled with tension until Mondo said, Lower your weapons, officers. One by one, the blue suits lowered their guns. Pierce reiterated his demands, but in a more conversational tone. Officer Mondo's smile was back, and he responded in a way that sounded like he was willing to listen and negotiate. Let's go, Ms. Winters said. The children are waiting. Dessa linked arms with Riley to make sure she didn't get left behind, and followed Ms. Winters, the 2 lab coats and 2 of the blue suits, into the elevator. When the doors closed, Ms. Winters slumped against the elevator wall. Her crown of hair was still perfectly in place, but the skin around her eyes looked strained, and her mouth drooped into a frown. Dessa could smell the stress sweat now that they were cooped up in the small space of the elevator. She breathed deep, trying to calm herself down. Coordinator Krause should have come up and dealt with this himself, Ms. Winters said. Sending an underling, even his second-in-command, was inappropriate. I believe he would have, Dr. Winters. With a start, Dessa realized it was Officer Ross speaking. She hadn't noticed until now that he was one of the blue suits the elevator had dumped out. His eyebrows were pinched with stress, and his hands were flushed around his rifle. He looked like he could use a cigarette now more than ever. There's been some sort of breach down at lab level, Officer Ross continued. He sent me up specifically to bring you back down. Dessa tried not to look super interested in the conversation, but hung on every word. A breach? Had V's really been getting inside Sanctuary's defenses after all? Project Polus, Ms. Winters said, standing rigid. Is not affected, Officer Ross said quickly. Ms. Winters relaxed again against the elevator. If Ms. Winters wasn't worried, then Dessa decided she wouldn't be either. What did anything else matter alongside the news that her brother was awake? The elevator's hum underneath her feet underlined her desperation for speed. She had never so desperately wanted it to move just a little faster. As the light showed they passed supply level, Riley buried her face in her hands and muffled a sob. Ms. Winters patted her on the back. Your father has survived far more dangerous situations than this. Security is careful and thorough. Though it might not feel so when a gun is pointed in your face, they are well trained. He will be fine. As Dessa silently urged the elevator to go faster, she felt bad that she didn't feel more bad. Riley was a pain a lot of the time, but this was Riley's father. Of course she was freaking out. Riley lifted her face from her hands, tears shining on her cheeks. You really think so? I know your dad pretty well, too, Dessa felt compelled to say. You don't need to worry about him. He's gonna negotiate some epic luxuries out of this. Riley turned shining eyes on Dessa. She nodded once, blinking a tear away. Wiping her cheek, she seemed to come back to herself and stood upright. That's it, Riley, Dessa said. Once we see the kids, we'll go back to the farm and make sure everything's turned out all right. And not just with Pierce, but with her friends, too. Ms. Winters began to hum. Now, I'm technically not allowed to let you see the children, but the potential benefit to their morale and therefore their health is incalculable. I believe you understand by now what I think of Coordinator Schofield's regulations in this area. The elevator slid to a stop at lab. The keypad was still broken, so Officer Ross pulled a knife from his waist belt and used the blade to pry open the access door. When they had a gap, the two blue suits used their hands to open the doors the rest of the way. At the screech of metal, Dessa saw movement. It was Cole, coming out from behind the security desk. He approached the elevator, his dark eyes taking them all in, and landing on Riley's tear-streaked cheeks. What happened? Officer Ross and the other blue suit brushed past Cole without answering. They both took up position at the security desk. The two lab assistants were like anxious butterflies as they followed Ms. Winters out, their white lab coats fluttering like wings. Later, Dessa said, giving him a look when he opened his mouth. I promise I'll tell you all about it later. Falling in line on the other side of Riley, Cole sighed and shook his head. All right. So this will be a short meeting, and we may not find such an opportunity again for a good while, Ms. Winters said as she walked ahead of them. But whatever you may think of me, and deservedly so, know that I always intended to keep this promise. I am so glad to now deliver on it. The lab coats made noises of protest at Ms. Winters' self-judgment. It wasn't exactly an apology for anything, but Dessa told herself she was beyond that. Her brother was alive and awake. She wasn't going to waste these moments being angry with Ms. Winters. We understand, Dessa said. Ms. Winters led the way as the lab coats followed. Officer Ross stayed back at the desk, but the other blue suit came along. The hallway was brightly lit, so blindingly white from floor to ceiling, it hurt her eyes. Her khaki jumpsuit suddenly felt grimy next to that brightness. And then they were through the double doors, down a hallway, another, and then they arrived at the viewing window. There were the 6 hospital beds, all in a row, but only 2 of them were being used. Cole drew in a sharp breath, but all Dessa could see was the view. The children were all awake, just like Ms. Winters had promised. Claire, looking even tinier than before, was twisting her hands in her lap. Angela and Angelina sat on the bottom half of her bed. They said something, and Claire laughed. Rotha, Ivan, and Zachary were sitting on the same hospital bed together, cross-legged, as they played with some sort of action figure. Rotha took the action figure and made it fly through the air. Zachary formed his hand into a gun and pretended to shoot the action figure out of the sky. All 6 Project Polus children wore hospital gowns that made their arms and legs look little more than twigs. Their eyes were ringed with dark shadows, and their cheeks were gaunt. Every movement seemed difficult for them. No matter how much care had been taken, their comas had wasted away their muscles. It would be slow work to help them build it all back up. But Dessa took these small, careful movements as a good sign. She searched them for the Lissa virus. Dark, bulging veins, vacant eyes, unquenchable rage. But all she found were 6 children, alive, awake, weak, and also themselves. Cole pressed his palm against the glass, the lines of his body intense with emotion. Dessa raised a hand and waved, but none of them noticed. "It's one-way glass," Ms. Winters said. "They can't see you." "Can I go inside?" Dessa said, hardly able to breathe. "Of course," Ms. Winters said, her voice catching again. "And you can give them whatever sugary treat Egg put in your pocket." Dessa's heart bloomed with an indescribable ache. She realized she hadn't really believed this moment would ever happen. Over these months of watching her brother fall further away, she had been preparing herself for the inevitable. That one day, he and the rest of the children would slip so far away in their comas, their bodies would give up altogether and they would just be gone. When Delmar had said Ms. Winters would never be able to bring back the kids and Amos had punched him, the thing was, Dessa had known Delmar was right. It was only now, in this moment, that Dessa could admit how thoroughly she had lost hope. Only now that she had been proved wrong. Chapter 17. Ms. Winters used a special keycard and thumbprint to unlock the door. There was a beep, along with a swishing noise. The door opened like something out of a science fiction movie, disappearing into the wall itself. Ms. Winters stepped inside and was greeted with a happy chorus of noise. "I've brought some visitors down to see you. Now it may not be everyone you wish to see, but we must start somewhere, don't you think?" Ms. Winters said, using that grandmotherly voice she always saved for the children. Holding out her hand and using the same tone she had used on the kids, Ms. Winters beckoned Dessa forward. "Come along now." Dessa didn't mind being treated like a child. In fact, she kind of needed it right then. As she crossed the threshold and the children caught sight of her, their cries of welcome rose to the ceiling, and Dessa was so overwhelmed she thought her heart might burst. The children scrambled off the beds but didn't get far, their legs too weak, so she went to them as they held on to the edge of the hospital beds. Once, the children had numbered 10 strong. Half had been lost on the long, horrifying road here. She became lost in a sea of hugs and decided to stop counting. Eventually, Rotha and Zachary moved to the other side of Ivan, back onto the bed. The girls took the next closest bed and sat knee to knee. Ms. Winters remained in the room, standing alongside Cole and Riley near the wall. The blue suit and 2 lab coats were nowhere to be seen, but Dessa figured that just meant they were watching through the one-way glass, like this was part of some grand laboratory experiment. Dessa brought Ivan close. A sniff of his head brought little boy and also antiseptic smells. He was the next youngest after Claire, only 6 years old, but the look in his eyes was far older, far wiser than she would have wished. His dark hair and dark eyes took in her khaki jumpsuit and all the equipment around the room. She wondered if he noticed the lack of windows and if he could guess that they were deep underground. "Dessa, can I see Tig?" Claire asked, her eyes like moons. "I really miss him. Immediately the other children chimed in with the same request. Dessa hesitated, thinking about what exactly to say, and decided to bend the truth a little bit. Telling them he was alive but still missing and probably hunting rats would bring up far too many questions. He's safe and sound and misses all of you so much. But you know cats, even amazingly special ones like Tig, aren't allowed inside hospitals. Once you're well enough to get out of here, I'm going to make sure Tig jumps all over your face and licks your nose. That got a giggle out of a few of them, but not Claire. She just looked sad. Tig was everyone's cat, but especially hers. I got something for all of you, Dessa said, wanting to return them to that happy place. She got what she was hoping for. 6 pairs of eyes snapped back onto her, hope and anticipation dancing in them. She had used the magic words the teens used to say when returning with some treats for the kids. Riley didn't know any of these kids. They had all been in their comas by the time she had arrived. But Cole knew them. Maybe not like Egg, Tiana, and Amos, but still. Dessa offered a hand to Cole. Come on, Cole. I'm going to need help passing it out. 6 pairs of ears perked up. Rotha and Zachary mimicked Dessa's hand motion. Yeah, come on, Cole. Angela and Angelina giggled. Claire looked around like everyone was suddenly acting weird. Cole actually blushed as he approached. Okay, so it's a big bummer that Egg, Tiana, and Amos couldn't be here, but they're okay. Dessa rushed out when the kids looked stricken. They're totally fine. I just saw them. We have to be careful with you, and they're not allowed inside right now. So instead, the 3 of them got together and got you all something special, something you're really going to like. She slowly reached into her pocket, hyping up the drama. Their eyes followed her hand like a puppy on the scent of a treat. She soaked it all in and told herself to remember everything so she could describe it later. How the kids thrummed with attention and excitement while trying to hold still. How they all seemed to lean in with mouths open as she retrieved the first golden stick. How there was just the briefest pause until they all registered exactly what was in her hand and then exclaimed in unison, Sugar! Pure sticks of liquid sugar! Yes! Rotha said. Zachary fell back on the bed and pumped the air with his fists. Claire's mouth dropped open in a big O. Even Ivan, the quietest of them all, lighted up. Angela and Angelina giggled. Did Amos really get that for us? Dessa couldn't help but smile. Angela and Angelina were the oldest of the group and had pretty big crushes on Amos. Of course, Dessa said. And Egg and Tiana. Of course they got this for us, Claire said, her eyes never leaving the honey stick. They always get us something amazing. Dessa pulled out the other honey sticks, and there were even more oohs and ahs. You may have half now and half later, Ms. Winters called out. Each of you shares a stick, splitting it in half with each other. No more than that, or you'll get sick. The children nodded at once, being used to following Ms. Winters' orders. Half a stick of honey was still plenty to give everyone a solid sugar high. Dessa handed out the sticks and saved the last one for Ivan. You okay splitting this with me? Of course, Desi, he said, using his old nickname for her. He sounded tired, but his eyes shined just as bright as the others at the sight of the honey. Just a few more minutes now, Ms. Winters said. And then, children, you need to rest, while Dessa and Cole return to their work. Cole! Rotha cried out with pain so obvious it made Dessa jerk upright. Cole jumped to attention. Rotha's expression held such deep, soul-crushing pain. He held out the honey stick and almost wailed. I can't get this open. Can you help me? Oh no, me neither, Zachary said, moaning. Yeah, we can't get ours open, the twins said. Soon all the honey sticks were pointing at Cole. Dessa looked at him and tried really hard, and failed to not giggle, as Cole looked back at her in desperation. I don't have any scissors. Dessa went for the utility knife she usually kept in her pocket, but found it missing. Annoyed with herself for losing it somewhere along the way, she shrugged. I got nothing. There was probably some sort of sharp instrument nearby that Ms. Winters could track down, but sometimes Cole was his own worst enemy. He needed to be needed. She wanted him to figure this out and earn the glory for himself. As the children looked between Dessa and Cole with honey sticks still outstretched, she said, "Cole, you have to save the day here, or this will have all been for nothing." A great wail of despair filled the room. The golden color of the honey shined bright against the white sheets, floor, walls, and ceiling, taunting them. Suddenly Cole stood up, like a knight in shining armor. He held out his hands like he was a professional honey stick opener. Each kid tenderly placed their stick in his palms. The kids in Project Polus held their collective breath for his verdict. Cole held up a stick to the light and examined the way both ends were pinched closed. In one big flourish, Cole gathered 3 of the sticks together and pinched off the end in a quick, hard twist of the wrist. Holding up the sticks like a victory torch, he let a few drops of honey bubble out of the open tops for all to see. The kids cheered as he twisted open the next set of sticks with another flourish. "Hey, what about me? I'm the one who brought you guys the honey sticks," Dessa said, laughing. "Don't I get some cheers?" Claire patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Dessa. You're amazing too." But the other kids were too busy sucking on their honey sticks to answer, and Dessa just shook her head, letting Cole bask in the moment. Even Riley was smiling. Dessa helped Ivan squeeze some honey onto his tongue. He sighed with pleasure as the first drops hit, and all was well with the world again. She wouldn't forget that Ms. Winters had made this possible. Whatever happened next, Dessa swore she would hold this moment forever in her heart. Chapter 18. The next morning, the breakfast bell woke Dessa in her bunk. She turned over wanting to doze, but knowing she couldn't afford the time. Her pillowcase crackled from the small stack of papers hidden inside, all the drawings Amos had made for her over the last 3 months. The familiar noise made a rush of warm feelings wash over her as she sat up. He was waiting for her on farm. Amos, Tiana, and Egg would be eagerly waiting to hear all about the kids. She couldn't wait to tell them. Quickly getting dressed in a freshly laundered khaki jumpsuit, Dessa ignored the resentful looks others in support's cafeteria threw her way. She plopped next to Riley to scarf down a breakfast of oatmeal and rehydrated eggs. "Your dad's okay, right?" Dessa asked quietly, knowing the answer but figuring it would help Riley admit it. Riley looked up from her own bowl of oatmeal. The worry wasn't etched as deep in her face as yesterday. She even managed a pale smile. "Yeah, he's fine." The gossip news that morning was all about Pierce, the farm, and the trouble he was causing. It sounded like the standoff had ended soon after Dessa and Riley had left. Pierce and the other combo cured had returned to farm after receiving promises for more sentries and an actual meeting with Coordinator Kraus soon to further discuss security issues. They made it to the morning meeting in record time. Most support staff had assignments that never changed, but about 50 of them were constantly assigned different duties that took into consideration whatever were Sanctuary's most pressing needs that day. She hoped Coordinator Grove would put her in the path of farm again, so she could tell her friends about the kids and the honey sticks. Moving to stand next to Riley and Cole, Dessa saw E.B. Pleasant take up what was normally Coordinator Grove's position on the steps, where the assignment announcements for the day were made. He looked strange standing up there alone. For all the time Dessa had been at Sanctuary, both Coordinator Grove and E.B. Pleasant always handed out assignments together. "Where's Coordinator Grove?" Dessa asked. Cole looked at her, those dark shadows under his eyes basically a permanent feature now. But there was a lightness in the way he carried himself this morning that hadn't been there before. She bet it had to do with the kids. "I don't know," Cole said. "Word is no one has seen her since before yesterday." Dessa remembered the flash of khaki inside the incinerator room before Officer Mondo had closed the door. She had thought it was Grove, but that couldn't be right, not if she hadn't been seen doing her normal rounds since before yesterday. This news made Dessa nervous for many reasons, not least of which was that E.B. Pleasant would make sure to assign her the crappiest task he could find. "Did you sleep all right?" Cole said, casting Riley a concerned look. Normally, Riley would have soaked up the attention, but this time only offered a wan smile. Sure. Slept like a baby. Her voice sounded strained, and her eyes gave away the lie. Cole raised an eyebrow. That's good to hear. When Dessa really stopped to think about it, she had to admit that Riley's position really sucked at the moment. Her younger half-siblings and stepmother were long gone, likely dead. Her father kept stirring up trouble on farm. Sanctuary staff treated her with the same disdain as they did Dessa and Cole. And even though Dessa might not have intended to be mean, she didn't treat Riley anywhere close to as good as the way she treated Cole or her other friends. Dessa, Cole, Riley, E.B. Pleasant called out. Rat duty, then laundry. Cole stiffened. She knew he was also eager to tell their friends about the kids. The time spent on the mountain route with Tiana and Egg had brought the three of them close. I was hoping to do a supply run to farm, Dessa said, anxious enough to speak out of turn even though she knew it wasn't a good idea. E.B. Pleasant scowled, and then moved on, rattling off another name and assignment. The three of them looked at each other, sharing a moment of anxious camaraderie. E.B. Pleasant had assigned them tasks that would take up the whole day, leaving no chance to sneak away. They would be expected to work steadily for the next 4 hours, with only a short break for the bathroom and a snack. Then there would be a short lunch, and another 4 hours of work. After that, they would get some downtime, but then be expected to do another light round of chores for at least an hour before heading off to bed and doing it all over again in the morning. E.B. Pleasant finished with the assignments and dismissed everyone. There was a general rush for the elevators, a sea of khaki moving among the gray cement and huge steel pipes. Dessa crammed into one of the elevators with Cole and Riley. When the elevator opened to supply, they got off with a half-dozen other support staff assigned to organizing and inventorying tasks. The elevator closed behind them and continued its way down. Support staff considered more trustworthy were always assigned to work on lab and engineering levels. Cole led the way deep into the aisles of stacked goods, his step signaling his frustration. Dessa let herself stomp around, too. It was childish, but also helped release some of her bad feelings. This really sucks, Riley said. I can't believe I'm stuck with the two of you all day again. They hadn't even collected the bait pouch, trash bag, and gloves yet. Dessa and Cole exchanged a knowing look. On the one hand, it was nice to see Riley coming back to herself instead of acting like a kicked puppy since yesterday. On the other hand, when Riley decided she was in a foul mood, an already long day could easily turn torturous. I don't know, Dessa said, trying to change the direction of the conversation. There's nobody complaining or watching us right now. We get to take our time with it. If there are no rats, then we just move on to the next trap. It could be worse. But Dessa's words sounded trite even to her own ears. Riley huffed. You know they're keeping us away from farm on purpose. You know they don't want any of us here. You know. She lapsed into a frustrated silence. All three of them were upset about getting stuck with rats and laundry again. Maybe the time with the kids, in such stark contrast to their daily grind, made them realize that what they had learned to accept as normal was anything but normal. Riley, Dessa said, deciding to try an altogether different tactic to keep this day from further derailing. I always wanted to ask you something. Dessa waited for Riley to take the bait as Cole gathered up the rat supplies and handed them out. Dessa hooked the pouch around her waist and stuffed several pairs of gloves in her pockets. Okay, Riley said. You're just going to say that and not ask? What is it? Dessa pursed her lips and looked up at the ventilation. The ladder was in its usual place. Only one of them needed to climb in and check the ductwork bait boxes. The other two could check the ground traps, and they'd be done in half the time as usual. What was in that vault your dad wanted so badly? Dessa said, purposefully not looking at Riley. From her peripheral vision, Dessa knew Riley had turned to face her, squinting. Wouldn't you like to know? Riley said. Yeah, Dessa said, deadpan. That's why I'm asking. Cole snorted. She doesn't know. Riley whirled on him. I'm his daughter. Of course I know what was inside the vault. Cole raised an eyebrow. And? Riley released a laugh. Just because you think you can trick me into telling you what was inside doesn't mean I'm dumb enough to fall for it. Cole and I both risked our lives to get your father that vault, Dessa said. And then nothing. He opened it up, took what he wanted, and now there's not been a hint since. Dessa started for the ladder. She usually hated working the ductwork traps, but checking it on her own meant not dealing with Riley. Maybe that was the best she could hope for out of today. Cole could check the ground traps with Riley. Dessa would meet up with them near the incinerator elevator. All right, Riley said. There was something extra serious in Riley's tone that made Dessa stop. Cole stood nearby with his head tilted to one side, doing that judgmental observing thing he so enjoyed. Riley was frowning at the ground in concentration. As if coming to some sort of internal decision, she looked up and nodded once. You really want to know what was in there? What the big deal was? Why he sent you all on that mission to get it? I'll tell you, but only if you really want to know. I really want to know, Dessa said, her words mildly sarcastic, but internally, curiosity had grabbed hold and was giving her a good shake. She was rooted to the spot, wondering what Riley would say. Riley shifted her gaze to stare at a pallet of shrink-wrapped cans of mixed nuts, and then looked at both Cole and Dessa. It's a weapon, a super-secret piece of technology a bunch of scientists and engineers were working on. It's kind of like a laser, but worse. It can vaporize people, buildings, a whole city. Riley's eyes went wide. I mean, this could change the game with all the zombies, but only if he can figure out how to make it work. Then we wouldn't have to worry about any of this. Zombies, sanctuary, everything. Chapter 19. Dessa's mind spun on Riley's words and rejected them. A weapon that wasn't a laser, but small enough to fit inside that vault, but lethal enough to take out an entire building? Riley cracked a ferocious smile. Do you believe me? I thought that sounded pretty good. I mean, a little hokey at the end there, but I was thinking on my feet, so I had to basically just pull it out of my ass. Dessa curled her lip. She wanted to get mad, but also had to admit she'd been asking for it. Seriously? Seriously? Riley laughed again. Oh, you actually did believe me, didn't you? Cole shook his head. You are so dumb. Look, it was probably some primary source documents from the city's founding or something like that, Riley said, rolling her eyes. You know my father. He's obsessed with that sort of stuff. Maybe he decided he wanted some artifact or whatever that only meant something to him. So whatever it is, or was, you were always going to be disappointed. I think a laser weapon that could have taken out the zombies is a much better story. The thing was, she suspected that Riley was right. Pierce was exactly the type to throw down a loyalty test like that just for his own amusement. Shaking her head, she went for the ladder again, determined to gain some peace and quiet. That meant leaving Cole to deal with Riley, but oh well, she would make it up to him later. I'll take the ventilation boxes, Dessa said, not looking at Cole so that she could avoid the face he was probably making. You two do the ground traps and I'll meet you at the incinerator. She unzipped and checked the pouch of supplies. Crap. Oh shoot, I forgot to refill this from last time. We're out of the birth control bait. Quick as lightning, Cole was on his feet. I'll go back for it. You two do the ground traps. I'll take ventilation. Dessa stared after Cole, who was now running away. Had her mouth dropped open? She felt her jaw. Yes, it had. Riley was already headed for the first floor trap. Dessa couldn't believe what had just happened. Cole had stuck her with Riley, which was totally unfair because she had planned to stick Riley with him. As if to rub it in, he turned and waved at her. She gave him the finger, and he laughed, vanishing around an aisle. Trudging after Riley, Dessa allowed herself 30 seconds of grumbling and then told herself to zip it. Riley was Riley. She covered up all the hard stuff she had survived with bravado. They all had their ways of dealing. It could have been worse. Instead, Dessa coached herself to use her time wisely and brainstorm ways to get Cole back later. She was sure he would take his sweet time getting the birth control bait, and checking the ductwork. The first trap on the line was empty, but the next trap had sprung. Dessa was happy to see a very normal, very dead rat. No super rat muscles, no oozing sores. To Riley's credit, she snapped on gloves and approached the trap without a word, disposing of the rat in a trash bag tied to her waist just like Dessa had. Riley reset the trap and moved on. There were signs of other support staff working the level, but the trap line was well away from the common activity areas, mostly staying amongst the food supplies. It wasn't like Riley to stay silent. Usually she was a chatterbox, whether Dessa was listening or not. They checked 2 more traps, Dessa growing more nervous at the silence, until Riley spoke. "You really don't like me very much, do you?" Oof, that hurt. Not least because it was true. Dessa didn't mean for it to be true. Riley didn't deserve for it to be true. "It's okay. You don't have to pretend," Riley said, not looking at Dessa. "I can tell." Dessa pressed her lips together and scowled. Not at Riley, but at herself. She had been so dismissive of Riley, and it wasn't fair. "I think I hold your dad against you," Dessa said slowly. Her old caseworker, Jolana, would have been so proud of Dessa's admission. "Yeah, he's a big personality," Riley said. Dessa snorted. "Sure, you could say that." Riley scuffled across the cement, passing by pallets of unlabeled supplies. That was weird. Coordinator Grove held her inventory and labeling to an extremely high standard. She would want to know the labels had suddenly gone missing from an entire aisle. "But just because I might not get along with your dad very much doesn't mean I should be taking that out on you," Dessa continued. Now Riley did turn to face Dessa. I would really like that if you could. I would really like if we got along better. I know I'm not easy to get along with, like father, like daughter or whatever, but were those tears shining in Riley's eyes? They had entered the next aisle, neatly labeled. As if it had all become too much for Riley, she looked right and left at pallets of food. "I don't understand why Sanctuary can't share more with Farm. There's so much here. He's looking really thin." "We are definitely on the same page about that," Dessa said, forcing a lighter tone into her words. "I mean, I think Farm does have enough food, but none of the good stuff, like those pretzels you coerced me out of the other day." "Yeah," Riley said, giving a half-hearted laugh. "Sure twisted your arm. I did manage to get them to my dad. Thanks for that, by the way. His eyes totally lit up when he saw them. I know it's stupid, but giving him the pretzels made your day," Dessa finished. "Yeah," Riley said, and then lapsed into silence. In that silence, which Dessa could only describe, wonder upon wonder, as friendly, she heard a distinctive scratching sound. Wincing, she knew what they would find once they turned the corner to the next trap. A rat had been caught and was still alive. This was always the worst part. Patting her waist, she silently cursed. With everything that had happened, she hadn't managed to find her utility knife or track down a new one. Riley went to turn the corner. "Wait," Dessa said, remembering the last army of super mutant rats she had battled alongside Tig. Riley paused and looked over her shoulder. "What?" "We'll need to put it out of its misery. I don't have my knife." Dessa scanned the nearby shelves for a quick weapon. All she found was a mix of garden tools and fertilizer bags. The pungent odor of that fertilizer saturated the air. It gave the illusion of real soil, like she could curl her toes or breathe in sunshine or feel the sky on her skin, instead of experiencing the ventilated area that always blew at exactly the same rate as it recycled the carbon dioxide. She took a hoe off the shelf, its blade bright and sharp. The weight of it felt sturdy in her hands. It wasn't ideal, but it would do. Handing one to Riley, Dessa took up another. "What do you want me to do with this?" Riley said. "You've been on rat trap duty before," Dessa said. "Yeah, but I've never had to kill one," Riley said, looking concerned. "It's always been you or Cole." It was almost on the tip of Dessa's tongue to just come out and tell Riley that today was her day to learn how, or the rat was going to suffer a painful, terrible death. But Dessa couldn't bear to leave the rat suffering. And, well, She suddenly felt this weirdly deep obligation to make up for the terrible way she'd been treating Riley for the last 3 months. Putting a rat out of its misery so Riley didn't have to was about as appropriate of a start to making amends in this destroyed world as they were probably ever going to get. "All right, just stay back," Dessa said. "I'll do it. Get the trash bag ready, okay? That's how you can help." "Yeah, I'm cool with that," Riley said, but there was a little tremor in her voice. Dessa pulled out a pair of latex gloves and snapped them on. Her hands gripped the hoe handle just fine with them. She took the lead, but slowed her steps, wanting to get a peek first to determine exactly how many rats she was about to face. At the end of the aisle, under a diffuse cone of light, there was definitely a rat caught in the trap, struggling. She scanned the aisles on either side, the floor, even took a look at the ventilation overhead. Only one rat, releasing the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She knew this was still going to suck, but it would suck far less than the battle she had waged alongside Tig. At least, that's what she kept trying to tell herself. Counting to 3, she lifted the hoe in the air, strode forward, and took careful aim. She brought the blade of the hoe down in a wide arc and knew it was exactly on target. From the corner of her vision, a hand flashed into view, snatching at the rat. Her stomach lurched, but she couldn't stop. She was too far into the swing, and before she could blink, she had buried the blade into human flesh. Chapter 20. The skin gave. Blood gushed. Metal crunched against bone. Horrified and sick to her stomach at what had just happened, Dessa tried to pull the tool back, but it was stuck in Harrison's arm. From behind her, Riley squealed. Everything began to move in slow motion. The shadows made Harrison look strange, and even though the blade had gone deep, he moved like it didn't bother him at all. She let go of the hoe's handle, and it waved back and forth as Harrison closed his fist around the rat in the trap, until another crunch turned everything silent. The rat's tail quivered, and then the rat went limp. "I didn't mean to," Dessa said, adrenaline spiking in her blood. She lost feeling in her fingers and toes. "Harrison, I swear I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" But no. Harrison was definitely, absolutely not okay. He had been combo cured like everyone else on farm, and missing for days. Something about his skin did not look right. It should have been ashy and wrinkled. Instead, dark veins swarmed, overdeveloped muscles. His t-shirt was ripped in several places and revealed tumor-like growths that had split and were oozing yellow fluid. Her gaze skated up to his eyes, and she saw ferocious rage in them that weakened her knees. Harrison had been on the boat, fighting to get everyone off the river and safely to sanctuary. She didn't know him very well, other than as someone in Pierce's inner circle, other than someone who had helped save her brother's life. "Harrison, what's wrong with you?" Dessa said, even though part of her knew. Of course she knew. He brought the rat up to his mouth, the hoe blade still stuck in flesh, and the handle swinging around. She had to step back to avoid getting hit. The veins on his face bulged darkly, running underneath his skin like a complex system of rivers and creeks. If she looked closely, she could still see the ashy texture that marked him as combo cured, but his eyes were clouded. And then there were the overdeveloped muscles, the oozing tumors. He was far bigger than she remembered, and looked like he'd been pumped full of steroids. He opened his mouth, showing blackened and broken teeth. In one big crunch, he ripped off the rat's head. Blood spurted across his face. For one brief moment, his rage transformed into something that looked more like pure bliss. "What are you doing?" Riley screamed. Dessa's stomach was twisting in on itself, and acid burned her throat. Her mind screamed questions at her. What was going on? A quieter voice, almost lost in the background, told her she knew exactly what she was looking at. Harrison had become a human version of whatever those mutant rats had been turned into. Rats that had escaped from lab. But Harrison had gotten the combo cure. He wasn't supposed to be able to turn V, especially not into a super V like this. He was protected from the Lissa virus, from the rage. Or he had been, until the scientists had gotten to him. "Why would you do that?" Riley wailed. "It's a rat! A dirty, sick, ugly—" There were retching noises that made it clear Riley was emptying her stomach. If Dessa had any hope of keeping her stomach together, she really, really needed to look away. Growling, Harrison pulled the rest of the headless rat out of the trap. The bliss was fading. There was a certain light in his eyes, and this sticky, dark cloud of rage rose up, battering her. The trap snapped closed, now holding on to nothing. It dropped to the floor, forgotten, stained with blood as Harrison lifted the headless rat by the tail and dropped the whole thing into his open mouth. Dessa took a big step back, noticing that strange sense of bliss rise up again in him. He closed his eyes, relishing the flesh. Taking another step back, she bumped into Riley and yelped, jumping away. "There's something really wrong with him," Dessa said. "I already said that." "No, really wrong with him. Like zombie wrong with him," Dessa said. She told herself to run. This would be an excellent time to start running, please. But her legs refused. Riley grabbed Dessa's arm and shook. It seemed Riley couldn't make herself run either. "Oh my God, but how? Are there more? Do you think ground is being attacked? What the freak is going on?" Dessa's mind roared, realizing if the danger had made it all the way down here, what did that mean for ground? For farm? But the quiet voice in her head said that didn't make sense either. Harrison had been combo cured. He had gone missing from farm. The fences were still up. Someone with the combo cure re-bitten by a V and infected with a fresh dose of the Lissa virus fell into fevers and hallucinations. They didn't get beefed up on steroids and decide to eat rats as an appetizer. This was something else. "What is it doing now?" Riley said. "Not it," Dessa said, her voice rising in pitch, some part of her knowing that her mind had broken a little bit, as it screamed at her legs to run, and her legs kept refusing. "That's Harrison. He's your dad's friend, remember?" Riley shook her, hard. It was kind of funny seeing Riley all worried for once. "Dessa!" Riley said. "What's wrong with you?" Dessa shook her head. A million thoughts were riding around on a roller coaster inside her brain. "Is that what you're really worried about right now? Fine. What is Harrison doing?" "He's eating a rat," Dessa said, stating the obvious. "Not anymore," Riley said, pointing. Dessa followed the invisible line Riley's hand made over to Harrison, who stood yards away. Good old Harrison. Big-muscled, veiny, and even with those cloudy eyes and rat blood staining his teeth and lips, he looked at them, locking on, the bliss fading, the rage rising. She knew that look. V's had locked onto her like that before, too many times to count. Sanctuary had made her push all those memories away like they could be forgotten. You could never forget. They were prey, and Harrison was the predator. He opened his mouth, and Dessa waited for the telltale groan of rage. Instead, Harrison released a horrific scream and lunged. Chapter 21. As if the lunge flipped a switch, Dessa regained control of her legs. She pushed Riley, throwing her out of the way. That left Dessa as the prime target. Harrison was like a dump truck at full speed, with hands out like claws, a face twisted by rage, a mouth open and ready to consume, ready to do whatever it took to feel that moment of bliss again. She tucked herself into a ball and rolled toward Harrison. Immediately she lost all sense of direction. The aisles, pallets, and shelves vanished. She could smell the laundry soap used on her jumpsuit. The stiff edge of the rat trap bit into her spine as she rolled over it, her arms covering her head and neck as best she could. But it wouldn't be enough, not since it only took one bite to change everything forever. She hit what felt like a wall, but knew it must be Harrison's shins when the wall moved. He had tripped over her and was falling. She stayed tucked and hoped it would be enough. As soon as she could, she rolled twice more and sprang to her feet. Harrison was splayed out on the floor, face first, but already pushing up onto his hands and knees. Dessa searched the aisle for more weapons. Harrison sprang to his feet, his nose flattened and dripping blood, He opened his mouth, and that horrific scream came out again, loosening Dessa's bowels. Riley crouched a few yards behind Harrison, her hair in wild disarray, and her eyes wild with fear. She made the mistake of screaming. Harrison turned from Dessa, locking onto Riley. For the briefest split second, Dessa thought about running away. Riley was a lot bigger than the rat and would buy Dessa enough time to escape. Riley! Riley, get up! You gotta run! Dessa jumped around, waving her hands, trying to get Harrison's attention. It worked. Actually, it worked too well. She took a step back and he took a step forward. She took another step back and he took 2 steps forward. Panic fluttered in her throat. Crap! She pivoted and ran. Harrison screamed. She stumbled, his scream somehow able to make her weak in the knees. Looking wildly around, she tried to find another weapon without losing speed. But she had entered the bedding section, with shelves full of pillows and sheets. Are you kidding? Dessa yelled at the universe. What was she going to do? Throw enough pillows to suffocate him under a pile of feathers? She kept running and brought up her mental map of the warehouse. Come on, Dessa, come on, think! She had helped organize these shelves and been checking the traps for weeks. If this was bedding, what was next? Which way should she go to find a real weapon? Shouldn't Cole have shown up by now? What if there were more like Harrison down here? Something caught her ankle, and she went weightless, flying through the air. The ground came rushing up. She had time to put out her hands to break the fall. With a slap, she slammed against the cement, her palms burning with pain, the breath knocked out of her. Harrison screamed again. Close. Too close. She faltered, and then flipped around and kicked with all her strength. Harrison had grabbed onto her ankle. His bloody face and oozing tumors loomed. She was not going to die like this, not like this. She had to see Amos again. She had to take care of her brother. She had to listen to Egg's obsession with shoes and Tiana's sarcastic jokes. Harrison grabbed her other ankle. She flailed, trying to kick him again, but her legs were pinned. He used her own jumpsuit to pull himself closer, his breath stinking of rat guts and iron. A tumor on his cheek had split wide and was dripping. Something over his shoulder flashed in the light. Cole? It had to be Cole. Harrison's face suddenly froze in the shape of a growl, even as pus dripped from his split tumor onto her jumpsuit. Harrison fell over, the blade of a hoe buried in his skull. She kicked herself out from under him, scrambling across the cold cement, banging her elbows and scraping her hands. She didn't stop moving until hitting the shelves. A cardboard box clattered to the ground next to her. The label showed it was a 12-pack of industrial-made utility knives. A hysterical laugh bubbled from Dessa's throat. Oh, wait, that was vomit coming. Her stomach heaved 3 times, emptying everything she had for breakfast onto the cement. She made sure to avoid retching on the box. Acid burned her throat, and she desperately wanted water to wash it out. Once she confirmed her stomach wasn't going to move on her again, she wiped her mouth on her sleeve and sat up. Absolutely not looking at the wet stains on her jumpsuit in case her stomach got ideas, she ripped open the box and stuffed all the knives that could fit into her pockets. Then, and only then, could she take a deep breath that wasn't broken up with a sob. Looking over, Dessa expected to see Cole. Instead, she was shocked to find Riley's blonde hair and wild blue eyes. Her jumpsuit stained with blood now, probably from the back spray of the hoe blade. She was breathing heavily and looked down at Harrison like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. That made 2 of them. Dessa choked out a crazy half-laugh. You are seriously braver than I gave you credit for. Chapter 22. Now that imminent death had been delayed, Dessa took the time for a self-inventory while still splayed on the ground. No broken bones, a throbbing knee, scraped hands, and an inexorable sense of doom. Pretty much back to normal. Are you okay? Riley's voice was shaky. Yeah, I think so, Dessa said, patting her pockets, which were now stuffed with the knives from the box. She wasn't sure they would have done much against Harrison, but it still felt better than nothing. You? Yeah. Dessa still tasted the acid from breakfast coming up. She spit, but that didn't help much. Pillows and sheets had tumbled out of bags and off the shelves, stained and wrinkled. If she happened to survive this day, she was sure she'd get to launder all of it. Such a random, stupid thought like that told Dessa she was probably experiencing some shock. Not some. A lot. The sound of running steps intruded and shot Dessa's heart rate back up into the atmosphere. She pushed herself to her feet. Riley's eyes widened as she worked the hoe back and forth, trying to dislodge it from Harrison's skull. "Get ready," Dessa said, reaching into her pockets and pulling out a utility knife for each hand. The tiny little blades looked pitiful in the light and wouldn't do much good after all. Dessa looked around, trying to find something more solid or at least longer, in the hopes of keeping whatever was coming at a distance. All she saw were more pillows, some lamp chains, and were those a stack of tablecloths? With a sucking sound, Riley removed the hoe. It dripped blood onto the floor as she held it, ready for another swing. The running steps grew in volume, and there was no more time left to find a weapon. Utility knives it was. Dessa made ready with bent knees. A figure turned the corner, wearing a khaki jumpsuit. Riley was already swinging, the part of the blade not covered in blood glinting in the light as it moved to bury into— "Cole!" Dessa shouted. He ducked. The blade whispered over his head, lifting a tendril of hair before it buried into a pillow that burst. Feathers flew into the air and felt like snow. Riley screamed and let the hoe clatter to the floor. "What the hell?" Cole said. Dessa dropped the utility knives and ran to Cole, patting him over to make sure he really was still all in one piece. "Wow, Riley, you could have taken his head off." "His fault for freaking us out like that," Riley said, voice still shaky. Cole's eyes skated over to Harrison. "I was going to tell you guys there's some sort of emergency going on, but I guess you already figured that out." Dessa took Cole by the shoulders. "How many more are there?" Her mind spun with all the possibilities. "How are they getting from ground to down here? What about farm?" Cole blinked, confused. "I was talking about a lab-level emergency." Dessa couldn't understand. Or maybe she didn't really want to understand. Supply was huge and had a million places to hide others like Harrison, combo cured turned V. Harrison came from lab? So they really are experimenting on the combo cured down there? Cole's eyes widened. I don't know anything about that. Are you serious? Is that really Harrison?" He walked over to the body and crouched far enough back to keep his shoes clean from the blood. "How is this possible? He looks like a mutant." Dessa shuddered. "I don't know how he turned Super V. It's not supposed to happen. It goes against everything Ms. Winters taught us about the Lissa virus and its bacterial antidote, the Borrelia hallucinari." "And you think after everything that she was telling you the truth about that?" "The whole truth," Cole said, still examining Harrison. Dessa opened her mouth and then closed it. "Maybe that's why Sanctuary hates the combo cured so much," Riley said. "Because some of them know this could happen." That thought stunned Dessa so thoroughly she took a step back. Ms. Winters had always been resistant to the combo cure unless absolutely necessary. It's why the children in Project Polus were able to fight off the Lissa virus in their blood without the help of the Borrelia hallucinari. She talked about unknown, long-term side effects, Dessa said slowly. But maybe she had known. Maybe she had known and decided not to tell us, covering it up with more of her fancy science words. Her voice turned into a wail. What if Ms. Winters had known all along that the combo cured would become like Harrison? It would also explain Sanctuary's otherwise unscientific fear for anyone combo cured. Cole looked at her, shocked. That would be really, really bad. Dessa's mind spun. Maybe we'll get lucky and find out Lab really has been experimenting on the combo cured. Lucky? Riley said, incredulous. I don't get it. That's not lucky at all. Dessa looked at Riley and thought about holding back the truth. This was going to hurt, but Dessa wouldn't follow in Ms. Winter's footsteps, ever. If Lab has been experimenting on combo-cured people, Dessa said, gaining steam as she motioned to Harrison, then that means the combo cure still works, and everyone we care about on farm isn't in any more danger than they've already been in. Cole stood up. His anxious expression told Dessa he wasn't at all sure they would get lucky. But if Lab isn't experimenting on the combo cured, Dessa continued, if the scientists didn't do this to Harrison, then everyone we care about with the combo cure is at risk of changing into that, Cole said, tilting his head at Harrison, at any time. Riley paled as she began to understand. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish. Before she could speak, the emergency alarm flared. The alarm was a loud, pulsing sound that slapped the cement. Dessa jumped, her insides flinching. She guessed that was the point of an alarm. You wouldn't want it to creep up on you like jazz music or anything. But even still, the sound was enough to rattle your teeth and make you want to just get out of there. Which, she guessed again, was the point. Before she could orient herself, blue hazard suits rushed into view, surrounding them. Chapter 23. The inflated eggshell blue hazard suits, the sealed face masks, the oxygen tanks. Dessa's mind tumbled back in time. Shelves, feathers, the underground bunker. All of it vanished. No, not all of it. The blue suits grew and grew until that was all she could see. Eggshell blue. She fell through this wall of light that shined like the glare off the face shields. She hadn't seen these suits come out since Dessa's group had first arrived at Sanctuary. Hot showers, fresh food, deep betrayal. Dessa's group had arrived desperate for medical help and shelter, desperate to believe Ms. Winter's promises and knowing deep down those promises were too good to be true. But there had been no choice. Finally, Dessa noticed Cole tugging on her arm. She slowly came back to the present. Shrink-wrapped pallets stacked high on surrounding shelves. Cement floor, artificial daylight, long shadows. Coordinator Schofield was shouting directions, and Dessa realized these blue suits weren't swooping in to tranquilize her friends and drag them away. They weren't surrounding her and her friends at all. They were around Harrison. Like before, Ms. Winters was here, except different from before. She wore a hazard suit instead of a lab coat. The glare on her face shield flashed off as she turned and pointed. Her gloved hand directed security to place Harrison on a sheet, wrap him, and take him away. Coordinator Schofield ordered a cleanup. 2 more hazard suits came out with mobile cleaning buckets that smelled strongly of bleach. One had a sterilizing sprayer strapped to the back. In the glare of those face shields, Dessa noticed her horror-stricken expression, her wild hair, a smear of grease on her cheek. Once Harrison's body was removed, Coordinator Schofield spoke into a hand radio. A few seconds later, the alarm turned off. The echoes of that pulsing sound faded. Once it was finally eerily silent, attention turned to Dessa, Cole, and Riley. "Just hold still now," Ms. Winters said, approaching. "We need to check you over for any wounds, any infection. We will need to disinfect you like when you first arrived." "What's happening?" Dessa said, remembering the spray they had walked through upon arrival that had tasted bitter on her tongue. "Why was Harrison turned V? He had the combo cure. Did you experiment on him?" "Please, tell us you experimented on Harrison," Dessa thought. "Please tell us this isn't something inevitable for all combo cured." The glare off Ms. Winters' face shield was blinding. Then it vanished, and Ms. Winters blinked large and owl-like behind her lenses. "Whoever or whatever that was, it was not Harrison," Ms. Winters said. "There are no combo cured inside Sanctuary's walls on any level, and Lab is certainly not conducting experiments on people with the combo cure. It is absolutely impossible for someone with the combo cure to turn V. Dessa just looked at Cole. He returned her gaze and shook his head. Ms. Winters was lying again. But about which part? Chapter 24. You must come down to lab level with us, Coordinator Schofield said, his words both nasally and tinny through the hazard suit's voice box. Riley gathered her arms around herself. I don't want to. That's where that thing came from. Even behind the hazard suit's face mask, Dessa saw Coordinator Schofield's cheek twitch. Sanctuary does not conduct human experiments that result in something like this. Dessa's growing horror turned to something more like rage. Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield were lying, and they weren't even trying that hard to cover it up. You mean since the last time, Dessa said, heat in her voice. You know when a bunch of scientists genetically engineered something we call the Lissa virus, and it also somehow got loose from a lab? Coordinator Schofield narrowed his eyes and folded his arms in front of him. Sarcasm is a tool for those who are not educated enough to understand how to speak like an adult. Dessa thought her head would explode from rage. Sir, Cole said, his tone carefully modulated, but he rippled with tension. All these months he'd held himself under strict control and played the part of a complacent employee. He had made it his mission to be as well-liked as possible, no matter how much that seemed to grate at the very core of what made Cole tick. You cannot honestly expect us to believe that Sanctuary's security was so completely compromised that this infected person came from the outside and traveled down all these levels to supply without getting noticed? Coordinator Schofield tilted his head, and his face mask turned to Ms. Winters. I believe I previously brought up the uncomfortable truth that this was unlikely to succeed. Confusion seeped in around the edges of Dessa's rage. What? There was an abrupt laugh from one of the blue suits. He came forward to join Ms. Winters and Coordinator Schofield, the light glaring off the face mask so that Dessa couldn't make out any features. Schofield, let's dispense with these games. Dessa went still. She didn't recognize the voice, but it carried such authority, and the features looked vaguely like, I am certainly not playing games, Kraus, Coordinator Schofield said, offended. This was the closest she had been to the head of security since first arriving at Sanctuary. Kraus always let his second-in-command, Officer Mondo, run the security operations that required working with people. Coordinator Kraus motioned to the Super V being carried out of sight. The incompetence of your scientists speaks volumes. The offending lab procedures have been identified and rectified, Coordinator Schofield said, raising his eyebrows even as the light flashed against the watch on his wrist. An intermittently working keypad was discovered. A keypad? Was he really saying this was all the result of a stupid, broken keypad? I would imagine as head of security, you also bear some responsibility in this situation? Coordinator Schofield continued, tapping his watch several times like it was a nervous tick. Let's not pretend this is only a problem caused by a few scientists who have been stretched so thin trying to save the world through science that some key safety procedures were overlooked. The only way it could have amounted to multiple breaches that crossed multiple levels is if security has also become severely lax. Most of the cameras are down, Coordinator Kraus said finally. We are stretched thin in many ways. In addition to the increased divisiveness these newcomers have caused within our ranks. Of that we can agree, Coordinator Schofield said. There was a long silence that Dessa did not like at all. She glanced at Cole. He raised an eyebrow, as if to agree something had been decided in between all the words meant to insult each other. Coordinator Kraus made the decision clear when he flicked his hand at a few of the blue suits. Take them down to lab. We cannot afford to allow the rest of Sanctuary to learn about this lab leak. Ms. Winters stiffened. I do not agree. Dessa backed up a step and bumped into the shelves. What are you talking about? But if the two coordinators heard either Dessa or Ms. Winters, they didn't care. The blue suits advanced even over Ms. Winters' strenuous objections. Riley squealed and bumped against the shelves next to Dessa. Cole clenched his fists, looking ready to explode as the blue suits unholstered their tasers. Cole, Dessa said, finally coming to her senses. There was no way they could fight their way out of this. Cole would get hurt, and they would still be overpowered. She held her breath as the blue suits each grabbed one of Cole's wrists and wrenched them behind his back. He didn't fight, and they didn't tase him. Other blue suits approached Dessa and Riley. Shaking, she turned around and offered her wrists without resistance. Riley, Dessa prompted, put your hands down and put them behind your back. Now turn around. Riley did as Dessa asked, staring at her with the widest blue eyes she had ever seen. She was scared, which was kind of amazing considering how she just bashed in the head of a Super V without a problem. Soon the blue suits were escorting the three of them to the elevators. So you take us down to lab and then what? Dessa said as she looked around, but couldn't find Ms. Winters anymore. Coordinator Krause and Coordinator Schofield came along with the blue suits, but Ms. Winters had disappeared again. Dessa couldn't even bother to feel surprised. Ms. Winters had abandoned them once before, when they'd first arrived at Sanctuary, and she'd believed all the teens were being kicked out. She had made excuses and retreated down to lab level to leave the teens to their fate. Dessa didn't actually expect them to answer her question, so it was a surprise when Coordinator Krause spoke. What do you plan to do with them? Coordinator Schofield actually shrugged. There are plenty of options. Any lingering doubts Dessa had now vanished. Coordinator Krause's face mask twisted like he was shaking his head. Never mind. I would rather not know, as long as it does not undermine the precarious morale of the staff. Ignorance is bliss, Coordinator Krause, Coordinator Schofield said, his tone amused. I didn't expect that from you. Didn't you? I believe that is our current working policy when it comes to what the majority of the staff is and isn't told about. Incidents like this, Coordinator Krause replied, a hint of steel in his voice. Indeed, Coordinator Schofield said. You are right, of course. Whatever we can squelch about this unfortunate lab leak will, of course, be best for all. I presumed those of us in leadership felt differently for ourselves. Dessa was pushed forward, her wrists already aching from the tight way they had been tied together. I believe in Sanctuary's mission and the duty I have to protect this facility and the work conducted inside its walls at all costs, Coordinator Krause said. With the staff on the verge of mutiny and no end in sight to the stress and overstretching of the human element of this facility, emergency procedures for maintaining the integrity and loyalty of the staff must be instituted at all costs. There was a pause. That doesn't mean I have to like it. A tinny snort came through Coordinator Schofield's voice box. Dessa realized he had laughed. Then they were at the elevators and descended to lab. Coordinator Krause knocked on the access door, and when it opened a few inches, Officer Ross pressed himself into the gap for a look, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets at the sight of the teens all tied up. Open things up now, son, Coordinator Krause said. Yes, of course, sir, Officer Ross said, jumping into action. In a flash, the doors fully opened, and the blue suits ushered the teens across the floor, through the double doors and down several hallways Dessa had never explored before. They were ushered into a special room and sprayed down with bitter-tasting antiseptic. Cool to the touch, the spray raised goosebumps on her arms. She wondered if the kids were awake and playing games, and if they knew anything about what was really happening outside their protected room. She hoped not. Another hallway led to a viewing window that showed a more prison-like experiment room than Dessa had yet seen. Vertical bars even ran through the glass window. The three of them were pushed inside, and the door was locked behind them. With her wrists still aching, Dessa turned in a big circle, scanning everything, but there wasn't much to see. Just a bunch of unfinished cement with a drain in the middle. Against one wall was a metal cot with a thin, stained mattress. There were straps that could hold someone down on the bed against their will. Close to the cot was a metal sink and toilet. In sections of the walls, it looked like someone had been digging at the plaster. Where it had been destroyed, more iron bars were sunk into the cement floor and ceiling. This was a well-fortified room that looked built to make sure whatever was put inside could never escape. Chapter 25. Hours passed. Because there was nothing else to do, and they were all looking for some comfort, Dessa found herself leaning back to back with Riley and Cole. She was on the ground with her knees curled against her chest and her arms wrapped around her legs. "You think this is where they brought people from farm?" Cole said. "Yeah," Dessa said. Surrounding the drain was a dark stain that stunk of bleach. It made Dessa think of blood, although there was no way to know for sure. There was just the slightest sucking sound as the latch released. It made Dessa realize the room had a vacuum seal. The three of them stood and faced the door. Dessa steeled herself to go another round with Coordinator Krause or Schofield. Instead, a wide grin through a thick beard met them. The grin reached Officer Mondo's eyes, an amused light dancing in them. "I heard you need an exit plan." There were too many thoughts tumbling inside Dessa's brain to process. Mondo was security's second-in-command. Was this some sort of trap? He wasn't in a hazard suit, but wore security's standard eggshell-collared shirt reminiscent of a basic police uniform. "What's going on?" Cole said, stepping forward, putting himself between Mondo and the girls. Dessa noticed the knight in shining armor move, but they were outnumbered and definitely outgunned. Mondo's smile grew, but he stayed at the door. "Do you want to leave or not? Because I'm pretty sure you won't like it if you stay. I hear they're experimenting on people and results don't turn out too good." Dessa shook her head in confusion. You here? You didn't know?" Ms. Winter's voice floated over Officer Mondo and into the room. "Please, let me through. They won't believe a word you say." Mondo's smile vanished, but then came back, as if to say there was no trouble here, at least not from him. Stepping aside, he made room for Ms. Winters to enter. Hope bubbled up, but it was mixed with a lot of suspicion and doubt. You could trust Ms. Winters with your life until you couldn't. "Time for you to go," Ms. Winters said, pushing the large lenses of her glasses up her nose. She blinked in that owlish way of hers. She was out of the hazard suit and back in the lab coat, her hair done up perfectly, like she hadn't just been rushing across half of supply. "You can't stay inside Sanctuary, not if you would like to remain uninfected. Personally, I would dearly like to see you remain so for as long as possible." They were led to Ms. Winter's office. "Stay put until I say the way is clear." Officer Mondo looked at Ms. Winters. "I'm waiting on word from Coordinator Grove, but—" Ms. Winters waved a hand at Officer Mondo. "Yes, of course. Do what you must. I will have them prepared." Papers and logbooks were piled high on the desk. A small plaid-patterned love seat had a green throw and 2 yellow pillows. Lab gear and books and more papers were scattered across shelves that lined the walls. Another door paralleled the one they had come in through. Riley took a position on the love seat arm, crossing one leg over the other. Cole remained standing by the door, arms over his chest. Dessa dropped onto the sofa itself, sighing as she sank into the cushion. Ms. Winters moved behind her desk and began shuffling papers. "We don't have much time." "What really happened to Harrison?" Dessa said, ready for another lie but unable to stop herself from asking. Ms. Winters' hands hovered over a stack of papers. Then she covered up the hesitation by flipping through them and setting them aside. "I do not have as much power in this place as you believe of me. My options are limited. My position is far more precarious than it looks." Picking up a manila folder next, Ms. Winters opened it and her eyes lit up. All right, take a look at this. She held it out across the desk. What is it? Dessa said, both curious and suspicious. I can't tell you everything. Dessa held up a hand to stop her. I'm tired of this. You can't tell us everything? When have you told us anything? Riley stood up from the couch. Just tell us something. I am trying to do exactly that, Ms. Winters said in a strident tone, still holding out the manila folder. I needed to lie to you earlier and deny these experiments were occurring while there was still a chance of covering up the accident. But that time is over. Cole looked at Dessa and then went over and took the folder. He sat next to her on the couch. Harrison turned V, as you like to call it, Ms. Winters said, accentuating each word. As a result of a poorly designed experiment, a mutated version of the Lissa virus was allowed to overwhelm his system. But the combo cure is not supposed to allow that to happen, Dessa interrupted. Cole flipped through the papers. Riley looked over their shoulders. All Dessa could see were sheets filled with abbreviations and codes. What is this supposed to prove exactly? Cole said, his lip curling. This is gibberish. Frustrated, Ms. Winters shook her hand at the papers. It's there. It's all there. The research, the procedure, the dosing. I know my word means very little to you. The manila folder contains proof that Harrison was indeed part of lab-level experiments. I knew it, Dessa said, relief rushing through her. Yes, she had guessed the same, but now Ms. Winters had confirmed it. That meant the combo cure still worked. Amos, Tiana, and Egg were safe. I knew it. Ms. Winters turned her head and looked at Dessa over the rims of her glasses. I did not expect that to be received as good news. We don't even know if she's telling the truth now, Cole said, more subdued. Look at the identifications at the top. The names, Ms. Winters said. They flipped through the papers. Stuart Harrison, Katrina Anshin, Mensch Kimley, George Matthew, and more. Everyone who had gone missing from farm. The reality of the situation set in, and relief turned into something far more disturbing. Lab turned all of them into... Dessa couldn't finish. It was an irradiation experiment, modeled on the old Gamma Gardens, Ms. Winters said. Very haphazard results. Coordinator Schofield should not have approved it, as is. I would have demanded a more thorough dive into the previous research. They take radiation. Radiation? Riley squeaked. Those things are radioactive? Ms. Winters blinked a number of times before answering. No, they are not radioactive. But you used radiation to make them like that, Dessa said. It wasn't a question, but Ms. Winters answered. Yes. Not myself. This was not my experiment, but yes. Dessa said. Sanctuary was putting radiation on... Lab applied the irradiation protocols, Ms. Winters corrected. Dessa brushed that away. The scientists down here were irradiating the combo cured and everything mutated to become worse, because that's what radiation does. They can't be that stupid, Riley said. They can't. Ms. Winters shook her head. Scientists irradiated an isolated sample of the Lissa virus and injected it into a subject who had already been infected with both the Lissa virus and Borrelia hallucinari. The combo cure, Cole said. Ms. Winters nodded. It is well established in virology, as evidenced by medical articles and research studies too numerous to bother counting, that irradiation often inactivates a virus. When a virus is inactivated, it can't replicate, Dessa finished. You said that's why we had to get you the Albutrin, and then why you had to put the kids in a coma in order to inactivate viral replication. Very good, Dessa. You were listening. Ms. Winters actually looked pleased. Lab was testing this hypothesis in the hopes of securing a more permanent, less risky solution to the Lissa virus, as compared to the combo cure. They decided it was less risky to use radiation, Dessa said. Ms. Winters thinned her lips. It was not my decision, but if it had been, I would have likely approved it, but only after further investigation of the possible unexpected effects, as witnessed in the long history of... She paused. The look on her face showed she knew she had lost them. So Sanctuary took human subjects, took people we knew, Cole said. These people were experimented on and turned into mutant super zombies by accident during a zombie apocalypse. Ms. Winters did not respond. It was one thing to volunteer for an experiment, knowing the risks, but to just be taken up like that on a whim, experimented on by the very people who were supposed to be working to help you, it was beyond awful. What if they had wanted to test things on Egg or Tiana or Amos, Dessa said, horror filling her. I would have never allowed that, Ms. Winters said quickly. What if it had been my dad? Riley said quietly. Would you have allowed that? Or doesn't he matter? Don't any of these people matter? She slapped the manila folder out of Cole's hands, and the papers fluttered away, landing in a scattered pile on the floor. Ms. Winters didn't, maybe couldn't, finish. Riley had hit too close to the truth. But that means everyone else is going to be okay, Dessa said, focusing on what mattered most to her. All the people she cared about on farm who had the combo cure, all the people not yet experimented on, all the people who still had a chance. They're not going to turn into something like Harrison, not unless Lab gets hold of them. And we won't let that happen to anyone else. We won't. Ms. Winters pressed her lips together. That is not exactly a known value in this situation. Dessa's head began to spin. Known value? What does that mean? Yes, Ms. Winters said. You are correct that Lab, under the leadership of Coordinator Schofield, has been experimenting on those with the combo cure. As a result, they created something unexpected. Unexpectedly monstrous, Riley said. They canceled out all the benefits of the combo cure and made something far worse. They're just taking people and using them up, and you don't even seem to care. I care, Ms. Winters said, drawing herself up, acting offended. That is why you are in this room with me now. That is why I am breaking core protocols and showing you this data. They have been keeping the situation a secret from the rest of Sanctuary, even from Coordinator Grove, in the hopes of avoiding a change in Sanctuary's hierarchy. I have decided that was a mistake. Cole bent to the ground and was picking up all the papers, deep in concentration. Dessa wondered if he could even hear Ms. Winters speaking. There was something bothering him. It looked like he was counting and then recounting. The fact that the bombardment experiments led to this result in the combo cured every time in each subject tells us something important, Ms. Winters continued. Dessa did not like the sound of that. What? Ms. Winters took a breath and settled her hands on the desk. It means that there is a reasonable chance, however small, that someday the combo cure will wear off. When? Dessa said, standing up. What do we do? It could be months from now, maybe years, Ms. Winters said. But there is no way to know for sure, or even that it will happen at all until it does. But you said you were working on help. Though Dessa wasn't sure she wanted the kind of help Ms. Winters could offer, especially if she would have approved a human experiment like this herself, if only she had gotten the chance. Dessa's mind flashed to an image of Harrison's grotesquely overdeveloped muscles, weeping tumors, the horrifying scream of rage, the moment of bliss as he swallowed the raw flesh of the rat. If the combo cure would someday wear off, what choice did they have but to trust in the possibly crazy scientists again, especially when faced with that alternative? Yes, I am still working on a solution for them, but... How many of these super zombies escaped Lab? Cole said abruptly. They all turned to look at him. Dessa saw you dump at least 2 bodies in the chemical pool, Cole continued. Harrison has probably joined them by now. But there are 10 names here. Where are the other 7? For a long moment, Ms. Winters remained silent and looked like she would refuse to answer. Some of them have already passed, but we are faced with another break of security. The last 2 subjects have escaped, Ms. Winters said, suddenly looking broken. She closed her eyes and leaned on the desk. Schofield runs a lab so incompetently, it's criminal. And if someone is bitten by one of these super zombies, assuming you don't die in the process, Cole said, what happens if you're uninfected like us? You turn into something like them, Ms. Winters said, voice clipped. It sounded like she had expected them to understand, not the science, but her reasoning, and had become annoyed that they couldn't. And what if you have the combo cure? Dessa said, picking up Cole's thread. Ms. Winters shook her head. It doesn't work against this. They would all succumb. You mean turn, Riley said. Ms. Winters nodded. No exceptions? Cole prompted. There is no known antidote to this, Ms. Winters said. 2 Super Vs were loose inside Sanctuary and able to make more with a single bite. Chapter 26. There was a rumbling noise in the hallway, like the pounding of boots. Officer Mondo opened the door and threw it wide. 2 minutes! He disappeared again, closing the door behind him. I'm so sorry, but you've seen too much. As soon as you interacted with the lab leak, your fate was sealed. The ground seemed to drop away from Dessa's feet as she lost sense of the sofa. That sounds like something out of a movie that a bad guy says. Ms. Winters looked down at her desk and then up at the 3 of them, blinking at them in her steady way that made her seem rock-solid calm. But Dessa knew better by now. It meant gears in Ms. Winters' mind were spinning at top speed as she analyzed and discarded a million different options and weighed another million variables. Coordinator Schofield and Coordinator Krause intend to keep this situation secret from the rest of Sanctuary, Ms. Winters spoke quickly, urgently. They will do whatever is necessary to enforce that secrecy. They already have security searching for the 2 missing lab subjects and believe they can cover this up. I do not believe so, not any longer. I have rectified my earlier error in judgment by revealing to both Officer Mondo and Coordinator Grove the full scope of the situation that has been kept from them. I asked them for help with getting you out of here before you become collateral damage to more of Schofield's criminal incompetence. Then we'll go to farm, Riley said. At least I'll be with my father. Of course, they will search for you there, Ms. Winters said, waving at the papers Cole had collected. This was all happening so fast. Everything had been fine. Everything had been better than fine. She had traded notes with Amos, and they had their hideout and the tall fences that kept the worst of the world away. They had given the kids honey sticks and watched them laugh and talk like they were regular kids. And now she was supposed to just leave? This is the only safe place left in maybe the whole entire world, Dessa said. I can't just leave my brother behind. Where do we go? What would we do? The hallway noises grew, and Dessa knew Ms. Winters was right. If they stayed, Schofield and Krause would put them back in the cages, and eventually whatever mess was left of their bodies would be dumped in the chemical pool. The door burst open, and Officer Mondo stepped inside in one fluid motion. He was amped up, but under control. The smile on his face looked a little strangled. We've created an open path to the elevators, but you must go now. Dessa wanted this to be a bad dream so that she could wake up and go back to checking traps for dead rats and forget all of this had ever happened. Ms. Winters frowned. They will be watching the elevators. Dessa felt it then. Something changed, like a switch. Her body recognized it before her mind could understand it. Cole and Riley had gotten there faster. They had to leave Sanctuary. If they leave now, Officer Mondo said, they will have a window of time where the elevators will not be watched, but I cannot offer more protection than this small window without compromising my own position. Ms. Winters went to the opposite door, next to a bookcase overflowing with medical texts and loose papers. This connects to an inner hallway. Security knows about it, of course, but most of them are dealing with searching down the last 2 subjects from the lab accident. If you move quickly, you will pass by additive manufacturing and the children. It will circle you back around, hopefully behind. We know, Cole said, getting up, the manila folder once again spilling its contents across the floor as it slipped off his lap. My brother, Dessa said, unable to keep the hint of a wail out of her voice. I will protect him, Ms. Winters said, blinking. Her gnarled hand trembled on the door handle. She was a brilliant doctor, but she was only one person, and she was old. But there was no one else. I will protect all the children, like I have done at every step so far. Dr. Winters, Officer Mondo said, a warning note in his voice. Go, Ms. Winters said. Cole took the lead, Riley at his heels. Dessa followed them both out into the blindingly white hallway. There was a click, and Dessa looked back to see a blank wall with just a hint of the door's outline. The dark spot that marked the handle was the only true giveaway, along with the metal sign etched with Dr. Winters' name. More signs and handles marked other scientist offices. Otherwise, the hallway remained sterile white. Eventually, they found familiar territory and passed the 3D printers. One of them was humming along at full speed, the robotic injection arm swiveling fast to lay down layer after layer of material to form some unknown shape for lab. Cole led them past the room, and they soon curved around to the viewing gallery for Project Polus. Through the one-way glass, scientists and assistants in white lab coats were attending the children. A half-dozen blue suits were in the room, spread out near the walls, looking bored. Ivan was on the floor alongside Claire, playing with a box of brightly colored blocks. The twins were in chairs, getting blood samples drawn from one arm while using their free hands to read chapter books. Rotha and Zachary each had a dozen sensors attached, and 2 lab coats were analyzing several printouts from a machine spitting zigzagging lines down on a long roll of paper. They were safe, alive, awake, all the things it was impossible for Dessa to provide. Her breath caught in her throat. She knew a blue suit loyal to Krauss or Schofield could turn the corner or exit the room at any minute, and they would be caught. But she couldn't leave that window, not when she didn't know when she could come back. There was a tug on her arm. Come on, Dessa, we have to go, Cole said. Just had to see, Dessa whispered. I couldn't leave without seeing. Without another word, she let herself be tugged down the hallway. Finally, when the curve took the viewing window and the children from sight, she turned and saw Riley up ahead at the next intersection. Just around the next corner would be the elevators. Hurrying over, they saw Officer Ross at the security desk. He stood up quick when he saw them, straightening his blue shirt and walking over. The window is closing, Officer Ross said. You need to be gone now. Riley stared at him. You're helping us? I'm helping Officer Mondo and Coordinator Grove, Officer Ross said. The intercom device at the security desk squawked in a strange pattern. Officer Ross's eyes widened in shock, and a bolt of fear entered his eyes. That's the signal. Your window's closed. Security staff loyal to Krauss are watching the elevators and headed this way. He stepped back, his hand going to the taser at his belt. I can't let them know I'm helping you. A roar of stomping boots came from behind them, only muffled by the double doors. Open up the door to the elevator shaft, Cole said. I told you they're watching the elevators now, Officer Ross said. Don't call the elevator, Cole said, approaching the access door. Just open this up. Even as panic fluttered in her stomach, Dessa followed after Cole, disbelieving. So what exactly is the plan? Are we climbing up the walls of the elevator shaft like Spider-Man, while elevator cars full of security fly past us, in the hopes that we get to ground first? She said this in a half-joking, half-sarcastic voice. Cole made a strange noise that seemed to get stuck in his throat. Unless you have a better idea. Yeah. Chapter 27. The doors opened, and with no elevator box, the vertical shaft looked cavernous, dark, and dangerous. Dessa stepped next to Cole and looked down into a well of darkness. Sanctuary extended at least 2 more levels down, engineering and machinery. Looking up, she craned her neck but couldn't see much. "If you're going to do something, do it now," Officer Ross said from behind them. Nervousness thick in his voice as it echoed in the shaft. 4 guiding cables hung in the air out in front of them, stretched taut, the darkness consuming either end. Did Cole really expect them to climb those guiding cables 4 levels up to ground? Her fingers and toes tingled. She wasn't a weakling, but her arms didn't have that kind of strength in them. Plus, as soon as someone called for an elevator down, they would be crushed by the box. Cole reached for the top of the threshold, held onto the frame, and leaned out. One wrong move, one slip, and Cole fell to his death. That was true for all of them. This was a bad idea. This was worse than a bad idea. Cole felt along the ledge and pulled something down. It looked like a coil of rope with some hooks. Riley crowded them, wanting a look. Dessa felt dizzy with the pressure of Riley at her back, like she was about to fall. "Maybe we should just let them capture us," Riley said, her voice small. "Maybe—" Before Cole could toss the rope and hooks on the floor, the equipment slipped out of his hand and fell away. "No!" Cole said, reaching out for the gear. Adrenaline spiked in Dessa's veins. She grabbed his jumpsuit around the waist and pulled him back. "Cole, what are you doing?" He stepped away from the elevator ledge, looking stunned. All the color had drained from his face. "Where did all that come from?" Dessa said, astonished. He looked at her, horror in his expression. "You collect and hide food and water. I was doing the same with escape gear." "Because you thought there might be a point where we would have to climb out of this place in a hurry before something got us killed?" "Yes," Cole said, as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. But then his expression crumpled. "But now it's gone." "Cole," Riley said, looking miserable. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Cole shook his head and kept his face turned to the flooring. "I can't believe I did that. I don't have anything else on this level." "Seriously," Officer Ross said, hissing. "You need to go." Dessa looked over her shoulder and saw Officer Ross had backed up almost to the double doors. His hand was over the taser holstered to his waist. The sounds of those booted steps grew in volume and speed. He looked through the door windows. He was ready to act the hero in front of the other suits. "What do we do now?" Riley said, almost wailing. Dessa looked up at the ceiling, hoping for inspiration, for a miracle. Anything. And that's when she saw it. "The vents," Dessa said, pointing. Cole looked up, following her hand. "Does this hook up into the main ductwork system? I thought lab isolated their air." "Only the ducts that cover the lab rooms themselves," Dessa said, bringing up a mental map of the system. She had checked the rat traps in the ventilation plenty of times and also been assigned to assist on repairs before. Everything else connects with the levels above and below. "You don't have time to get up there before they catch you," Officer Ross said, walking back and unholstering his taser. "I'm sorry." Blue suits crashed through the double doors, shouting for the teens to stop and put their hands up against the wall. "Stop," Officer Ross said, joining their ranks. Glancing first at Cole and then at Riley, Dessa whispered, "Get ready to jump for those cables. Follow my lead. I have a plan." She stood tall and faced 6 blue suits. Officer Ross made 7. Neither Officer Mondo nor Coordinator Kraus were present. Taking a few steps toward them, she put her hands up. Cole and Riley copied her, coming up alongside. "Okay, you caught us," Dessa said, talking loud to make it clear she was following directions and giving up. She took another step in their direction. The blue suits all had tasers out, but no guns, not yet. That was what she had needed to check. Taking a deep breath, she wiggled her waist just a little to make sure her jumpsuit pockets were still stuffed with the utility knives from earlier. All she needed was one, but more was always better. She told herself this would be easy. Trapeze artists jumped off ledges and caught moving bars and did flips. She just wanted to grab onto a vertical rope and hold on for dear life. The elevator's guiding cables weren't even moving. "Now!" Dessa pivoted. With the running start she had gained, She jumped off the ledge and out into the void of the elevator shaft. Weightless, she stretched out her arms and prayed to the universe to let her catch one of the guide cables like she was a circus performer doing a trick. Her launch across the shaft brought her to the cable in the far corner. She caught its wrapped metal fibers with her chest and hands. With breath almost knocked out of her, she managed to swing around her legs and wrap them around the cable. Her momentum bounced her against the wall, but she was on the cable. Twisting, her muscles already screaming at her, she saw Cole and Riley had actually followed her lead and managed not to die. They had caught their own guiding cables in opposite corners. Dessa saw a ventilation grate that ran below the access door she had never noticed before, probably because she had never enjoyed the view from this angle. She hoped never to enjoy this kind of view again. Still, though the grate was long and not very tall, it was tall enough. Security rushed the threshold, eggshell blue obscuring the view into lab, and there was no way to get to that grate without getting caught. Cole and Riley's guiding cables were on either side of the access door, perilously close. Blue suits reached out, trying to grab for her friends. "Bring your sleeves over your hands and slip down to engineering," Dessa shouted, not caring if the blue suits heard. All they needed was a little distance and a little time to get out of sight. Now! She braced her shoes against the cable, protected her hands with the cloth of her jumpsuit, and released just enough to begin a slide. Please, please let there be another grate. Everything else about Sanctuary had a uniform-like quality about it. Why not the elevator grates? Soon the blue suits were standing above them, arguing about what to do. It seemed they weren't supposed to use their guns. Hand radios screeched. Dessa kept lowering herself until engineering level came into view. The access doors were closed, but she didn't care about that. With a sigh of relief, she looked below the level's access and saw the ventilation grate. An exact copy, in the same position and same size as labs. Whoever built Sanctuary loved symmetry. It was another stupid S-word, so she guessed it made sense. Hope poured through her. Yes, the blue suits could see every move they made, but no one was shooting or climbing down after them. There was a chance they could get out of sight and escape through the ductwork. Cole and Riley slipped into view, their sleeves protecting their hands. "The grate," Dessa said, as she dared to release one hand from the cable and reach into her pocket, the rest of her strained to keep her on the cable. Sweat drenched Cole's hair and dripped from his chin. Pulling out one of the knives, she motioned, throwing it to him. "We need to open that vent." Once he nodded, she tossed him the knife. He reached out, making the cable sway, and caught the knife by the handle, clicking a fresh razor blade in place. He turned to the grate, braced himself as best he could, and reached out to use the blade like a screwdriver on the corner screw. Riley looked like she was holding on for dear life. Her mouth was pressed together so hard, her lips had disappeared. "Riley," Dessa said, pulling another knife out of her pocket. "I know you're brave enough to do this. I've already seen it." Riley took great, gulping breaths. She carefully reached out one hand even as her wrapped legs began to shake from the additional load. Dessa tossed her the second knife. Riley reached for it and missed. She cried out. "It's okay," Dessa said, even as her stomach flipped. "I've got another one." Going into her pocket, she pulled out another knife and motioned, tossing it. "Don't drop this one, okay? It's the last one I've got." "Gee, thanks, no pressure," Riley said with a shaking voice. If Riley missed this one, Dessa didn't think she had anything else in her pockets that could be used to twist out the screws. Dessa tossed the knife and held her breath. Riley grabbed at the air, and just when Dessa thought it was going to be another miss, caught the knife. She braced herself, clicked a blade into place, and got to work on the other side of the grate. Dessa's hands began to shake through her sleeves. She thought it was her muscles giving out, but then realized it was the cable. She gulped and looked up. She couldn't see anything except for the blue suits who still waited one level above them at the open door. But the rumble through the cable told her something had changed. "Can you guys go any faster?" Dessa said, trying not to sound frantic. "I think they're sending the elevator our way." "Thanks for the pep talk," Cole said without looking over. "I was holding back until now." The bottom screw came out and fell away. A flash of something overhead brought her gaze up. and now she could see the floor of the elevator box. There was a clap so deafening Dessa wanted to cover her ears, except that would mean a fall to her death. Something pinged the shaft behind her. She turned and saw a bullet embedded in the cement casing. Looking up, a blue suit was leaning out with a gun even as the elevator was creeping down on him. Riley exclaimed in triumph as the top screw on her side came undone and fell away. Cole attacked the last screw on his side and pulled the grate off with a screech, letting it fall. We're in. Or at least Riley and Cole were in. Cole went first and then Riley, as Dessa cursed herself for her grand idea. She had jumped and caught the furthest cable from the grate. Now there was no running start, and her muscles were basically jelly. A lot of air stood between her and that vent. Blue suits had gotten permission to shoot at her. Even if they kept missing, the elevator was only seconds away from crushing her. Another clap, and a sharp wind passed by her ear. The bullet kicked up cement dust that tickled her nose. It was now or never. She braced herself against the cement shaft as best she could. The gap was really big, at least her height times 3. Using the guiding cable as a counterweight, she tried to imagine just pushing off the sidewall, somehow flying through the air, grabbing the cable nearest the vent and… Cole's face appeared at the vent opening, flushed and still dripping with sweat. Dessa, the piping! Stop wasting time! Use that ledge and piping to climb over here! He pointed to her left. She looked and immediately saw what he meant. There was a sort of cement ledge just a few inches wide that rimmed the shaft. It was enough for her boots to grip. About 4 feet above that ledge was electrical piping that wound a direct path to the vent before bending at a right angle around it. Oh, Dessa said, scrambling for the holds. That's a lot easier than what I was thinking about doing. Chapter 28. Dessa put her head down and scrambled on all fours through the ductwork. The metal buckled and popped, too loud at every movement, but there was nothing to be done about it. They had to get up to ground. They had to avoid getting caught. It was that simple, and that hard. Cole had her lead the way while he guarded their tail. She had never explored the ductwork on other levels. Still, at every juncture that allowed her to travel up, she took it. They had to press their spines against one side and brace their hands on the other to scoot up until reaching another horizontal tunnel. Her sleeves were chewed up from sliding down the guiding cables, but at least the cloth had protected her hands for this. Just the slightest breeze traveled through the ductwork. Those strange hazard symbol boxes with the lazy green flashing light were spaced at regular intervals, like on supply. Security must know they were in the ventilation, but that didn't mean it was going to be easy to find where. The levels were vast, and the ventilation was extensive. That worked in their favor, but those same features also worked against them. At each juncture, Dessa paused and then guessed which way to go. She eventually became completely lost, with no sense of direction other than gravity telling her which way was down. Long minutes passed, the only sounds their labored breathing and the buckling metal. Dessa wasn't sure, but she thought maybe some of the noises were Riley crying and trying to cover it up. Every now and then Cole would whisper, telling them to go faster. At first, the ventilation had been easier on her muscles than the elevator cables, but now everything felt ready to shut down. I need a break, Dessa finally whispered. Finally, Riley said, sniffing. Cole agreed, and they sat side by side, backs to the metal, staring blankly at more metal. Just enough light leaked in through the ductwork seams to make her eyes strain as they searched out and tried to make sense of things. For the moment, no one chased them, and there weren't any sounds of people nearby either. Dessa gave into the exhaustion and stared down at her boots, completely scuffed. A chunk of rubber had ripped off the heel somewhere along the way. The toes of both shoes were almost scraped open. Riley curled her arms around her knees and stared off into the distance at nothing. Cole faced back the way they had come, still on guard. In the silence, the circulating air became this soothing white noise that tempted Dessa to close her eyes for just a minute. She jerked her head, her eyes opening. She hadn't even realized she had closed them. Cole was looking at her, his face a mask of stress. Do you know where you're going? She shook her head. It's all a guess. There was the faintest sound of something. She strained her ears. What's that? They all listened. There it was again. A bunch of little feet, moving swiftly. If we actually made it into the ductwork for supply level, that could be the rats we've been trying to catch, Dessa said, a wry note in her voice. Normal or super mutant, Cole said sarcastically. How about C, all the above? Dessa retorted, still whispering. Cole snorted. I really don't want to be stuck in here with any rats, normal or not, Riley said. And your jokes about it are not funny. Whose jokes? Dessa said. Mine or Cole's? Riley opened her mouth, but then her lip twitched, and she unwound her arms from her knees. See? All the above, idiot. Now let's go. That made Cole turn to face Riley. Did you just make a joke? I think her crush on Egg means his personality is rubbing off on her, Dessa said. Maybe, Riley said. Saying Egg's name almost seemed to conjure his presence. Suddenly Dessa could see their hideout and the way they had all sat knee to knee in a circle. Except Riley wasn't there, and she should have been. Riley, Dessa said, if we get out of this alive, I think the use of the word when is far more appropriate for our situation. Our word choice is of vital importance, Cole said, unexpectedly channeling Ms. Winters to an uncanny degree. Dessa gawked. That was pretty good, Riley said. You really nailed her voice. Anyway, Dessa said, when we get out of here alive, it's about time we showed you the hideout we've got set up in the dump. Sometimes we all meet up there. It's got a bunch of supplies we're probably going to need. She had meant to stay positive, but that last reminder of their situation was kind of a downer. Riley gave Dessa a strange look. You're really letting me in? You've kept that place a secret for forever. Not that secret if you knew about it all along, Cole said wryly. I knew you all got together somewhere and I wasn't invited, Riley said, looking away from them both. Ouch, that was a punch in the gut. The truth hurt sometimes. Sorry about that, Riley, Dessa said, truly apologetic. We didn't trust you because of my father, I know, Riley said. It's fine. It wasn't, but the only thing Dessa could do was try to make up for it from now on. Anyway, thanks, Riley said. Even though I have my dad, I hardly see him. You two are really all I've gotten here, and I never really felt like you wanted me around. And you know how the rest of Sanctuary treats us. It sucks. Yeah, especially now that Sanctuary wants to kill us, Cole said. But even though there was a teasing note in his voice, his expression told Dessa he was stricken with guilt, same as her. Sure, that too. But before that, it's just been... Riley released a big sigh. Really lonely. Was that another tear slipping down Riley's cheek? Dessa seriously had a lot of making things right in her future. If they got a future. After all, they were currently stuck in a bunch of ductworks buried 3 stories underground with mutant rats and super Vs running around and all the regular humans hunting them too. Well, Dessa said, brushing off the knees of her jumpsuit like it would actually make a difference. If we're going to let you into our super secret club and show you our super secret club house, I guess we should get moving. Cole and Riley agreed. Dessa took the lead again. The break had helped bring feeling back into her hands and feet, which she thought would have been a good thing, except now they burned with pain. Dust tickled her nose, but she kept hoping at any moment to stumble across a bait box that would prove they had made it up to supply level. Once they hit one of the bait boxes, she would be able to figure out exactly where they were and get them up to the next level. Thinking about the bait boxes made her think of Tig hunting the rats. She had kept seeing signs of having just missed him over the last week. Empty tuna cans, small tufts of fur. If she could have only gotten him in her sight, she knew he would have come running. Maybe it was for the best. It wasn't like he would have been any safer with them right now than wherever he actually was at the moment. Tig was tough. He was a survivor. Then they hit a dead end. It came on so unexpectedly. She had looked down at her hand placement and banged the top of her head into the end. "What's going on?" Riley said. Reaching out to feel the edges of the grate, Dessa said, "It's blocked. We have to go back." There was also a grate underneath her hands. That's what had distracted her. The light it let through allowed her to see more details than before. Little dust bunnies gliding along the ductwork, the bent edges of the metal at the seams. Even as Riley and Cole were turning around, Dessa crouched and peered through the slats. "Wait," Dessa said. "I can see something." Their buckling metal sounds stopped. "What is it?" Riley asked. Dessa squinted. Was that shelving? Maybe shrink-wrapped pallets? She thought so. But if she could just identify what those pallets contained, she could figure out where exactly they had ended up. Once she figured that out, she could determine where the next transfer juncture for the level above them might be. Dessa pushed up from the grate and looked over her shoulder. There was Riley on hands and knees, just like Dessa, pressed against one side. "I think we really are on supply level now," Dessa said. "I just need to figure out where exactly. Do either of you still have one of those knives?" Cole's back was turned to them. "I'm hearing those pattering feet noises again." "Right, that would make sense," Dessa said. "Supply's been having rat problems." "Yeah, but it's getting louder and we're at a dead end now, and the last juncture was a long way back." Cole turned around and pulled the knife out of his jumpsuit pocket, passing it to Riley, who passed it to Dessa. A strangled note entered his voice. "Did anyone ask Ms. Winters what would happen if any of these mutant rats were to bite an uninfected human?" That was it. A full adrenaline rush now washed over Dessa. "Are you saying that one of these rats could bite and turn us into something like Harrison?" Riley asked, her voice rising in pitch. It carried, echoing through the ductwork. There was an answering screech, higher pitched, terrifying. The sound was loud and from inside the ductwork. "Do you think that was a rat?" Dessa said. "Either way, I'm saying I don't want to find out," Cole said. "We can't go back the way we came. We'll run right into whatever is making that sound. Dessa, the grate, please." The knife in her hand became slippery. Wait, that was her hands sweating. She wiped them quickly on her jumpsuit, picked the knife back up, clicked a fresh blade into place, and attacked the grate's connections. Unwillingly, a memory rose up. They had been chased by V's while underground in a flooded old Sacramento. She had been sloshing through that tunnel of darkness with an almost burned-out torch when a rat swam by on the surface of the water, only to be eaten up by the V's on their tail. If only there was just the one rat behind them now. It couldn't be that many in the ducts. Only one had gotten away. Unless... Her hands and toes tingled as she imagined a wave of mutant rats flooding the ductwork in their direction. "So, I hate to bring this up," Dessa whispered, separating the first side of the grate and now moving on to the second side. "But, do you think those mutant rats might be turning any other normal rats down here into them? Ms. Winters said the human version could do it, so I figure—" "Yeah, me too," Cole said, a hint of panic in his voice. "I think we have to assume they can." Riley moaned. "Oh, I hate rats. I hate them so much." "How's the grate coming, Dessa?" More than a hint of panic in Cole's voice. The rat screams grew in volume. "I could use some help," Dessa said. "An extra hand to pull it off." "Riley, let me by," Cole said. "I'll do it." Instead, Riley pushed up next to Dessa. "No way! I'll help! There's no way I'm in the back for the rats to reach me first." "Thanks for making me bait," Cole said, backing off and facing the other way again. "Super appreciate that." Dessa worked on the third side. "Riley, pull on this. Maybe we can just bend it open." Dessa set aside the knife. The grate bent for them, faster than expected. She slipped a few inches on her knees, and the movement sent the knife flying through the vent opening. She watched the knife land on top of the shrink-wrapped pallet. "Crap," Dessa said, staring after it, dumbfounded. She had stuffed her pockets full of those knives, not imagining she would now be wishing she had taken more. "What?" Cole said. "Dessa just lost the last knife," Riley said. It's fine. Dessa said. "We opened it enough to get out. I'll go first." "Hurry up over there. I swear I'm seeing red beady eyes in the distance," Cole said. She ducked her head through the opening and looked out. They were definitely on supply now. Shelving burst with stacked pallets of goods for as far as the eye could see. She couldn't tell exactly what type of goods the knife had dropped onto, and then, looking around, realized she didn't need to. She knew exactly where they were. With a sinking feeling, Dessa took in the intercom system, the wheelbarrows, the potato barrels. They were near the elevator bay, in a perfect sightline for anyone getting on or off. It had been pure dumb luck that no one had caught them while they were resting and talking in the ventilation right by the elevators. Security had probably thought they wouldn't be dumb enough to do something like that. Well, she sure showed them. She had no idea what cameras inside Sanctuary did or didn't still work. Either way, as soon as they left the ventilation, someone would notice them. Pulling back her head, the enclosed ductwork suddenly became claustrophobic. "We have to go fast, okay? Anybody who gets on or off that elevator is going to see us until we can climb off the shelving." "I'm good with fast," Cole said. "I'm great with fast," Riley said. "There's a pallet that's about a 6-foot drop from here," Dessa said. "I'm going to jump, and then get out of your way. We'll move to the next grate as fast as we can and back into the ventilation." The rat screamed again, making all three of them flinch. She twisted around to go through feet first this time, gripping the sides of the grate. The metal bit into her sore hands. But it didn't matter. This drop shouldn't be a big deal. Even still, she really did not want to gain a new injury because of carelessness. She pulled herself through the vent and hung there, letting herself dangle feet first for just an instant to make the gap between her and the pallet as small as possible to avoid a sprained ankle. That's when she heard the ding of the elevator. The doors opened, and E.B. Pleasant walked out, whistling. Chapter 29. There was no going back. Dessa dropped, crouching upon landing on the pallet to absorb the noise. She grabbed the knife and got out of the way in time for Riley and then Cole to drop next to her. E.B. Pleasant was less than 100 feet away, his back turned, as he worked with a stack of papers that Dessa knew tracked supplies inventory. She put a finger to her lips, making sure Riley and Cole saw, then pointed to a path where they could climb off the shelving and get out of view. Cole poked her in the ribs. "Dessa, look!" She wanted to yell at him for talking, even if it was barely a whisper. Was he trying to get them caught? But then she did look, and saw that E.B. Pleasant had taken off his navy blue baseball cap. She drew in a sharp breath. He never took it off. They had been placing bets for months on what was really underneath, but from this high up she couldn't tell exactly. Her binoculars! She dove into her pocket and pulled them out. Bringing the binoculars to her eyes, she adjusted the focus. This would just take a second. A scream full of horror and rage filled the air, startling her into dropping the binoculars. As if in slow motion, they fell off the pallet and vanished. That hadn't been a rat scream. It sounded almost beyond human. "Who's there?" E.B. Pleasant said, whirling around as he smashed the hat back on his head. He stalked over until he stood below where they had crouched. "Come down, right now! Don't think I can't see the three of you up there fooling around? Where have you been? There's no days off around here, no matter what you think. And what was that mess you left in bedding? There's pillows missing, stained sheets, too. You keep stealing like this and they're going to kick you out." "Too late," Dessa whispered. But the strangest thing about it all was how normal he was talking. Like he had no idea about the mutant rats or the lab break. Schofield and Krause had said they were keeping the lab leak and the Super-V's a secret from the rest of the staff. But E.B. Pleasant was Coordinator Grove's second in command. He was part of leadership. Except Dessa was pretty sure Coordinator Grove hadn't known about the body dump and had also worked with Officer Mondo to help the 3 teens escape from lab level. So it wasn't just regular Sanctuary staff that Schofield and Krause had decided shouldn't know about the Super-V's. "Just act normal," Dessa said, getting an idea. "I'll handle this." Riley frantically shook her head. Cole raised an eyebrow. "You going to try and reason with E.B. Pleasant?" Dessa leaned out across the pallet so that he could get a better look at her. Yeah, sorry. You caught us. But we weren't stealing. Of course, his expression became anything but pleasant. Don't think you can lie to me. We've been through this before. At any other time, his comment would have sent Dessa into an anxious sweat. But there were bigger problems than E.B. Pleasant, and those problems were currently on the move in the ventilation above their heads. Okay, I'm just gonna climb down, Dessa said, anxious to put distance between her and the open grate. We're all gonna climb down and talk this out. E.B. Pleasant began to walk over to the intercom. If you think that's gonna get you out of me notifying security, you've got another thing coming. No, please don't. Climbing across the shrink-wrapped pallets as fast as possible, Dessa landed on the floor and raced to put herself between E.B. Pleasant and the intercom. But then she was stuck. They could break the intercom, but that still left E.B. Pleasant to deal with. Cole and Riley were scrambling down and would soon join her, making it 3 against 1. Maybe they could tie him up. You're in my way, E.B. Pleasant said, smashing his hat lower over his forehead as his scowl deepened. This is just going to get you in more trouble. At the opened vent, something small dropped out. Just one, but it was enough to become a big problem. Rats, Dessa said, feeling the need to run. But which way? Rats indeed, E.B. Pleasant said. But you did this to yourself, didn't you? It's time to accept the consequences. As if in answer, 2 of the elevators lit up. The lights showed they had both started at ground level and were traveling down. E.B. Pleasant crossed his arms over his chest in such a self-satisfied way that Dessa wanted to punch him. Well, look at that. My guess is I don't even need to make a call. They could hear you stealing all the way up from ground. We should run, Cole said, standing behind E.B. Pleasant and looking ready to knock him flat on his butt. They're coming. There's nowhere you can go that Sanctuary won't find you. E.B. Pleasant whirled, moving faster than Dessa thought possible. He swung a leg around and swiped Cole's feet out from under him. Cole fell on his tailbone and yelped. I told you not to go anywhere, E.B. Pleasant said. Getting up, Cole rubbed his tailbone as his expression hardened. You shouldn't have done that. Riley screamed, pointing back to the ventilation. I think there's something big moving in the vents with the rats. E.B. Pleasant's eyes widened. What the hell? The elevators dinged open. Dessa ran for Cole as she shouted for Riley to get moving. E.B. Pleasant couldn't take all 3 of them down. But it was an extremely unpleasant surprise to find that E.B. Pleasant was a fighter. As she got Cole onto his feet, E.B. Pleasant tackled her from behind. She fell, and everything became a rolling tangle of limbs. Losing her sense of direction, she got an elbow in the ear that made her head ring. Finally, the fighting stopped. She found herself pinned by the legs. Cole was sitting up on his knees, shoulders hunched as he held his stomach. She pulled herself across the cement by her arms until she got free from a now unconscious E.B. Pleasant. Remembering the elevator, Dessa resigned herself to seeing an ocean of eggshell blue descend, except it wasn't eggshell blue, or laboratory white, or even support staff khaki. Everyone who emerged from the elevator wore regular clothes, the kind good for farming. She felt herself falling again, drowning in a different kind of ocean. At the front of the group stood a familiar figure that got her heart thumping. Amos? He looked at her in shock and raced over. Dessa, what's going on down here? If you could taste hope, that was Amos, but he shouldn't be here. She looked past him and saw Tiana, Egg, and more than a dozen others from farm. None of them should be here, not with Super Vs on the loose. The combbook here would do nothing to protect them down here. She struggled to keep hold of that flame of hope. What are you doing down here? Chapter 30. Pierce exited the elevator next and began issuing directions. They surrounded E.B. Pleasant and placed him under guard. Others headed for the intercom. Delmar broke the glass to get inside an office. Still others began rifling through the stacks of papers. The V's in the valley. You know that big horde that blocked the way the first time we tried to get to Sanctuary? Amos said, helping her up as Tiana and Egg approached. Dessa remembered. They had been in the taco truck all the kids packed inside with Egg driving, Ms. Winters and Dawson in the front seat. She, Tiana, and Amos had attached themselves to the roof with ropes. The freeway overpass had been choked with wrecked cars, and then out of nowhere, V's flooded over the railing and filled the road. Dawson was gone before they had even understood what was really happening. For as far as the eye could see, V's had blocked the way, so they had returned to the outer neighborhoods of the city of Sacramento and holed up in an old brick bank until the next catastrophe hit, and then the next, and the next, on and on until this. The V's moved on, Egg said. He still wore those faded white sneakers, though it looked like he had marked them in ink with a bunch of geometric designs. They moved on here. They haven't found Sanctuary's fences yet, but they will, Tiana said. Her dark eyes were in stark contrast to her porcelain skin and narrow chin. She had wound her hair in a tight bun to get it out of the way. She was ready for a fight. We can't stay above ground, Amos said. Not with them this close. So Pearson and everyone agreed. I agreed that we had to make Sanctuary let us inside. Dessa looked at her 3 friends in horror. Dessa, what's wrong? Tiana said. We might be in for a fight, but I thought you'd at least be glad to see us. Dessa's breath hiccuped in her chest. Sanctuary has been experimenting on you, on the combo cured. They made the virus worse. They made it so that you can get infected now. They turned all the missing people into something monstrous, and at least 2 of those monsters are still inside Sanctuary. The 3 of them looked at her in shock, disbelief, and then understanding. Maybe they didn't know all the details, but they knew enough now to realize things were way worse than they'd figured. Tiana blinked. But Ms. Winters? She can't do anything about it now, even if she wanted to, Dessa said. They broke out of lab level. They're loose inside Sanctuary somewhere. So you're saying zombies to the left of me and zombies to my right? Oh, and above and below me? Egg said. I feel like that should be lyrics to a song. What about the kids? Amos said, ignoring him. Safe for now, surrounded by blue suits, Dessa said, talking fast. They had to get somewhere safe. They had to get moving while there was still time. There was a scream, just a regular human scream. Riley? Pierce shouted, running over to her. Riley picked up what looked like a 1-gallon container of cooking oil. She lifted it over her head and slammed it down on the ground. The container broke, spilling oil in a big expanding circle. Dad, stay back! Don't let them bite you! Riley screamed. The rats are infected. You can catch it. Everyone here can catch it. Cole got to Riley first and picked up another container of cooking oil. He danced on his feet and then sprang, bringing the container down with a crunch. There was a great rumbling noise, a rumbling that extended beyond the vent they had traveled through, a rumbling that included the ductwork directly above their heads, a rumbling too large to just be rats. They're in the ventilation, Dessa yelled, looking around wildly. Get away! But get away where? And where were the blue suits when you needed them? Dessa, we got this, Egg said, bringing out a broken pickaxe handle. We know how to take care of V's, rat or human variety. They're V's on steroids, Dessa tugged at her friends. They've mutated, they've been irradiated, There was an inhuman scream, a scream so piercing, so terrifying, it seemed to liquefy Dessa's insides. Pierce was stumbling back from the shelves, holding Riley. The elevators. Pierce had to get his people off this level. Pierce, Dessa said. Cole picked up a container of his own and was dancing with it. He slammed it onto a screeching rat. This close, she saw the rat flatten and turn the leaking oil red. And then Cole slipped. His feet flew out from under him, and he landed hard on his backside again. Cole! But the pool of oil was growing. She danced at its edge, trying to get to him without slipping herself. Egg rushed up and held out his pickaxe handle. Cole, grab this! Cole grabbed the end. Egg pulled him out, the oil piling up in a small wave ahead of Cole. Dessa turned back to Pierce. There were dozens of people on this level, and none of them understood. All of them were at risk. You have to get everyone back onto the elevators and up to ground, or we're all going to die down here. Pierce frowned but didn't move. He and Riley were covered in cooking oil and shined in the light. We can handle a few rats, Security has taken ground. The deranged are almost to the fences. Our only hope in surviving what comes next is here." He turned and took in the rest of his group. "We lay siege to supply." There was a cheer. "No, Dad, she's right," Riley said, grabbing his arm. "We have to." There were a series of thumps, screeching metal, and then shadows moved above their heads. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked up, directly up, and saw the ductwork sort of split open at one of the seams. A human-sized figure pressed itself through the newly formed gap and then slid out, falling through the air, tucked almost in a ball. It landed yards away, between them and the elevators. Another figure dropped, landing near the first. Then there was a third. Almost as one organism, the 3 Super Vs uncurled and stood. Sapolsky, Anshin. But the third one. Dessa almost choked. The third one hadn't been part of the original experiment list. The third one had turned in the last few hours, since the last time she had seen him alive and well. "It's one of the scientists!" The words tore from Dessa's throat. Cole and Riley knew exactly what that meant, even if no one else did. Unless the scientist had left lab level, the Super Vs had gotten back down there. And even if he had left lab and gotten infected somewhere else, the transformation had happened at lightning speed. Minutes? Maybe an hour? The 3 Super Vs bulged with muscle. The flesh ripped their t-shirts and pants at the seams. Tumorous growths, the size of golf balls, peppered their bare skin and wept pus. Dark veins spread underneath the skin that hadn't split. And underneath it all, Sapolsky and Anshin also showed the ashy tone of the combo cure that had saved them from turning, once upon a time. But that combo cure had not saved them from this. None of them were safe from this. She looked for weapons, but all she saw were a few knives, an axe, a machete, some sticks, plenty of cooking oil containers. Pierce had brought all these people to force their way into Sanctuary, looking for safety. With security dealing with the mutant zombie problem, they had gotten in with no bloodshed. Dessa doubted they would be so lucky on the way out. Those weapons might have been enough against the mutant rats, but not this. More figures dropped from the ventilation, landing on the surrounding pallets. Then the 3 Super Vs, who were between them and the elevators, moved. Pierce shouted, "Run!" Chapter 31. Pierce didn't run. He faced the 3 Super Vs, putting Riley behind him, and withdrawing a knife from his belt that looked like little more than a toy. It was just a few inches long and would do nothing against the fury aimed his way. Dessa tasted acid in her throat. Riley was screaming. The mutants were heading for Pierce. "Riley, run!" Pierce pushed his daughter out of harm's way. "Cole, Delmar, take her away!" He slashed the knife across the throat of the first Super V, but the muscles that bulged at the neck also protected it. He only drew a thin line of blood. "Riley!" Dessa said, running for her. Riley was getting up, but Dessa could tell she wasn't going to run. She was going to try to save her father. Something small and dark and weeping pus darted between Dessa's shoes. She wheeled away. Everything was blood and rage and screams. The rats. More Super Vs dropped from the vents. Dessa thought there were at least a dozen now. They took a few seconds to look around, as if getting their bearings. That stopped Dessa cold. That was new. The calculated movement, the waiting. Vs had always been mindless in their rage. Their tunnel vision made them ferocious but predictable. This was something else. Cole and Delmar were there, on either side of Riley, grabbing her by the arms and dragging her back. She screamed and kicked and shouted for her father to run. The lab coat stepped forward. His tumors had sprouted like mushrooms across his skin and split open to ooze bloody, infectious pustules through the cloth. She saw it before Pierce did. A ripple in the Super V's neck, a tensing, the split second before a jump. Delmar and Cole carried Riley between them. Amos caught Dessa by the waist and was yelling as he dragged her away. Egg-speared rats through the gut, one after the other, while Tiana hammered them to death with a cast-iron pan. The other farm people were already dead or also fighting for their lives. Riley wrestled free of Cole and Delmar, shouting for her father. Pierce broke eye contact with the Super V. And that was it. The Super V pounced. Pierce went down, knife flashing in the light. He never had a chance. Sapolsky and Anshin converged and joined in. The wet noises of ripping flesh and spurting blood made Dessa want to vomit. The rage vanished from the 3 Super Vs as a look of pure bliss overtook them. Tiana clapped her hand to her mouth. Egg went pale. Amos's grip became like a vice. She stopped feeling her hands and toes. She stopped feeling her body at all. If Amos hadn't kept her moving, she would have crumpled to the cold cement. Pierce had been her sometimes enemy, sometimes ally, since the very beginning. He had survived a mob of Vs while trapped in the Folsom Dam. He had survived a military attack on New Sacramento. No matter how many times he had been close to death, he had survived. He had gotten her, her friends, and all the Project Polus children safely to sanctuary. And now he was being ripped to pieces in front of his own daughter. Cole! His name tore from Dessa's throat. As if coming awake at the sound, Cole went after Riley again. This time, he picked her off her feet and carried her, burying her face in his chest to force her to look away. She fought him, and then she gave in and wailed. Delmar ran after them, dodging a Super V who launched off the pallet above his head. The Super V landed instead on a woman from farm who Dessa didn't recognize. There were the ripping sounds again, and then the horrifying bliss. Cole, Riley, and Delmar vanished down an aisle. "Come on," Amos said, his voice hoarse. "Dessa, come on, where do we go? You've been down here before." She saw that whether Pierce had meant it or not, his death was a distraction that gave the rest of them a chance. Even through the horror, her mind began to spin up a mental map of the warehouse. The elevators were blocked by the Super Vs. The ventilation was full of mutant rats. Below them was where the scientist and any number of more Super Vs might be coming from. Her mind skated away from that fact. She couldn't deal with what that could mean for the kids. There was only up, but up was blocked. They might buy themselves some time by getting lost in the huge warehouse of supplies, but the Super Vs would hunt, relentless in their rage and their lust for bliss. Pierce had lasted this long, to die here and now. She feared her and her friends would soon follow. Chapter 32. Amos took the lead as Dessa shouted directions at him. They went down the aisle of cooking pots and pans, the pallets of supplies towering overhead. She snagged a cast-iron pan like Tiana had. Amos took a large metal meat tenderizer. Tiana added a paring knife to her pan. Egg grabbed a metal barbecue poker. The aisle of supplies felt claustrophobic. Super Vs could be waiting on top, ready to launch into the air and attack them from above. When they were done collecting their pitiful selection of weapons, Dessa followed Amos in a daze. They stumbled across a rat trap. The spring had caught a normal, garden-variety rat around the neck and killed it. She remembered the first time she had seen one of the mutant rats. Actually 6 of them. Tig had fought them off and then vanished. She hadn't seen the cat since. Amos reached the end of the aisle and moved left. "No, go right," Dessa said. His eyes searched her face, as if trying to make sure that she was really here now. "Why? Where should we go?" "We follow the traps," Dessa said, her mind finally working again. She pictured the line of traps all the way to the garbage elevator. "There's another way off this level." "Just get us out of here," Tiana said, the comm book here sitting heavy on her skin under all the stress. "I want to go back up to ground." "The blue suits will be waiting for us up there," Egg said. "Yeah, and they'll have weapons," Tiana said. "Real ones? They want to take me into custody or whatever. I am seriously okay with that." Dessa led the way now. "We follow these traps, and we'll get to the elevator Sanctuary uses to deliver trash. Up to the incinerator on ground. It's going to be gross. But if we aren't swimming through garbage, then are we really living? Better than the mess down here," Egg said, shuddering. "All that cooking oil and blood and guts. Did you see their faces transform when they got a taste of flesh? I'm never going to unsee that." "Yeah, think about what Riley saw," Dessa said. A warning growl spun them around. There was a shuffling noise. Something tumbled off the shelving back the way they had come. "Run," Amos said. Dessa wove them through the aisles at a dead run. She knew exactly where she was. She had mapped out and worked these aisles every day for the last 3 months. You needed to turn left at the camping gear, then take a right at the bags of rice, round the cleaning station, and then find the aluminum foil. They passed rat trap after trap, most empty, some with a dead rat. The strange noises behind them grew. A scream came from a few aisles away, and then was cut short and turned into a wet gurgling. The next trap they passed had caught another rat, but this one had been disemboweled. Had Tig, a mutant rat, or one of the Super Vs done that? She spotted the buckets of rice. Sure of their path, she turned the corner at full speed and ran into a group of people. Bouncing off, she fell backward, but Amos caught her and put her on her feet. Riley, Cole, and Delmar were fighting off a Super V. The 3 of them had found the gardening tools and were taking big whacks at the Super V's head. They needed to get in a killing blow, but the tumor-filled flesh was making it all but impossible. Suddenly, Amos rushed past her, accidentally making her fly into the shelving, where a bunch of buckets of dehydrated onion were stacked. She tipped them over like dominoes. Springing back onto her feet, she saw Amos had joined in the fight. The tips of the Super V's fingers were blackened, and several nails were ripped off. It went for Amos with a squeal that turned Dessa's gut. Amos swung one of the onion buckets and landed a crushing blow against the side of the Super V's head. The Super V went down like a ton of bricks, but then got right back up. It lunged, and Amos was bringing up his forearm, the bucket gone, to take the bite that would save his neck from getting ripped out. But the combo cure running in his blood wouldn't protect Amos this time. He would turn, and there would be no coming back from it. Dessa stopped breathing as she took her cast iron pan and, just in time, inserted it between the Super V's mouth and Amos's arm. The Super V clicked its mouth shut on the rim of the pan, the rage spilling off it in waves. Bits of teeth went flying, the white shrapnel vanishing in the shadows. She hadn't thought this through, not all the way. Her arm, the one holding the pan between the Super V and Amos, was exposed, and now inches from its mouth. There was no combo cure to save her either. Not that she would have stopped. Amos would have gotten bit. She had saved him from that. Whatever price she had to pay for that prize, so be it. The Super V snarled and turned, his nostrils curling like he was sniffing her bare flesh. Numerous tumors clumped around the eyes, weeping pus, obscuring his vision. Wrist, hand, arm. It didn't matter that the Super V couldn't see. There was no way for her to move fast enough this time to stop the bite. This was it. This was the end. There would be no combo cure to save her. With a snarl that showed off his broken teeth, the Super V lunged for her arm. Chapter 33. Something bright flew through the air and landed with a thud on the back of the Super V's skull. There was a crunch and then crumpling sounds. The Super V fell forward onto her. Its smells overwhelmed her senses. V's stank of sweat and sewer. This was something else. This was pus and rot. This was a sick intertwining of rage and bliss. The Super V shivered and stilled. Amos threw its body off her and helped her sit up. From one hand hung his meat tenderizer, now dripping blood. Tiana and Egg approached. Close up, the Super V's tumors were even more horrific. The bulging veins looked like rivers of toxic blood. Blood and pus dripped from the split skin and farm clothes. The tumors had made whoever it was unrecognizable. Are its canines longer? But she blinked and realized it had only been a trick of the light. Her mind was tripping on all the horror movies she had ever seen. The teeth were normal size, about the only thing left that looked normal human size. Tiana came up and drove the paring knife into the soft part at the base of the Super V's skull, severing the brainstem. Just in case. "Dessa, are you bit?" Amos said, worry thick in his voice. I don't know, Dessa said. Everything was foggy. She tried to breathe and scan her body for injuries, but kept losing track and needing to start over. Finally, she held out her arms. "I don't know. Please look. Can you find any bites?" Amos knelt, and he took her hands in his, Cupping them gently, he lifted them to look at the underside of her arms, and then across the top. He searched her from head to toe. With a gentle shake of her hands, Amos said, "I don't see any bites. You're going to be okay." "Yeah, but Riley's a different story," Delmar said, kneeling on the ground. "No," Cole said, rushing over to stand next to a horror-stricken Egg. Riley lay unconscious at their feet. Dessa joined them and saw the flesh on Riley's arm had been ripped away. The ragged edge of the wound was clearly made by teeth marks. Delmar snatched Tiana's paring knife from her hand and cut his arm open. A line of blood dripped from him onto Riley's wound. "She's been bit by one of those things. That won't work this time," Cole said quietly, his voice full of sorrow. "Not against the Super V." Dessa noticed Cole was holding what looked like a lawn edger in one hand. Sanctuary had decided on some strange items to save for the end of the world, as if they would ever be worried about lawn maintenance again. A part of her knew her mind wasn't coping. It couldn't deal with Riley laying there, about to turn Super V. So she thought about lawn edgers, and none of it made sense. A sob escaped her throat. None of it made any sense. "You don't know that," Delmar said. "You won't know that unless we try. And just so you know, that was Bathilda we just murdered. She worked the farm with us." "It doesn't matter who she was," Amos said. "It's not going to matter soon with Riley either." "That was Bathilda, not a V," Delmar said. "She had the combo cure, and maybe with my combo cure." Cole placed a hand on Delmar's shoulder. "It's not going to work." Delmar threw his hand off. His bleeding arm jerked, and drops flew into the air. Riley moaned, and her eyes fluttered under the lids. "I know that," Delmar said with venom. "And you know who did this? Those sanctuary scientists. They killed Pierce, and they've killed who knows how many others. And now Riley." "She might be turning V, regular V," Tiana offered. "So what if the combo cure doesn't work on her? Did they even test any of this on uninfected? Or only combo cured?" "Only combo cured," Dessa answered. "But Ms. Winters said—" "But she doesn't know," Tiana said. "Not for sure. She doesn't know what this version of the virus is going to do to someone who's uninfected, because they only tested it on people who already had the combo cure in their system." Tiana's words hit them like a ton of bricks. So much had happened. Dessa couldn't place what was wrong with Tiana's words. There was something. What was she trying to remember? "So we wait and see what happens," Egg said. "We have to, right?" Cole pressed his lips together and then said, "Yeah, we have to." "Help me with her," Egg said. "Same plan as before, right? We just have to carry her to the incinerator elevator." "Okay, but what if I'm wrong?" Tiana said, biting her lip. "What do we—" "We'll handle it when the time comes," Delmar said. "If the time comes," Egg said. "Riley's strong. She can beat back whatever this new thing is, I know it." "Let's get Riley to that elevator," Dessa said, voice shaky. "That's the best chance we've got." "We can't leave yet," Delmar said. "I gotta get more of this combo cure into her if we even want her to have a chance." Egg took the paring knife from Tiana and cut into the flesh of his arm, creating a deep red line of blood that beaded. He took a knife to Riley's other arm, the one that was bite-free, and made another cut. With horror, Dessa saw he was about to press his arm against hers. "No, Egg! The combo cure won't protect her. If she turns, she'll turn you too." Egg frowned but held his arm away, allowing his blood to drip into Riley's cut. "This'll get the combo cure into her faster. If Delmar and me both dump it into her, Cole and Amos can carry her. Dessa leads the way while Tiana takes our flank. We make a run for this garbage elevator that's gonna save the day." He gave a short, almost hysterical laugh. His eyes skated around, not quite landing on anything while it took in everything on the shelves. "Are those shoe boxes?" Egg said, his other not bleeding arm pointing to some boxes on the top shelf. "Yeah, but they're the same shoes you're wearing right now," Dessa said. Egg deflated. He looked at Amos and Cole. "Grab her and let's move." Dessa took the lead as they picked up Riley by her feet and shoulders. Delmar and Egg helped lift her on either side, even as they kept their arms hovering inches above her wounds, draining the combo cure from their blood into her as fast as possible. Tiana took the paring knife from Egg and positioned herself at the back of the group. And then Dessa remembered. The scientist. He had been uninfected. He had turned Super V. She wanted to wail. Instead, she looked at Cole and saw that he must know about the scientist too. He knew what that meant for Riley, but he wasn't saying anything. They had to get everyone to the garbage elevator. They had to give them hope, to get them moving. A chorus of Super V screams tore into the air. They shut down her mind until she forcibly told herself to get up and run. Dessa pictured the map of the warehouse, orienting herself with the shoeboxes and the rice bags to make sure she didn't lead them back to the Super Vs. She wanted to grieve for Riley. She wanted to curl up in a ball on the cold cement and sob. But she couldn't give in, not yet. Not when there was still a chance for the rest of them. With the map firmly pictured in her mind, Dessa led the way through that dark maze and prayed to whoever was listening to let them make it to the other side alive. Chapter 34. Dessa dodged rat traps and supplies that had tipped off the shelves. Those scattered supplies scared her the most. It meant they were no longer ahead of some of the Super Vs. All they could hope was the Super Vs had found other distractions until they got to safety. A white powder that Dessa cataloged as laundry soap coated the ground in one aisle, crunching underfoot and making the way slippery. The perfumed laundry soap stung her nose and brought a welcome relief from the blood and rot. The 4 boys were on her heels, carrying Riley. Tiana was running backwards, keeping an eye on their rear for trouble. Sprinting up the next aisle and taking the turn, Dessa's heart leapt as the garbage elevator came into view. There was a small open space in front of it, before the shelves started, that allowed just enough room to roll up carts of trash or garbage bags of dead rats. The elevator went up to ground level, where more support would stand by to transfer everything into Sanctuary's incinerator. She sprinted for the metal door, opened the grating cage, and worked at unlatching the sturdy metal access door. Tiana helped her pull it open. With relief, she saw the platform exactly where she needed it to be. The boys ran in with Riley. There were some trash bags and dirty rags from some other cleanup before Super Vs had destroyed everything. They set Riley on that meager cushioning. From the garbage elevator, Dessa got a terrifying view of supply. Figures raced toward their position from multiple directions and elevations. The Super Vs were on the tops of the shelving, hopping from pallet to pallet like hyenas. They took great leaps over the aisle gaps to land on the next set of shelves. More Super Vs were sprinting across the floor from multiple aisles. They moved like wild animals on the hunt, focused, intent, seconds away from converging. Her insides began to loosen. She was going to lose it again. This was like nothing she had ever experienced, which was saying a lot after all these months of outracing mobs of Vs on the road, underground, and on the river. "We're in," Cole said. "Get in here, come on," Amos said. Side by side, Dessa and Tiana backed up. "What about all the others?" Tiana said. "There were more of us." "They're gone," Delmar said. Dessa closed the elevator caging and reached to pull the metal access door closed against the incoming Super Vs. That's when she noticed something odd. 3 of the Super Vs on the floor suddenly changed direction. They began chasing something smaller than a human. Something almost rodent-sized. Dessa squinted, trying to understand what it was her eyes were seeing. No, it wasn't rodent-sized. It was cat-sized. That was Tig. Tig! His name tore from Dessa's throat. The cat veered, changing direction like he had heard her calling his name. He darted underneath one set of shelves, almost into the waiting arms of a Super V in the next aisle. Tiana gasped from next to Dessa. "He's not going to make it." "Close that door!" Delmar yelled from behind them. "Not yet," Dessa said. "Not yet." Tig was headed straight for them. Maybe because he somehow knew the elevator was his only way out of this mess. He had fought against 5 super mutant rats and survived. He had been hunting rats for months before that. He had been bulking up on whatever other cat delicacy she could steal for him. He was strong and sleek, and he was going to make it. He ran fast. He knew he was running for his life. But the Super Vs were fast too. They kept up with Tig, no matter how much he darted and dashed, and then just all out sprinted for the elevator platform. His lead shrunk, and then shrunk some more, until the Super Vs were only yards behind him. Dessa couldn't breathe watching the scene. What could she do? Delmar came up, pushing between Dessa and Tiana to grab for the door. "Close this damn thing or we're all gonna die!" Tiana grabbed his wrist. "No!" Tig, now only yards away, hissed and took a huge leap. He flew through the air as Super V snatched at him. Delmar won the battle, even as they were all yelling at him to stop. The door was closing, but Tig's gray-striped body passed through the gap. The interior door latched closed as Tig landed with a yowl on Tiana's chest. She grabbed him and dropped the paring knife, letting it clatter to the metal platform as she buried her face in his fur. Thump after thump against the door made Tig turn around in Tiana's arms and arch his back, his fur up, as he hissed. The door shuddered, and a gap of light returned. "Help me!" Delmar shouted. Dessa and Tiana dashed over to help Delmar pull the door closed again. Hands and mouths pressed through, snatching at their clothes, their hair, their fingers. It was a tug-of-war, and for every inch that they gained, they lost another. The elevator was stuck, straining against all the opposing forces. Dessa dug her shoes into the platform, slipping on a piece of cardboard. That lost them another inch. A Super V got their whole head through. It snarled and grabbed Tiana by the waist. The door opened another inch and another. "We're losing it!" Dessa shouted. Suddenly Egg, Cole, and Amos were there, forcing the door closed against the Super V's head. It released Tiana, and she fell backward on the trash. The Super V's skull collapsed inside its skin. Blood ran down its temples and into the open tumors. Finally, it fell away. With a click, the latch closed. Cole went to the interior panel of controls, cursed, and hit the panel. "It's malfunctioning." Tiana forced herself up. "Let me see." She used the paring knife to pry open the panel. The knife clattered to the floor as she plunged her hand into the wires like they were a pile of guts. A few long seconds passed. Soon, the platform beneath Dessa's feet lurched into motion, and the garbage elevator began to rise. Chapter 35. As the elevator rumbled up, moving far slower than the people elevators, Amos pulled out a flashlight. The beam cast sharp shadows across their features and made them all look more than half dead. Except they weren't. She had to keep reminding herself of that. They weren't dead. Amos caught her eye and half smiled. "One of the flashlights from our stash. Didn't know what it was really going to be like down here, being underground and all." She nodded, not trusting herself to speak right then. The adrenaline still raged in her veins and made her jittery, but the floor of this box of moving garbage was strong, solid metal. They had latched the access door as best they could, and even though it didn't lock from the inside, even if the Vs pulled it open, they would find only an empty shaft. As the roar of adrenaline finally began to fade from her ears, she saw Egg and Cole kneeling on either side of Riley, who was laid out with care across the trash bags. Tiana cuddled Tig close and whispered a million compliments to him as her tears wet his fur. Amos stood next to Dessa, hands at his sides, looking defeated. That's when Dessa knew it must be happening. The veins in Riley's bare arms were already turning that dark, contaminated red. Her skin was breaking out in small lesions. Cole leaned over Riley, tears dripping from his cheeks. He brushed back a tendril of hair from her forehead and then let his hand drop. Defeated. The combo cure hadn't worked. They were trapped in this metal box on top of a bunch of trash. Riley was about to turn into a Super V. Egg looked at Amos with a beseeching expression, tears shining in his eyes. "It's too soon to know for sure. It might still work." Amos shook his head and looked away. Delmar fingered the knife at his belt. Dessa stepped up to Delmar and made him look at her. "Don't you dare. Not until we know for sure." Delmar narrowed his eyes, but said nothing and didn't make a move. The elevator's rattle continued, the background noise to this unfolding drama. Riley had been a pain in her butt since the first moment they met. Riley had been the one to donate her blood to the children without a second thought. She loved her father fiercely. She had been lonely, and Dessa could have done more to help with that. For the whole winter, it had been the three of them, Dessa, Cole, and Riley. They had been forced to look out for each other inside Sanctuary's strange hierarchy. They'd been assigned all the same jobs, bunked together, and spent basically 24/7 together. Dessa had tried to spend as much time with Amos, Tiana, and Egg out on farm as possible, but in the end, she had spent the most time of all with Riley. And now Riley was almost gone. Just like that. Tears choked her throat. She'd been stuck with Riley for the last 3 months and had learned to respect her, care for her, and even like her. Now, she was becoming a Super V before their very eyes, turning faster than anything Dessa had ever seen. Dessa backed up and stepped on Tiana's paring knife. She stopped, realizing what she had to do, realizing what Riley would want her to do, what Dessa would want to happen if she was in Riley's shoes. Dessa picked up the knife and went and sat down. She placed Riley's head in her lap and brushed the hair off her forehead. It was sticky with sweat. Riley moaned and her eyes fluttered open. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot. She looked around wildly and then settled on Dessa. "Don't let me turn, please!" The words were garbled, but clear. "Burn me!" Dessa began to cry. Riley grabbed her jumpsuit and shook her. "Promise me, Dessa! Promise me! Do it now, promise me!" Riley kept repeating herself. Hot tears streamed down Dessa's cheeks. "I promise! I promise! I promise!" She took the paring knife and slid it quick into the base of Riley's skull. Riley's blue eyes fluttered closed. Her chest rose, fell, rose again, and then stopped for good. Her hands fell away. All their tears left dark spots on her jumpsuit. A sob erupted from Dessa's throat, raw and cleansing. She sat there and cradled Riley, wishing she had treated her better, wishing this hadn't happened, wishing all the way up to ground. Chapter 36. The garbage elevator reached ground and stopped. At first, no one moved. It was like they had fallen outside of time. Delmar went to the metal gate and rattled it open, and the noise brought time rushing back in. He worked at the access door from the inside, but couldn't get it open. He hadn't spent 3 months inside Sanctuary like Dessa, Cole, and Riley. Through blurred vision, Dessa got up to help. When they opened the access door, real sunlight streamed in from the tempered glass windows that lined the top of the incinerator room, where the wall met the ceiling. The door that led out to the main part of ground was wide open. No blue suits were in sight, but plenty of farm people were present. "What do we do with—" Egg's voice sounded so small she almost didn't recognize it. "We can't just leave her here with all this trash." "We do what she asked us to do," Dessa said. Still holding Tig, Tiana left. After a long minute, she returned and stood at the threshold, not stepping back inside the elevator. Shadows cast deep lines around her eyes, and she looked the most worn-down Dessa had ever seen, which was pretty much how Dessa felt. Then Tiana gave Dessa a look. "Are you going to help me or what?" It woke Dessa up. They'd had a sort of reprieve from death and grief and violence these last 3 months. That was over now. But they were still alive. They couldn't give up yet. There were other people they cared very deeply about, and they needed saving. "I found a blanket," Tiana said softly. "Let's bring her out, and we'll figure this out." Egg sniffed, but Tiana wasn't just speaking to Egg. Dessa knew the words were also for her and Cole. Delmar left and headed for the main room. He spoke loudly, sounding like he was issuing directives to people. He was too far away for Dessa to understand what he was saying, but she very much understood what was happening when people jumped to do his bidding. He was stepping into Pierce's position. Dessa, Cole, Egg, and Amos lifted Riley and carried her out. With the four of them, she felt light as a feather. Her face had relaxed into an expression of peace. They moved her out of the garbage chute to where Tiana waited with the blanket. They carefully set her down and wrapped her in the blanket. But before Dessa could finish her sentence, Delmar and a half-dozen others entered the incinerator room. He directed them to secure the elevator and spin up the incinerator. Turning back to the main room, he shouted more orders for people to guard the windows, entrance, and the 3 other elevators. Dessa stood, her legs shaking. Taking a deep breath, she said, "We need to make sure Riley gets what she wants." Wanted. Delmar stopped, looked at her, and nodded. "I know. We'll have a service or something in a few hours. Not just for her, but for everyone lost underground." "My brother and the other kids are down there," Dessa said, conviction growing inside her and making her voice strong. "They might still be alive. We have to go back for them." Delmar shook his head. "Are you crazy? They're all dead by now. There's no way they survived those Super Vs. We barely got out. Pierce is dead. Didn't you see all that?" Cole jumped up. "Of course we saw it. But the kids are different." Anger washed over his face, even as the tears were still drying on his cheeks. Anger was a better emotion than sadness. Anger could keep you alive. Alive helped you act. "If there's a chance," Tiana said, still holding Tig, "we have to go after them." Delmar shook his head in disgust. "There's just over a dozen of us left alive up here, but there's a mob of Vs on their way across the valley. There's not a chance, not any chance, that anyone down there is still alive." Amos looked at Dessa. "Do you have a way to communicate with Ms. Winters? Any way to find out for sure?" Thinking hard, Dessa looked down at her shoes, scuffed with blood, grease, guts, and laundry powder. "We saw a bunch of the blue suits in the room with the kids on lab level. Their location is super secure. They even have separate ventilation." "They could still be down there," Cole said, his voice rising in excitement. "They could still be alive, as long as they didn't try to come up to ground." A strange emotion began to rise in Dessa. It distracted her as she turned inward and tried to name it. Hope was too grand a word. It wasn't that. Not quite. Their chances were low, and Dessa wasn't in denial about that. No, it was something else. Purpose. Pushing past Delmar and the others, she entered the main room and headed for the elevator bay. Really for the intercom system that stood alongside it. All she could see were combo-cured people from farm, but that didn't mean people weren't still alive down below, just like the kids. Sanctuary was a big place. If Dessa and her friends could get out alive, then maybe others could too. She punched into the intercom system. Instead of calling a specific location, she set it to broadcast. Her friends crowded around her. Delmar stood nearby with others from farm, watching. "This is a message for Sanctuary survivors." Her voice echoed through the tinny speakers on the main floor. She knew it was doing the same on all the underground levels. She stopped and looked at Cole. She didn't really know what she should say. "Tell them to stay off supply and watch the ductwork," Cole said. "Tell them to hold on and stay alive and—" She handed him the intercom. "You need to do it. You know exactly what to say." Cole sighed and took it from her. "Sanctuary staff, this is a message that could save your life. The scientists experimented on the combo cured and there's been a lab accident. You've got zombies like you've never seen before and they're hunting for you. Watch the ventilation. Stay off supply. A bunch of the super zombies got to it already. Hide yourself. If you can get to an intercom, call ground and report in when you can. Good luck." He ended the call, and the speakers went silent. Dessa stared at the intercom system, willing it to make a noise. She knew it was too much to hope for a response from Ms. Winters or anyone else on lab level so quickly, but hoped it would happen anyway. We've got infected massing near one side of the fences, someone said from one of the windows. How is that possible? Delmar stalked off, heading over to see for himself. There shouldn't be anything out there to attract them to us. The intercom buzzed. Dessa snatched up the receiver and pressed the appropriate buttons. Hello? She looked at her friends. They were all staring at her, waiting for the sound of a miracle. Was that Cole on the intercom just now? Dessa choked the receiver with her hands. Ms. Winters? Yes, of course it's me. I have the children with me. Security is here as well. I'm not sure what's happening up there, but I do not believe the coordinators will be pleased to find you have commandeered the intercom. Dessa, I said you should leave, and I understand you may be upset with me, but I am attempting to save. Ms. Winters, Dessa said. The experimental lysovirus, the lab break? They took over supply. You have to keep the children safe. They are safe, my dear, Ms. Winters replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I have plenty of security staff with me. I believe I told you the lab leak was being dealt with. We will be headed for the elevator shortly. The children. No, Dessa shouted back. Don't bring them anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There was a pause. Why? Tell me exactly what has happened. Dessa went over it all again. When she was done, there was a long silence. Security's still there, right? Dessa said, imagining the blue suits lined up around the Project Polus hospital room, and never more thankful for their existence as she was in that moment. Ms. Winters' voice faltered. Yes, they are. Coordinator Schofield and many of the other scientists are also on this level. We sent a small group up to ground a while ago. Are you saying they haven't made it there yet? Dessa zeroed in on the elevator lights. All 3 elevators were stuck at supply. They never made it. Amos came up and wrapped his arms around Dessa's waist. She felt his need to be comforted as much as she needed it from him. Ms. Winters, you need to sit tight, Amos said. Keep those kids safe and keep your heads down. We'll figure something out. But you have to give us a little time. She had no idea how they were going to figure this out. Dessa looked up at Amos to see if he really meant it. And she saw he did. Amos believed they were going to save those children. They were going to save her brother. She scanned Cole, Egg, and Tiana's faces. They believed it too, and she was awestruck by them all. They were everything to her. She told herself the least she could do was believe them. Ms. Winters, we promise. Tell Ivan. Tell all of them. We're coming for you and the children. Thanks for reading After the World Ends. Rage, Book 5. Find out what happens next to Dessa and her friends in After the World Ends, Book 6. Available in audiobook, ebook, and paperback.